Chapter 600. First on the dragon ranking. He lost? Seeing the ancient owl remain motionless on the ground, Huanggu Jie and the rest revealed shocked expressions. They stared at the scene in disbelief. They reacted quickly and hurriedly went forward to check on the ancient owl's vital signs. They sighed in relief after discovering that he was still alive. They then turned to look at Ning Qi, who was still standing in midair in shock. In the sky, the two middle-aged men exchanged glances. One of them had an ugly expression, while the other had a smile on his face. Your descendant lost. I saw it too. You don't need to repeat yourself. Was this brat groomed by your Baishao clan? Of course not. In that case, he can stay here. You want to kill him? He doesn't have the right for me to attack him. However, he does have the right to stay in the ancient sacred city. Let him become a servant of the ancient dragon tribe. Are you standing up for him? Up to you. He's not a descendant of the Bai Shao clan. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, disbelief, and fear as they looked at Ning Qi. The ancient owl had really lost. He had lost to a peaked Do Huang in front of everyone. Xu Feng and Yuan Kongming exchanged shocked glances and sighed in their hearts. They did not expect Ning Qi to be able to defeat an expert like the ancient owl this time around. Xu Feng, Yuan Kongming, we should go. Suddenly, a few experts on the man ranking came to the two's side and spoke in a low voice. They looked around cautiously, afraid that the ancient dragon tribe would vent their anger on them because of the ancient owl's defeat. It is indeed time to go. Xu Feng and Yuan Kongming nodded. Given the ancient dragon tribe's ruthlessness, it would not be strange for them to vent their anger on them. However, they were still a little hesitant. After all, ancient Desolate Li had not appeared yet. They would not be satisfied if they did not see the battle between ancient Desolate Li and Ning Qi. Let's wait and see, Yuan Kongming said hesitantly. Seeing this, the crowd was filled with both fear and anticipation. So powerful, Xiao Chengwang and the other three sucked in a breath of cold air. As they looked at Ning Qi, who stood in the air like a war god, they all had different expressions. At this time, Primordial Owl's dragon body flashed with a white light as he turned back into his human form. With Primordial Cruel support, he struggled to stand up and looked at Ning Qi weakly. Even though you've defeated me, you still can't get first place on the dragon ranking. My big brother, Primordial Ruthless, is more than 10 times stronger than me. You're far from being his opponent. Is that so? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, a dragon's roar suddenly came from afar. Then, an incomparably violent aura swept towards everyone. Not long after, a young man who looked similar to the primordial owl appeared in front of Ning Qi. Seeing this, a look of ecstasy appeared on the faces of the locals. It's the primordial desolation. Big brother. Even the primordial owl's eyes were filled with joy. Desolate Cruel and the others hurriedly cupped their hands towards Desolate Xiao. Cousin Desolately, this kid is ancient Desolation Li? Xu Feng had never seen Desolate Antiquity ruthless before, but the other party emitted an incomparably stifling aura. This caused his expression to become incomparably fearful. Number 1 on the dragon leaderboard. Being able to see the number 1 on the dragon leaderboard with my own eyes makes this trip worth it. Yuan Shang and the others exclaimed. Even the local humans rarely saw the true face of the primordial malevolence, let alone those from the 9 States Empire. When they saw the primordial malevolence, their attention shifted from Ning Qi to the primordial malevolence. Sister, this is the number 1 on the dragon leaderboard. He's too powerful. Ning Qi is definitely no match for him. If Desolate Antiquity ruthless kills Ning Qi, our mission will fail. Zhou Lu stared at Desolate Antiquity ruthless with a hint of shock in her eyes. This is no longer something we can control. Let's just see how things develop. Wuma Fengling said calmly. All right, Zhou Lu nodded and continued to focus her attention on the two of them. She was also looking forward to the battle between Ning Qi and Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless. You lost? Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless, looked at the primordial owl with an indifferent expression. The primordial owl's body trembled slightly before he lowered his head in shame. Yes, I lost. Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless nodded. You're impatient. It's normal for you to lose. Thank you for your teachings, Big Brother. Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless said, respectfully. Everyone could tell that the primordial owl respected his big brother. Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless. Then Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless looked at Ning Qi. I heard that you're here to challenge me today? Ning Qi glanced at Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless attributes. His eyes flickered as his lips curled into a smile. Yes and no. Yes and no? Is Ning Qi afraid? Is he afraid after seeing Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless? The faces of those who came from the capital instantly changed. Many of them looked at Ning Qi with a hint of mockery. What do you mean? Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless said calmly. I'm here to challenge the number one on the dragon leaderboard today. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, he continued, but you're no longer number one on the dragon leaderboard. What? Is this kid crazy? If Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless isn't number one on the dragon leaderboard, then who is? If you don't dare to challenge him, at least find a better reason. You're just making a fool out of yourself. Piss off. A coward like you has no right to challenge Lord Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless. Ning Qi ignored the mockery and looked at Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless, with a faint smile. Why am I not number one on the dragon leaderboard? Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless eyes changed slightly. That's because you're already a rank 7 giant dragon. According to the rules of the Wanshao clan, you're already on the mortal leaderboard. The number one on the dragon leaderboard will naturally be replaced by the previous number 2, which is the Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless, that I've defeated. As such, I've already defeated the number one on the dragon leaderboard. From today onwards, the number one on the dragon leaderboard will be me. Ning Qi smiled. As soon as he said that, everyone present gasped in shock. Even Yuan Kongming and Chu Feng were shocked. They couldn't see through Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless true strength, but Ning Qi could? Did Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless really make a breakthrough? A doubt rose in the hearts of the crowd. Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless expression changed drastically. He looked at Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless in shock. Brother, you made a breakthrough? After a moment of silence, Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless nodded. However, the Desolate Dragon tribe wasn't happy because of Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless breakthrough, because it meant that Ning Qi was right. Now, the number one on the dragon leaderboard belonged to Ning Qi. It had nothing to do with the Desolate Dragon tribe anymore. How could this be? Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless eyes were filled with disappointment. If he knew that Desolate Antiquity, Ruthless, would make a breakthrough today and become the number one on the dragon leaderboard, he would have been more wary of Ning Qi's challenge. If that was the case, he might not have lost so quickly. Now he had given the number one spot on the dragon leaderboard to a human. He was afraid that there would be negative rumors about him in the family in the future. Ning Qi is really the number one on the dragon leaderboard. Chu Feng mumbled to himself in shock. As for those who were defeated by Ning Qi, like Fang Qing and the rest, their faces were filled with joy. That was because they could tell others that they had once fought with the number one on the dragon leaderboard. Number one on the dragon leaderboard. Number one on the dragon leaderboard. We were once on the same path as the number one on the dragon leaderboard. Ha ha ha. Xiao Chengwang mumbled to himself before bursting into laughter, attracting the attention of the crowd. Xiao Yuqiong had to cover his mouth to stop him from bursting into laughter. Chapter 601. Those who don't come are puppies. After the shock, everyone became curious. How would the primordial ancient dragon clan deal with Ning Qi? Would they just let him take the first place on the dragon rank? Thinking to this point, everyone's attention was once again focused on the primordial desolation ruthless. Ancient desolation looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Even though I'm not the first on the dragon rank right now, you came here to challenge me. Since I've seen you, let me see just how strong you are. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his palm toward Ning Qi. Everyone felt suffocated, as if all the air in the world had been condensed in the palm of the primeval desolation. Ning Qi's face revealed a hint of vigilance as his heart sank. The strength that primordial desolation ruthless had displayed was enough to crush him. He was more than 10 times stronger than the primordial desolation owl. This palm strike would most likely be difficult to block. However, with over 1 million HP, he shouldn't die instantly. Just as Ning Qi was about to take the attack head-on, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure casually waved his hand, dispelling primordial desolation's ruthless attack. And Master? Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Why was Meng Qingling here? Meng Qingling turned around and smiled. I passed by the 9 States Empire and heard that you were coming to the ancient sacred city of the Desolation to challenge the ancient Desolation ruthless, so I came to take a look. You really didn't disappoint me. She's worried that I'll die here. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. Who is that? Looking at her aura, she should not be a Dozun. Chu Feng looked at Meng Qingling with shock in his eyes. Not a Dozun? Could it be a Do Sheng? How can there be such a young Do Sheng in Dongxian? Yuan Kongming said in shock. The other experts on the ranking board were unable to recognize Meng Qingling. They all secretly guessed her origins. At this moment, Yuan Shang said, She is Cloud Rising Sex Lamp Elder, Meng Qingling. Cloud Rising Sex Lamp Elder Meng Qingling? Yuan Kongming and the others were enlightened when they heard this. Sister, this guy actually has such an expert following him. It seems like our mission this time has failed. Zhou Luning sent a voice transmission to Wuma Fengling. Wuma Fengling's face was a little green. The last time she was about to attack in the capital of the 9 Regions Empire, she had been frozen by someone for no reason. This time around, Ning Qi might not have died in the hands of ancient Huangli, but an expert who was suspected to be a Do Sheng had appeared out of nowhere. This guy, are all the women by his side this strong? Wuma Fengling could not help but criticize inwardly. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to interfere in the competition between me and this child? Do you really think that my ancient desolate dragon tribe will be afraid of you just because you are a Do Sheng? Ancient Huang looked at Meng Qingling coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Even though he knew that Meng Qingling was a Do Sheng, he was not afraid. Everyone sighed in their hearts. It was likely that only the heaven prides of the 3 great dragon tribes would have such confidence to not fear a Do Sheng. Meng Qingling faintly laughed. She looked at ancient Huangli and said, You are a rank 7 dragon tribe, and he is merely a peak Do Huang. Attacking him is not a competition, but an attempt to kill him. Could it be that the ancient desolate dragon tribe is such a sore loser? Ancient Huang narrowed his eyes. What Meng Qingling said was true. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Ning Qi. He did not expect Ning Qi to have a Do Sheng following him, causing his plan to fail. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you insult my ancient desolate dragon tribe? Have you forgotten that this is the ancient desolate sacred city? The heaven prides behind ancient Huang revealed their anger as they berated Meng Qingling. Meng Qingling ignored them and continued to look at ancient Huangli. She faintly smiled and said, Since you are already on the man ranking, you have no reason to interfere in a fight between the younger generation on the dragon ranking. After saying this, she directly pulled Ning Qi, turned into a ray of light, and left. At this moment, a furious roar was heard from the sky. You come and go as you please. What kind of place do you think the ancient, desolate, sacred city is? Hearing this angry roar, ancient Huang Li and the others revealed shocked expressions. Subsequently, they respectfully looked at the sky. They saw two middle-aged men suddenly blocking Meng Qingling and Ning Qi's path. Meng Qingling revealed a trace of fear on her face. Dodi! Ning Qi's heart instantly jumped. He did not expect that a mere fight on the dragon ranking would cause a Dodi to appear. This ancient, desolate dragon tribe was too petty. Seniors, are you going to interfere in the matters of the younger generation? Meng Qingling frowned and said. Ning Qi sized up the two of them. One of them was burly and had a square face. His body faintly emitted the aura of the dragon tribe. He was probably a rank 10 giant dragon of the ancient, desolate dragon tribe. The other person was skinny and had a smile on his face. He should be from the human tribe. At this moment, ancient Huang Li and the others also flew behind the square-faced man and stood respectfully. The square-faced man indifferently glanced at Meng Qingling and then at Ning Qi. He said coldly, "This brat came to my ancient, desolate, sacred city and injured my ancient, desolate dragon tribe. This is an insult to my tribe. You can leave, but he must stay." Yuan Kongming and the others revealed a trace of shock on their faces. "Is it a Dodi?" Yuan Shang's face revealed a trace of gloating. Ning Qi, it seems that no one can save you today. It's over. The ancient, desolate dragon tribe is indeed very narrow-minded. Although Ning Qi obtained first place on the dragon ranking today, he can't leave the ancient, desolate, sacred city. Xiao Chengwang transmitted his voice to Xiao Yuqiong and the others. "Shut up! Your transmission can't hide from a Dodi." Xiao Yuqiong scolded sternly. A trace of fear appeared in Xiao Chengwang's eyes because he really saw the square-faced, middle-aged man glance at him. He was so scared that his legs could not help but tremble. "Master, you should leave first." Ning Qi weighed the situation. Letting Meng Qingling leave first was the best choice. The other party did not kill him on the spot, which meant that they did not want to kill him yet. After Meng Qingling left, he had many ways to escape the ancient, desolate, sacred city. Meng Qingling acted as if she did not hear Ning Qi's words. She continued to look at the two Dodi and said indifferently, "You can make a move and make me stay with him in the ancient, desolate, sacred city. However, today's matter will definitely spread. At that time, the ancient, desolate dragon tribe will lose face. Are you threatening me?" A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the square-faced man's body, instantly enveloping Meng Qingling and Ning Qi. Meng Qingling's expression did not change as she fearlessly looked at the other party. "Brother Huang, forget it. They are just two juniors. This brat will enter the mortal ranking in the future. At that time, let Huang Guli deal with him." The skinny middle-aged Dodi said with a smile. The square-faced man coldly glanced at Meng Qingling and said to Huang Guli, "I will give you a mission. After he enters the mortal ranking, it will be time for you to kill him." "Yes, ancestor," Huang Guli said respectfully. Ning Qi's vision blurred. The square-faced man and the skinny middle-aged man disappeared in front of him. Seeing this, Meng Qingling quickly left with Ning Qi. When they brushed past each other, Huang Guli suddenly said, "I will always be watching you. The moment you enter the mortal ranking, it will be the day of your death. If you don't come, you are a puppy." Ning Qi only had time to reply before he was brought away by Meng Qingling. Chapter 602. Chapter 602, let's go. We need to leave as well. After Ning Qi was taken away by Meng Qingling, Chu Feng and the others also left quickly, afraid that the primordial dragon race would vent their anger on them. They felt like they were still living in a dream when Ning Qi obtained first place on the dragon leaderboard. It was so surreal. Although desolate ancient Ruthless did not fight Ning Qi because he had broken through to the 7th stage, this was the first time in 100 years that a human had obtained such a high position on the dragon leaderboard. It could be said that this was a milestone. The primordial dragon race wouldn't let Ningqi go so easily. Even the other prodigies of the dragon race would come to challenge Ningqi. Ningqi would probably be very busy from now on. 9 states empire, capital city. All the great nobles received the secret report from their spies at the first moment. Ningqi defeated Primordial Shao. Primordial Li broke through to rank 7. Ningqi became number 1 on the dragon rankings. When the information was reported by the spies, they couldn't believe it. It wasn't until they communicated with the other nobles that they confirmed the authenticity of the information. Inside the palace, the 13th prince was playing his zither in the stone pavilion when a young man suddenly rushed over. He was also in the top 50 of the dragon rankings. 13th prince, Aichi, the young man panted heavily. The 13th prince smiled and said, "Speak slowly." 13th prince, Ningqi defeated Primordial Shao. The young man took a deep breath and finally finished his sentence. Defeated Primordial Shao? The 13th prince was shocked. What about Primordial Li? No, he didn't fight with Primordial Li, the young man said. As expected, he's waiting for his cultivation to reach the 9th life and death stage. The 13th prince's lips curled up. He was happy that Ningqi had accepted his suggestion. However, the young man immediately said, "No, Primordial Li is no longer on the dragon rankings. He broke through. So Primordial Shao is now number 1. Doesn't that mean?" The 13th prince revealed a joyful expression. Yes, Ningqi is now number 1 on the dragon rankings. The young man nodded solemnly. The Dongxian rankings, heaven rankings, earth rankings, mortal rankings, and dragon rankings finally have a human number 1. The 13th prince stood up excitedly. After a while, he said to the young man, "Go spread the news. I want everyone in the world to know about this." "Yes, 13th prince." The young man nodded and turned to leave. Martial Imperial Manor. When the beautiful middle-aged woman heard that Ningqi had obtained the first place on the dragon rank, she threw the cup in her hand on the ground. How could that brat get first place on the dragon rank? How could this be? That damned, desolate antiquity, ruthless. Why did he have to choose this moment to break through? Given the temper of the desolate antiquity dragon clan, they wouldn't let him leave just like that, would they? Madam, later on, the cloud-rising sex lamp-bearer elder Meng Qingling appeared and took Ningqi away. However, you can rest assured that as long as Ningqi breaks through to the Do Zone class, he will be killed by the ancient, desolate tyrant. The scout knelt on the ground and said, respectfully, "I can't wait that long. I want Dongfang Haojie and Ningqi to die immediately. Immediately. Quickly go to the White Emperor Pagoda, and no matter the price, get me a 9 palaces assassin." The beautiful middle-aged woman said harshly, "Yes." The scout nodded and turned to leave. Then Martial Imperial Lord appeared next to the beautiful middle-aged woman. He sighed and said, 9 palaces assassin, madam. What price do you plan to pay?" "No matter the price, I will kill those 2. Dongfang Haojie is easy to deal with, but Ningqi actually obtained the first place on the dragon rank. If I don't kill him now, do I have to wait until he is strong enough to look down on us? At that time, it will be hundreds or thousands of times more difficult than it is now." The beautiful middle-aged woman said coldly. Martial Imperial Lord sighed and said no more. Cloud Mist Restaurant. At this moment, the diners on the 2nd floor had gathered together and were chatting enthusiastically. The main character of their conversation was Ningqi. "I can't believe that Ningqi really obtained the first place on the dragon rank. This time, he really brought glory to the human race. Unfortunately, the desolate antiquity dragon clan won't let him go so easily. On the surface, they won't dare to do anything. But in the dark, they will probably send experts to kill Ningqi. How could the dragon clan allow the first place on the dragon rank to be a human? Even so, the human race still obtained the glory of first place on the dragon rank in a short period of time, leaving an indelible mark in history. Cloud Mist Restaurant was the place where news spread the fastest. Within a day, the news would spread throughout the entire capital, and in less than a month it would spread throughout the entire 9 states empire. At this moment, the main character of their conversation had already returned to the Cloud Rising sect with Meng Qingling. Go and make preparations. In 7 days, I will accept you as a true disciple. At that time, the other 3 lampholder elders will also appear. Oh, right, you have 3 senior sisters and 2 senior brothers. Your senior sister and second senior sister are temporarily not at the Cloud Rising sect, but your 3rd senior sister will come. 4th senior brother and 5th senior brother have been missing for more than 100 years, but you might be able to meet them in the future. Meng Qingling said lightly. After saying this, without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, she directly flew away. I actually have 3 senior sisters and 2 senior brothers. Ning Qi smiled faintly, shook his head, and turned to head in the direction of the courtyard. There was still half a month until the next dragon rank came out. At that time, his advancement mission would be considered completed. Senior brother Ning, you're back. On the way, when the outer sect disciples of the Cloud Rising sect saw Ning Qi, they all went up to greet him. Ning Qi smiled back at them one by one. When he returned to the courtyard, he found that Shinta Yuanba was not in the courtyard. He had probably gone on another mission. Looking at the thin layer of dust on the tables and chairs, he could tell that Shinta Yuanba had been away for a long time. Knock, knock, someone knocked on the door. Come in, the door is open, Ning Qi said lightly. Then, Xia Bing pushed the door open and entered. When she saw Ning Qi, she smiled and said, Your master told me to tell you that he went to the divine kingdom of the East to meet an old friend. He told you not to worry. The divine kingdom of the East. Ning Qi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. This was a country that was as famous as the 9 states empire, one of the 4 top countries in the land of Dongxian. It was said that one of the 9 great clans, the Zhuge clan, was behind it. Thank you, Elder Xiaobing. Ning Qi smiled. Xiaobing nodded. She felt that Ning Qi's aura was a little strange, but she could not tell what it was. Then she turned around and left. Ning Qi did not waste these 7 days. Instead, he bought a low-level training ground for 7 days, which was equivalent to a whole 2 years in the outside world. In these 2 years, the only thing he did inside was to refine low-grade, mystic-class spirit cultivation pills. When he went to the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground next year, he would be able to make a fortune. Chapter 603. The 4 Great Elders, 3,500 mystic, low-grade spirit nurturing pills. That would be 350,000 Dragon Slayer coins in the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground. Once I have 1 million, I can buy a lot of things. Ning Qi's lips curled into a smile. He had already checked the dragon slaying mall. Things that could directly increase his combat strength were all sold at a very high price, at least 1 million dragon slaying coins. For example, the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast. Ning Qi even planned to buy a Titan descendant's bloodline for himself. At that time, the speed at which he cultivated the Ares technique and Ares' body would be the same as Niu Dezhuang. After tidying up his beard and hair a little, Ning Qi flew toward the center. If he included the time he spent in the training ground, he was already over 25 years old. However, because of his training, he still looked 18 or 19 years old. Others wouldn't notice it in a short period of time. On the way, Ning Qi met a few green-robed elders. After showing the central jade token, Ning Qi successfully reached the center. Central Plaza. This time, Ning Qi not only saw Nu Tao and the other green-robed elders, but also many people of different ages. However, their auras were not weaker than Nu Tao's. There were 18 to 19 of them. Yin Chong Zai was among them. He looked at Ning Qi with eyes full of killing intent. Elder Nu, true disciple Yin. Ning Chi greeted the two with a smile. Yin Chang Zai snorted and turned his head away. He didn't want to bother with Ning Chi. In his eyes, Ning Chi might have some kind of relationship with Su Zhen. As long as he wasn't cleared of suspicion, he would always treat Ning Chi as a spy. Nu Tao forced a smile. I heard that you're going to become a true disciple of Elder Meng. Congratulations. Thank you, Elder Nu. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. Like Yin Chang Zai, those fellows who are also the true disciples of the Cloud Rising sect used curious eyes to observe Ning Chi. In their eyes, Ning Chi was merely an ordinary Peak Do Huang who had yet to even step through the 9 life and death stages. Just what qualification did he have to become a true disciple under Elder Meng? Many suspicious and scrutinizing gazes swept across Ning Chi. Ning Chi looked at them one by one and smiled indifferently. Suddenly he was attracted by a gaze. It was a woman who looked to be in her 30s. Her temperament was similar to that of the saint concubine. She was a top-grade mature woman. There was a trace of kindness in her eyes, and when her eyes met Ning Chi's, she nodded. Ning Chi remembered that Meng Qingling had said that his 3rd senior sister would come. It should be her. Elder Meng is prepared to accept you as his successor? At this moment, a young man who looked around 30 years old slowly walked in front of Ning Chi. His stature was very tall, a head taller than Ning Chi. He looked down at Ning Chi with a hint of disdain in his eyes. His body emitted an aura that was much stronger than Nu Tao's, locking onto Ning Chi. It seemed like he wanted to give Ning Chi a show of strength. Ning Chi wasn't scared by him. He looked at him and said, "Yes, Master wants to accept me as his successor. Does Senior Martial Brother have any objections?" "Ha! What opinion can I have?" The young man smiled faintly. After a pause, he sneered. "You don't look young anymore, but you haven't even stepped through the 9 gates of life and death. With this kind of talent, I really don't understand why Elder Meng would choose you as a successor. Could it be because you are related to Su Zhen?" Su Zhen? Purple Sun, Sword Emperor? This person was probably Yin Changzai's senior martial brother, a successor disciple of Elder Bei Hong. "Yin Tianshan, you said that he is related to Su Zhen? What do you mean?" When the other successor disciples heard this, their faces revealed a hint of surprise. Nu Tao and the other green-robed elders heard this and looked at Ning Chi with a hint of schadenfreude, planning to watch the show from the side. Yin Tianshan looked at Ning Chi indifferently and said to the crowd, "This kid went to the Red Bud Dragon Clan's Draconic Penitentiary and met Su Zhen. But he escaped the Draconic Penitentiary with his master, Shintu Yuanba, under his watch. Do you think this is possible? What? He saw Su Zhen and even escaped from his clutches? With Su Zhen's personality, it's really not possible. Looks like this kid really is related to Su Zhen. Could he be a spy?" The crowd looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. At this time, the woman who had a similar temperament to the saint concubine walked out and looked at the crowd coldly. "In a while, he will become my 6th junior martial brother. You guys are suspecting him of being a spy right in front of me. Do you have a problem with me? Or do you have a problem with my master?" We're just suspecting. Yin Tianxuan's concern is correct. If he really came in contact with Su Zhen, we should interrogate him to find out if he is a spy planted by Su Zhen. Who has a problem with me? At this time, a voice came from afar, and 4 figures appeared in front of the crowd. Elder Meng, Elder Bei Hong, Elder Wang, Elder Ding. They were the 4 great lantern elders of the Rising Cloud sect. They were the Dry Bones Forbidden Grounds lantern, Meng Qingling. Bei Hong Forbidden Grounds lantern, Bei Hong Qiu. Yellow Sand Forbidden Grounds lantern, Wang Su. 9 Demons Forbidden Grounds lantern, Ding Zhongshan. Among them, Ding Zhongshan was from the side branch of the Ding clan, one of the 9 great clans. Nu Tao and the other green-robed elders bowed respectfully to the 4 of them. The rest of the true disciples also walked up to their masters and bowed. Yin Changzai and Yin Tianxuan's masters were both Bei Hongqiu. Meng Qingling was currently staring at Yin Tianshan with an extremely cold gaze. Yin Tianshan was a little scared. Being stared at by a doe Sheng made him feel uncertain. Bei Hongqiu smiled and took a step forward, blocking Meng Qingling's sight. Elder Meng, we should not interfere in the disputes between the younger generation. I will say it again. Ningqi is not Suzhan's spy. He has nothing to do with Suzhan. If you use this reason to cause trouble for him, don't blame me for not giving face to anyone. Meng Qingling said coldly. Among the 4 great elders, only Meng Qingling was a female. The other 3 elders would always give in to Meng Qingling. Hearing this, they all nodded their heads. At the same time, they thought to themselves, ever since Meng Qingling used the lower mystic beauty pill to restore her looks, her temper seems to be getting worse. Master, Yin Tianshan was a little unhappy when he saw his own master acting like this. Stop talking. Today is the day that Elder Meng is accepting a direct disciple. Stop messing around. Moreover, this kid's talent is way above all of you. Bei Hongqiu scolded. Way above all of us. How is that possible? Yin Tianshan and Yin Changzai did not believe it. Chapter 604. Enter the core, Disciple Chapter 604-inch Master. The woman who spoke for Ningqi walked in front of Meng Qingling and bowed, respectfully. Meng Qingling nodded and looked at Ningqi. Come here. Ningqi walked in front of Meng Qingling. Today, all of the lampholder elders and green-robed elders are here. They can serve as witnesses. Now kneel down and kowtow 9 times, and you will be my direct disciple. Meng Qingling said lightly. So simple? Ningqi thought that the ceremony would be very complicated, so he knelt down and kowtowed 9 times. When he finished the 9th kowtow, Meng Qingling suddenly waved her hand, and a faint golden light entered Ningqi's body. Ningqi felt it travel through his meridians for a while before mixing with his blood and flowing into his heart. Master, this is... Ningqi was confused. This is called the heart lock. It's the same as the life plate. But as long as you are in danger, activate the heart lock. As long as you are within 1,000,000 miles, I will be able to sense it and save you once. If you die, I will also know, and it will transmit the other's appearance to me. Meng Qingling said, Oh, I see. Ningqi was happy. This meant that he could summon Meng Qingling once. After that, Bei Hongqiu, Wang Su, and Ding Changshan each gave Ningqi 3 gifts, then left with their disciples. Those cyan-robed elders weren't stingy either. They gave Ningqi a universe ring one after another. They showed flattering smiles and chatted with Ningqi passionately. Only Nu Tao had an unwilling expression. Although it was just a flash, it still fell into Ningqi's eyes. The more Nu Tao acted like this, the more Ningqi wanted to chat with him. If it wasn't for Meng Qingling telling them to leave, Ningqi would have chatted with Nu Tao for an entire afternoon. This is your 3rd apprentice sister, Jiang Qing. After everyone had left, Meng Qingling began to introduce the woman beside her. Jiang Qing smiled at Ningqi. Hello, little apprentice brother. 3rd apprentice sister. Ningqi nodded with a smile, and then his eyes moved slightly. He took out a low-grade mystic class pill and handed it over with a smile. 3rd apprentice sister, this is the first time we meet. This is a small gift. Jiang Qing was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he had a guess in his heart, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. What kind of pill is this? Low mystic level face suppressing pill. Ningqi said, Sure enough, it was it. Jiang Qing was ecstatic as she received the elixir. She didn't even have time to thank Ningqi before she swallowed the elixir, afraid that it would be snatched away. Originally, when she stood next to Meng Qingling, outsiders would think that she was much older than Meng Qingling. However, after taking the lower-grade, black-ranked beauty pill, Jiang Qing's age gradually changed from that of a mature woman. In the end, she looked only 3 or 4 years older than Ning Qi. Compared to Meng Qingling, she was much younger. Meng Qingling looked at Ning Qi with a smile that wasn't a smile. Didn't you say that this beauty-calming pill was something that you spent a lot of effort to find and that there was only one? The pill that Feng Xingnen took was also made by you? Huh, Ning Qi gave a hollow laugh. In the end, I still spent 50,000 middle spiritual crystals to buy it from you. I originally wanted to give you a few things today, but it seems that I don't have to. Meng Qingling smiled. Master, how would disciple dare to let others know that I refined a lower-grade, black-ranked beauty-calming pill? Wouldn't they be eaten alive? Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Little junior brother, this elixir was refined by you. Jiang Qing was shocked. Ning Qi actually knew how to refine an elixir that had been lost for tens of thousands of years. You're right. Meng Qingling nodded as a smile flashed across her eyes. She then said to Ning Qi, Are you going to enter the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground next year to look for the dragon blood fruit? Yes, master. Ning Qi nodded. All right, this time, the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground will not be open to the public. Only you will be allowed to enter, lest you become a big target and be discovered by the natives there. Meng Qingling said. Jiang Qing's face was filled with shock again. Back when her cultivation was similar to Ning Qi's, she did not receive such treatment. Thank you, master. Ning Qi was happy. Meng Qingling would not allow others to enter. As long as he was careful, it should not be difficult for him to stay in the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground for a month without being discovered. Go. Meng Qingling waved her hand and turned to leave. Ning Qi followed Jiang Qing back to the outer sect. Along the way, Jiang Qing chatted with Ning Qi about many things. Most of it was about Ning Qi's other 2 seniors. Only then did Ning Qi know that Jiang Qing was even older than Grandfather Ning. Back then, when she was accepted as a disciple by Meng Qingling, the eldest senior sister and second senior sister in front of her were already working hard in search of opportunities in order to break through to the Do Sheng class. Boss, Ning Qi bumped into Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei as soon as he returned to the outer sect. You're back? Ning Qi smiled. Yes. Huh, boss, who is this junior sister? Duan Yingjun looked at Jiang Qing curiously. Junior sister? Ning Qi's face revealed a spurious smile. Jiang Qing was not angry. Instead, she was happy. It had been many years since someone called her junior sister. This meant that the beauty-calming pill was indeed effective. Duan Feifei secretly glared at Duan Yingjun. She had never seen Jiang Qing in the outer sect, which meant that she was at least an inner sect disciple. Duan Yingjun had no right to call her junior sister. She is my senior sister. Ning Qi smiled. Senior sister? Does Elder Shinta have any other disciples? Duan Yingjun did not react for a moment. Duan Feifei revealed a shocked expression and said to Jiang Qing with some envy, Senior sister, you are so young. Senior sister Jiang Qing, let me introduce you. This is Duan Yingjun and this is Duan Feifei. Ning Qi smiled. Junior brother Yingjun, junior sister Feifei, nice to meet you. My name is Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing smiled. Wait, could you be? Duan Yingjun reacted slowly and revealed a shocked expression. Shinta Yuanba only had one disciple, Ning Qi. Since Ning Qi called her senior sister, it was very likely that she was Meng Qingling's disciple. That was a true disciple. All right, don't stand here. Come sit in my courtyard. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone returned to the courtyard. When Duan Yingjun confirmed that Jiang Qing was a true disciple, he kept trying to please her. Jiang Qing also looked at Duan Yingjun in a different light because he called her junior sister. It was unknown where Zhong Yin got the news of Ning Qi's return, but he also rushed over. When he found out that Ning Qi had become a true disciple and Jiang Qing was Meng Qingling's true disciple, he rejoiced in his heart for his previous decision. In an instant, he got to know two true disciples. In the future, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the Cloud Rising sect. The next day, Chapter 605, Zhantai Ling in Qin Tang Empire, Capital Arena. Today, the fighting arena was very lively. The seats that could seat tens of thousands of people were almost full, and all of them were here to watch a battle. On one side were the two disciples of the Dragon Slayer Marquis, Little Yu, and Zweling, On the other side was the prodigy disciple from the Azure Mist sect, Zhantai Lingyin. Speaking of this Zhantai Lingyin, she is a genius that has appeared in the Zhantai family within the past 2 years. Her talent is even stronger than Zhantai Qingxian's. It is unknown when she was sent to the Green Mist sect and was accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader of the Green Mist sect, Mu Xingqian. She has already broken through to a 4-star Douling before the age of 14. Then, why did she get into an argument with the two little princesses of the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence? I heard that when Zhantai Lingyin went to buy cosmetics, a woman accidentally stepped on her foot. She slapped that woman, but she didn't expect that woman to be the mother of one of the dragon-slaying Marquis' little princesses. This matter caused a huge commotion. In the end, the Emperor personally came out to resolve it. There was also an elder from the Green Mist sect who suggested for them to have a match. Regardless of the outcome, this matter would be dropped. I see. However, the two little princesses of the dragon-slaying Marquis mansion aren't very old, right? The older one doesn't even seem to be 10 years old. How could he be Zhantai Lingyin's match? That's not necessarily true. I've heard rumors that the aptitudes of those two little princesses are also very terrifying. It's just that they've never revealed it in front of others. Is that so? Then this match will be exciting. In the spectator seats, everyone was whispering to each other and exchanging information. At this moment, in the arena, other than these ordinary people, the nobles of the various great families had basically all arrived. For example, the Xinwu Public House, the Nangong family, the Crown Prince's Imperial Tutor, the Heavenly Strategies General's house, the Dragon Slayer Marquis' house, the Champion Marquis' house, and so on. Even the imperial family's stands were filled with various princes and princesses. In the Zhantai clan's spectator stand, Zhantai Qingxian stood behind an old man. After that old man swept a glance at everyone. His gaze stopped at the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence for a moment. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He had heard of the rumors regarding Ningqi, but he had never seen him personally. Beside Zhantai Qingxian, there was a young girl who looked extremely similar to her. She was young, but her expression was extremely arrogant. Lingyin, are you confident in this battle? The old man suddenly said indifferently. Elder Gua, Lingyin is confident. Zhantai Lingyin nodded as a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. After that, her body moved, and she leaped up, directly flying to the center of the arena. Such a posture caused everyone to cheer in their hearts. Zhantai Lingyin looked at the dragon-slaying Marquis residence's spectator stand with a hint of provocation in her eyes. Madame Zhuo looked at Little Yu, and Zweling worriedly. Why don't we just let it go? We can't just let it go like this. Zhang Long and Zhao who said faintly. That's right, Aunt Zhuo. You can't be slapped for nothing. We must seek justice for you. Little Yu looked at Zhantai Lingyin coldly and said to Madame Zhuo. Madame Zhuo's right cheek was still slightly swollen, which showed how heavy Zhantai Lingyin's attack was. Don't worry, Madame Zhuo. These two kids won't lose. Third Master Ning also spoke. That's right, Mother, I'm strong now. Zweling said proudly. As long as they take out the fiery phoenix Bao and the azure Luan Bao, even Zhonglong and Zhao will have to be wary of them. Why would they be afraid of Zhantai Lingyin? Deguzi said. When Madame Zhuo heard this, she felt a little relieved. In her opinion, it was just a slap, and it wasn't a big deal. If the two little ones were to be put in danger because of it, it wouldn't be worth it. However, since Third Master Ning and the others had spoken out to persuade them, it was obvious that they wouldn't put Little Yu and Zweling are in danger when they were facing Zhantai Lingyin. Ling, wait for me here. I'll go alone. Little Yu, patted Zhuo Ling, Er's shoulder and leaped in front of Zhantai Lingyin. Hiss! The audience inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw little Yu Er's agility. A distance of 1,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. How could a little girl who wasn't even 10 years old possess such agility? Only then did they believe that the rumors were true. The 2 princesses of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion were very talented. Some of the older Dowangs could tell that little Yu was already a 1-star Doling. They were even more shocked than the rest. How did the Dragon Slayer Marquis find such a genius? She's not even 10 years old, and she's already a Doling. I'm afraid that she'll be even more accomplished than the 7th princess in the future. She's indeed the Dragon Slayer Marquis. It was the first time that the princes and princesses saw little Yu. They looked at each other in shame. As members of the royal family, their cultivation couldn't compare to a child who wasn't even 10 years old. On the Zhantai clan's viewing gallery, the eyes of Elder Gua from the Green Mist sect immediately hardened when he saw little Yuer's agility. He was a 4-star Do Huang and was able to see through little Yuer's cultivation at a glance. 1-star Do Ling. How can she be so powerful? Elder Gua was shocked. On the viewing platform of the Champion Marquis Mansion, the disciples of the Ning family were all looking at little Yu with envy. In their eyes, she was the closest to Ning Qi. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Because of her close relationship with Ning Qi, she was able to obtain an enormous amount of cultivation resources, allowing her to have such achievements at such a young age. Sigh, I can't understand this world anymore. We're actually defeated by a little girl. Kong Tianqi waved his fan and sighed. Huangpu Tao glanced at him and didn't say anything. He focused all his attention on the 2 girls in the arena. Only you? Zhantai Lingyin looked at little Yu mockingly. Let the daughter of that slut come at me together. You're no match for me alone. Who are you calling a slut? You're the slut. Your whole family is a slut. Little Yu was enraged. Zhantai Lingyin had never been insulted like this before. Anger rose in her heart, and a murderous intent flashed in her eyes. How dare you scold me? I'll kill you today. After saying that, she moved her body and charged at little Yu. At this moment, little Yu took out her green phoenix bow and shot it at Zhantai Lingyin. An arrow made of pale pink do qi struck Zhantai Lingyin with lightning speed. Zhantai Lingyin screamed and flew backward before landing heavily on the ground. Middle Earth rank do weapon. Chapter 606. I don't care. Be careful. Third Master Ning let out a furious roar. He flew over in an attempt to stop Elder Gua. However, Elder Gua was a 4-star Do Huang. His speed was too fast, and Third Master Ning could not make it in time. Madame Zhu did not expect that the elders of the other party would suddenly attack. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Zhang Long and Zhao, who were furious. They leaped up and wanted to intercept Elder Gua with Third Master Ning. Interesting. Huangpu Tao and the others revealed gloating looks in their eyes. Ants. Disdain flashed in Elder Gua's eyes. Pu Piu Piu. Third Master Ning and the others were sent flying by him. Then, Elder Gua landed in front of little Yu, and grabbed the Azure Phoenix bow in her hand. To be so vicious at such a young age, you are not fit to own this Do weapon. Elder Gua said lightly. Little Yu's eyes revealed a trace of stubbornness. She wanted to retreat, but found that her body was no longer under her control. It was obvious that she had been suppressed by Elder Gua's aura. Just as Elder Gua's palm was about to touch the Azure Phoenix bow, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly leapt backwards, and in front of him, a ravine that was over 10 feet long appeared. Who is it? Elder Gua's eyes revealed a trace of shock and anger. He looked up and saw a figure standing in the air. Because of the sunlight, Elder Gua could not see clearly. It's Ning Qi. Grandmaster Ning. Young master. The people of the dragon-slaying Marquis Palace were overjoyed. Third Master Ning heaved a sigh of relief. Since Ning Qi had arrived, the rest of the matters would be handled by him. Ning Qi, you are the Dragon Slayer Marquis? Elder Gua frowned slightly. The opponent's strength seemed to be quite high. Could it be that the rumors were true? Ning Qi walked down from the void and arrived beside little Yu Er. He smiled and said, "Are you all right?" "Young master, I'm fine." Little Yu Er was pleasantly surprised. At this time, Zhuo Er also jumped up and flew directly into Ning Qi's arms. "Young master, I missed you so much." "Haha, it's only been a few months. How did you grow taller again?" Ning Qi laughed. While he was chatting with the two young ones, Elder Gua felt like he was being ignored. He coughed and said to Ning Qi, "Dragon Slayer Marquis, I'm from the Green Mist sect." "Shut up. You have no right to speak here." Ning Qi suddenly reprimanded. Elder Gua immediately swallowed his next words. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. Zhantai Qingxian looked at Ning Qi in a daze. How long had it been since she last saw this guy? She could not see through him at all. Thinking back to when Ning Qi had just emerged, her cultivation was much higher than Ning Qi's. This is fun. The eyes of Huangpu Tao, Kong Tianqi, and the other disciples of the noble families were filled with anticipation. Although the Dragon Slayer Marquis, shut up. I've already said that you have no right to speak here. Since you insist on speaking, I'll beat you up until you can't speak. Ning Qi shouted and moved. He appeared directly in front of Elder Gua and hit him in the mouth with his palm. Elder Gua was instantly stunned. The other party's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't catch it. Then, Ning Qi slapped Elder Gua's mouth again and again. Ning Qi didn't stop until he had slapped him more than a dozen times. Elder Gua's face had been beaten beyond recognition. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood all over the ground. Elder Gua. At this time, Zhantai Lingyin happened to stand up. Seeing this scene, her eyes were filled with horror. How could the invincible Elder Gua in her heart be beaten up so badly? Who was that guy? As an elder, why are you interfering in the competition between the juniors? Ning Qi looked at Elder Gua and said faintly, "Ugh." Elder Gua's eyes were filled with resentment. However, because his teeth were broken and his mouth was numb, he could not speak at all. "You still want to snatch the fighting weapon of the juniors? Is this how the Qinglan sect does things?" Ning Qi continued to reprimand. After taking a breath, Elder Gua finally spoke reluctantly. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, you, a junior, wanted to kill the personal disciple of the Qinglan sect master. What's wrong with me doing so? At such a young age, you already have such a strong killing intent. What will happen in the future?" "Killing intent? Ha ha ha. I have killed countless people. The number of dragons that died in my hands can be piled up into a small hill. My disciple killed a Douling, and you call it a strong killing intent?" Ning Qi laughed wildly. His voice, under the agitation of his dou qi, instantly spread to every corner of the arena. Hearing this, everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. The number of dragons that he had killed could be piled up into a small hill. How many dragons had he killed? In their eyes, the Dragon Slayer Marquis would never lie about this kind of thing. Moreover, Ning Qi had once made a great wish to slaughter all the dragons in the world. Otherwise, why would the Emperor give him the title of Dragon Slayer Marquis? "Little Yu Er, remember, if anyone dares to disrespect you in the future, just kill him directly. Even if the Emperor is here, don't be polite to him." Ning Qi said to little Yu Er, "Young master, I understand." Little Yu Er said loudly, "Dragon Slayer Marquis, there is some misunderstanding in this matter. Elder Gua only did this because he was anxious. Why not?" Huangfu Zhengxiao, who had been watching the show, suddenly persuaded. However, when Ning Qi looked at him, He instantly felt the monstrous killing intent. He didn't dare to continue his words. He even felt that if he continued to speak, Ning Qi would take the opportunity to kill him. I just returned to the capital city and heard that Zuoyan was slapped. It was you, right? Ning Qi looked at Zhantai Lingyin. There was a trace of fear in Zhantai Lingyin's eyes. However, she had been extremely proud since she was young. Therefore, after the fear subsided, she still raised her head and said, "It was that bitch who stepped on my foot first." Bitch? Ning Qi revealed a sneer and moved. Zhantai Lingyin felt a huge force on her face as she was sent flying. Coincidentally, she landed on the Zhantai clan's spectator stand that was 100 feet away. When Zhantai Qingxian saw this, she quickly flew forward to catch her. However, before the huge force dissipated, she carried Zhantai Lingyin and fell heavily on the spectator stand. When the people of the Zhantai clan saw this scene, they all stood up and looked angrily at Ning Qi. Zhantai Lingyin's face was swollen like a pig's head and she fainted. "You, how dare you hit the personal disciple of the Green Mist Sect's sect master?" Elder Guo looked at Ning Qi angrily. "This time, I only gave her a small punishment because of her young age. The next time, I will take her life. As for you, you have lived for so long, but you disregarded the rules of the competition and attacked my disciple. Your cultivation." Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. "Forget it. Forget it." This sentence was like a curse that spread throughout the entire place, especially Elder Guo. His eyes suddenly showed a look of horror. Before he had time to react, Ning Qi had already smashed his dantian with one slash. Hiss, hiss, hiss! Violent dou qi instantly leaked out from Elder Guo's body. His face instantly became dispirited. He looked at Ning Qi with hatred and shock. You destroyed my cultivation. If you have any objections, ask Mu Xingqian to look for me personally." Ning Qi smiled faintly and carried little Yu, and Zuoling. He called out to Third Master Ning and the rest and left together. Chapter 607. Yin Yang Fish, have you heard? The prodigy of the Zhantai clan, Zhantai Lingyin, was defeated by the little princess of the Dragon Slayer Marquis Palace, Little Yu, with a single move. Elder Guo of the Green Mist Sect even had his cultivation crippled by the Dragon Slayer Marquis. I've heard about it. I even saw it with my own eyes. TSK. That slash didn't harm his life. It only shattered his dantian. It shows how terrifying the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion's saber skills are. I wonder if the sect master of the Green Mist Sect, Mu Xingqian, will come personally to punish us. Punish us? Our Qin Tang Empire is different from before. If he dares to punish us, I'm afraid the Dragon Slayer Marquis won't let him go back. That's true. The news spread at a terrifying speed like a plague. Zhantai family. Zhantai Lingyin had just woken up and found her face swollen like a pig's head. She fainted again out of anger. As Elder Guo's cultivation was crippled, he was trying to repair his dantian under the care of Zhantai Qingxian. Unfortunately, Ning Qi's slash was so thorough that his dantian was shattered. It would be impossible for him to recover in this lifetime. Damn it! Dragon Slayer Marquis. Guo Timing will never forgive you. Elder Guo roared angrily. Elder, calm down. Don't let your anger affect your health. Zhantai Qingxian said in a low voice. I want to go back to the sect. Send me back to the sect. I must report this to the sect master and ask him to avenge me. Guo Timing looked at Zhantai Qingxian and said coldly, All right. Zhantai Qingxian nodded and then instructed the family to take good care of Zhantai Lingyin. Before they came back, she must not let her out, lest Ning Qi met her again. Then, she left the capital city with Guo Timing and rushed to the Green Mist Sect, Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. This time, Ning Qi called Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Deguzi, Third Master Ning, and Xan Che to the guest hall. Zhao, who couldn't help but laugh, Master Ning, You were too domineering in the arena just now. That nuisance elder of the Green Mist sect had his cultivation crippled by you. I'm afraid he's already regretting it. Yes, young master. If you hadn't come in time, my green phoenix, Bao, would have been taken away by that old man. Little Yue said, Looks like your cultivation is still too low. If a Do Huang were to attack, you would not be able to stop him. Ning Qi sighed and glanced at Third Master Ning, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. The three of them immediately felt a little ashamed. Zhao Hu secretly regretted it. If he had brought his mount, the hill dragon, with him, this would not have happened. However, with these, you will have the strength to fight against a Do Huang in the future. Ning Qi laughed. As he spoke, he took out the low-grade heaven-ranked Do weapons that he had plundered from Long Xuanyo and the others. Everyone got one. Among them were blades and swords. Zhao Hu even got an axe. This is... Third Master Ning looked at the meter-long sword in his hand with a hint of shock in his eyes. He could sense an unusually heavy aura from it. This aura caused the Do Qi in his body to involuntarily boil. Young master, what rank is this Do weapon? Xinlian Sini asked curiously. Low heavenly tier Do weapon. Ning Qi smiled faintly. A low heavenly ranked Do weapon. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in shock. Only little Yu, and Zhuoling had no idea. Because they were too young, there was no suitable Do weapon for them. Young master, is this really a low-grade heaven-tier Do weapon? Third Master Ning stammered. Of course. You should quickly refine them now. In the future, you will have the strength to fight against a Do Huang below 4-star. Ning Qi smiled. After repeated confirmations, everyone believed that the Do weapons in their hands were the legendary heaven-tier Do weapons. Although it was only a low-grade Do weapon, it was still amazing. In the vast Qintang Empire, there was only one Earth-tier Do weapon that had been passed down for hundreds of years. It was the Big Dipper in Qin Zheng's hands. At that time, Old Master Ning relied on this Do weapon to restore the scene of Ning Qi killing Ning, Hongdu's son, Ning Long. However, even with Grandfather Ning's status, he could only borrow it for a while and had to return it to Qin Zheng immediately. Now, each of them had been given a low heaven-tier Do weapon. This was really unbelievable. It was as if they were living in a dream. The time it took to refine the low-grade heaven-tier Do weapon was far beyond Ning Qi's expectation. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to complete. Therefore, he brought little Yu, and Zhuoling, to the backyard of the Marquis's mansion. Come, have a try with this set of skills. Ning Qi taught the 9 Suns spell to the 2 girls. Because the 2 girls had practiced the 9 Suns spell, they understood it very quickly. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they had already entered meditation. Ning Qi found that the Yang Qi in their bodies was increasing at a terrifying speed. After 2 hours, the Yang Qi was almost the same as the Yin Qi. Light pink Do Qi surrounded the 2 girls and turned into cherry blossoms. These cherry blossoms finally condensed into a very familiar symbol above their heads. Yin Yang fish. Ning Qi's face showed a trace of shock. He saw a Tai Chi diagram above the 2 girls' heads. Could it be that this Yin Yang temple has something to do with Earth? Ning Qi had been here for so long, but this was the first time he saw something related to Earth. After the shock, the Tai Chi diagram disappeared again. Then little Yu, and Zhuoling opened their eyes and sighed at Ning Qi. Young master, we feel so comfortable. Ning Qi hid the shock in his heart and smiled as he removed the Supreme Yang, Chalcedony, from their bodies. Then he observed the aura of the 2 women. As expected, the Yin and Yang Qi in their bodies were already extremely harmonious, and they would no longer lack Yang. You have to practice these 2 cultivation methods at the same time. You can't neglect any of them. Do you understand? Ning Qi smiled and instructed. Yes, young master. Little Yu, and Zhuoling nodded obediently. All right, don't be lazy. Continue practicing. Ning Qi smiled. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Ning Qi suddenly felt a thick aura coming from the guest hall. Obviously, Third Master Ning and the others had successfully refined the low-grade heaven tier cultivation method. Ever since they started practicing the Nine-Yang Sublime Maiden technique, the two girls' cultivation speed had skyrocketed. In 10 days, they had advanced from a 1-star Douling to a 2-star Douling. At this rate, they would be able to break through to the Douwang realm in less than a year. Looks like the two of you will have the highest achievements in the dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion in the future. Ning Qi looked at the two of them with a gratified expression. Young Master, we have successfully refined it. Third Master Ning and the others came to the backyard and joyfully told Ning Qi. Yes, I already know. However, this heaven tier cultivation method cannot be easily shown to others to prevent others from coveting it. Only use it at a critical moment. Ning Qi instructed. Yes, everyone nodded. Chapter 608. Chapter 608. Poison in the residence of the champion Marquis. That bastard Ning Qi will definitely come. This time, Qi Xing went to the Heaven Scale City Square and bought a poison called the 9-serpent grass that will kill even a dozong. As long as I find an opportunity to put it in his tea and let him drink it, I will be able to get rid of this huge problem. Nan Gong Yu, said to Ning Hongtian. A hint of hesitation appeared on Ning Hongtian's face. Nan Gong Yu sneered. Master, do you not have the heart to do it? Have you forgotten that this bastard is not enough? Ning Hongtian shouted, stopping Nan Gong Yu from continuing. His eyes were filled with resentment. He nodded and said, Then find a chance, but don't leave any evidence. Okay. Nan Gong Yu's face lit up. In the armor removal garden, Ning Qi and Great Master Ning sat in the stone pavilion. When you went out this time, did you see your uncle? Old Master Ning smiled faintly. First uncle is in the 5 Poisons Divine Sect. I didn't go there. I'll go and have a look next time. Ning Qi smiled. Okay. Old Master Ning stroked his beard and laughed. By the way, Great Master, I brought something for you this time. Where's 7th uncle? Ask him to come with me. Ning Qi smiled. Something? Great Master Ning's eyes were filled with joy. With Ning Qi's current vision, the people he came into contact with were definitely not ordinary people. Go, ask the master to come. Old Master Ning ordered a servant not far away. The servant nodded and turned to leave. Not long after, Ning Hongdu hurried over. He first saluted Old Master Ning, then looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, I heard that Elderg's cultivation was destroyed by you. Will he be okay? Don't worry, 7th uncle. Even if the sect leader of the Green Mist sect came in person, he wouldn't dare to fart. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Ning Hongdu's heart was filled with confidence. He looked at Ning Qi with relief. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. Thinking of how he treated Ning Qi in the past, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Okay, your 7th uncle is here. Take out whatever you have. Great Master Ning smiled. You have something to take? Ning Hongdu's eyes were filled with anticipation. Great-grandfather Ning's servants also stood outside the stone pavilion, secretly guessing what good things Ning Qi would bring out this time. Medicinal pills? Battle equipment? Ning Qi smiled and took out 2 broadswords. These 2 blades were both low heaven rank Do weapons. The moment they appeared, an extremely powerful blade intent swept towards everyone, other than the old grandfather. Everyone else took 2 to 3 steps back. What a weapon is this? Ning Hongdu's face was filled with shock. Grandfather Ning's heart thumped. After which, he joyfully picked up one of the blades and carefully examined it. A long while later, he exclaimed, Tian Class Do weapon! Because he had used a top-grade Earth-rank Do weapon before, He could immediately feel that this blade was much stronger than Qin Zheng's revolving star passage technique. It could only be a heaven-ranked Dou weapon. As for what grade it was, he couldn't tell. Hearing the Grand Elder's exclamation, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Then, they stared at the two long swords in disbelief. Grand Elder, could you have seen wrongly? Heaven-ranked Dou weapons are legendary existences. How could there be two of them appearing at once? Ning Hongdu said in shock. No, I can't be wrong. Ning Qi, speak. Great-grandfather Ning smiled and looked at Ning Qi. Ning Hongdu and the others looked at Ning Qi with a trace of anticipation in their eyes. Ning Qi nodded and smiled. It is indeed a low heaven-ranked Dou weapon. Ha ha ha! Great-grandfather Ning laughed, wildly. With it, even if a peak Dou Huang comes, I have the confidence to fight. It really is a low heaven-ranked Dou weapon. Ning Hongdu's hands trembled as he held the long sword. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Where's the tea? Quickly serve the tea. Great-grandfather Ning realized that the tea had been finished and shouted. After which, a servant walked into the stone pavilion and filled the cup in front of Ning Qi with tea and water. Ning Qi casually picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. The servant looked at Ning Qi nervously. Ning Qi's expression changed slightly, and a black aura appeared on his face. What's going on? Great-grandfather Ning and Ning Hongdu also realized that there was something wrong with the black aura. At this moment, Ning Qi's HP had dropped by 300,000 points. Warning, the host is being attacked by the poison of the 9-snake grass, losing 300,000 HP. If I was just an ordinary peak Dou Huang, I'm afraid that I would have died from this poison. Unfortunately, I have more than 1 million HP. This poison that can kill a Dou Zong is useless against me. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of a sneer. With one palm, the servant was seriously injured. When the others saw this, they looked at this scene in surprise, not knowing what had happened. He didn't die? The servant's eyes revealed a trace of panic as he looked at Ning Qi in fear. Ning Qi, what's going on? Great-grandfather Ning said seriously. There's poison in the tea. Ning Qi said. There's poison in the tea? Great-grandfather Ning's face revealed a trace of shock, after which his group of old servants suddenly rushed forward and restrained the servant who was pouring the tea. Before they could do anything else, the servant's eyes suddenly widened, after which a trace of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his whole person was already silent. Suicide by poison. These are death warriors. Investigate. Find out for me who arranged death warriors in the champion Marquis mansion. Great-grandfather Ning roared angrily, after which he immediately walked in front of Ning Qi and found that the black fog on Ning Qi's face had gradually dissipated. If Ning Qi was poisoned to death, it would be a great loss for both the champion Marquis mansion and the Qin Tang Empire. In this champion Marquis mansion, there are not many who want to kill me. Ning Qi said lightly. You mean Hong Tian? Impossible. Even a vicious tiger will not eat its cubs. Great-grandfather Ning said with some disbelief. Ning Hongdu's face revealed a trace of hesitation, and his lips moved slightly. Great-grandfather Ning's face revealed a trace of shock as he looked at Ning Hongdu blankly. Is what you said true? What did seventh uncle say? Ning Qi frowned and said. Ning Hongdu glanced at Ning Qi, then looked at great-grandfather Ning and sighed. I'm just guessing. Seventh uncle, what kind of riddle are you talking about? Ning Qi said. It's nothing. He didn't say anything. Ning Qi, I will give you an explanation on this matter. I will find out who ordered him to poison and the mastermind behind this. Great-grandfather Ning said. Chapter 609. Background. Old Ning immediately sent someone to Ning Hongtian's yard and brought him and Nangong Yu here. Both of them looked angry when they saw Ning Qi. Ning Hongtian said to Old Ning, Old Ning, why did you call me here? Do you know this person? Old Master Ning kicked the man of sacrifice who had committed suicide by taking poison to Ning Hongtian. Ning Hongtian frowned slightly. Isn't this your servant? Old Ning, we haven't stepped out of the yard all this time. Are we going to get into trouble? Nan Gongyu said unhappily. You really don't know him? Great-grandfather Ning frowned slightly. No. Both of them shook their heads. Ning Chi looked at them with a faint smile and said, I have a potion that will tell the truth after drinking it. Do you dare to drink it? Tell the truth after drinking it? Ning Hongtian and Nan Gongyu were slightly stunned. Then, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Nan Gongyu flew into a rage and screamed at Ning Chi. You bastard, what evil tricks are you going to use to harm us again? You've already done this to us. Isn't it enough? Shut up. Old Ning was angry. He shouted, and the aura of a 4-star Do Huang surged towards Nan Gongyu, like a wave, and sealed her mouth. Old Ning, no matter what happens, it has nothing to do with us. Ning Hongtian said calmly. Really? Ning Chi smiled faintly. The next moment he suddenly moved. He restrained Ning Hongtian in an instant and poured a few drops of truth potion into his mouth. You. Ning Hongtian's face was full of anger. Have you forgotten that I'm much more powerful than you? It's not up to you to decide whether you want to drink it or not. It's up to me. Ning Chi smiled. You bastard. What kind of poison did you feed my husband? Old Ning, are you just going to stand there and watch? Take him down. Nan Gongyu screamed in horror. Ning Chi, what are you? There was a hint of hesitation in great-grandfather Ning's eyes. Ning Chi smiled and said, Don't worry. What I gave him to drink is harmless to his body. It will just make him tell the truth. Ning Hongtian's cultivation was too low. After 1 to 2 years, he had only broken through to a 3-star Doang. Therefore, the effect of the truth serum was quickly seen. His expression instantly became extremely sluggish. Old Master Ning was relieved when he heard this. He really did not want to see a father and son fight against each other in the Champion Marquis residence. What's your name? Ning Chi said lightly. Ning Hongtian. Ning Hongtian said with a dull face. Master. Nan Gongyu. Ari's face was filled with terror. She did not understand why Ning Hongtian had become like this. Did you call the people who tried to assassinate 7th uncle last time? Ning Chi smiled. When Ning Hong heard this, he revealed a nervous expression and looked straight at Ning Hongtian. Husband, what's wrong with you? Nan Gongyu was afraid that Ning Hongtian would spill the beans, so she shouted and pounced on Ning Hongtian. However, Ning Chi waved his hand and sent her flying. Yes, Ning Hongtian said with a dull face. When he heard this, Ning Hongdu's face turned extremely pale. He did not want to believe that Ning Hongtian would hire an assassin from the Bloody Slaughter sect to assassinate him. Big brother, how did you become like this? Ning Hongdu muttered to himself. Old Master Ning's face was extremely pale. It was as if the strength in his body had been sucked out in an instant. The rest of the servants secretly shook their heads. They had thought that although there were some disputes between the branches of the Champion Marquis mansion, it was much better than the other big families, and there were no incidents of killing each other. They did not expect that Ning Hongtian actually wanted to kill his own brother. When Nan Gongyu heard this, her face turned extremely pale. Her body could not help but tremble. Did you poison him this time? Ning Chi said with a faint smile. Yes. Ning Hongtian still replied with a dull face. You are so stupid. Old Master Ning looked at Ning Hongtian angrily. He was so angry that he could not speak. Even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Why do you want to kill me? Ning Hongtian's answer was within Ning Chi's expectation. Hence, he still said calmly. He was not very angry that Ning Hongtian had poisoned him. He knew that he would have to face this sooner or later. Because you are not my son. Ning Hongtian continued, I'm not your son. Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of surprise. He couldn't help but glance at Ning Hongdo and then at Ning Hongdo, seeing that their expressions were a little off. He immediately knew in his heart that they probably knew about this matter. He didn't know why, but when he heard the sentence, he felt relieved. Thinking of this, Ning Qi hesitated for a while and looked at Old Master Ning. Old Master, what is going on? I hope that you will not hide it from me. You are a bastard. You are not a member of the Ning mansion. Nangongyu! Finally could not hold it in anymore and shouted hysterically at Ning Qi. Ning Qi moved and slapped Nangongyu, twice, knocking her out. Alas, actually we are not very sure about this, Old Master Ning sighed. Seeing that things had come to this, there was no point in hiding it from Ning Qi. He waved at Ning Qi and returned to the stone pavilion. After Ning Qi sat down, Old Master Ning's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. He said, I remembered that 19 years ago there was a woman who was seriously injured and fainted at the gate of the champion Marquis's mansion. At that time, Ning San found her and brought her back to the Marquis's mansion to recuperate. She only woke up after 3 months. She is my mother? Ning Qi whispered. Old Master Ning nodded. Yes, she is your mother. After your mother woke up, I asked her where she was born, but she did not say a word. I felt sorry for her, so I let her stay in the mansion as a servant. I didn't expect that she would be seen by your father, Hong Tian. At that time, Hong Tian had just married Nangongyu, and wanted to take your mother as a concubine despite her objection. But on the wedding night, I seemed to hear him quarreling with your mother. Then, in less than 6 months, you were born. 6 months. Then I am indeed not his biological son. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He finally knew why Ning Hongtian did not care about him and allowed Nangongyu to humiliate him. However, in the capital, there are some women who give birth at 7 or 8 months. You were also very thin at that time, so I thought you were just born a little earlier than ordinary children. Great-grandfather Ning sighed once again. Ning Qi suddenly said, Was my mother killed by Nangongyu? She did want to kill your mother, but on that day a servant girl secretly drank the swallow's nest that she gave to your mother. The one who died was that servant girl, and from that day on, your mother disappeared. I sent people to look for her, but there was no trace of her. Family shame should not be spread in public, so I had that servant girl bury her in your mother's name, Old Master Ning said. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. So my mother is not dead. Indeed. Chapter 610. Clear thoughts. Ning Qi took a deep breath and said solemnly to Old Master Ning, Old Master, if you treat me as a nephew of the Ning family, I will still be a nephew of the Ning family. Old Master Ning was pleasantly surprised. He thought that Ning Qi would cut ties with the residents of Champion Marquis after knowing the truth. This time, Ning Qi really got 2 surprises in a row. First, he knew that Ning Hongtian was not his biological father. The knot in his heart was instantly removed. Secondly, he knew that his mother was still alive. Although he didn't know where she had disappeared to, this was indeed exciting news. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards Ning Hongtian. Ning Hongdu's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation as he glanced at Venerable Ning. Old Master, Ning Qi will not. Don't worry, he won't. Old Master Ning said telepathically, At least, he will not touch Hongtian in front of me. Old Master Ning thought to himself. Ning Qi extended his hand and slapped Ning Hongtian's forehead, using his battle qi to evaporate the truth serum in his body. Ning Hongtian's complexion gradually returned to normal. Although he was in a muddled state just now, he still remembered everything Ning Qi had said. What do you want? Ning Hongtian looked at Ning Qi coldly. Finally, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. It seems that you like my mother very much. Ning Qi smiled lightly. What did you say? How can I like that kind of woman? Ning Hongtian said angrily. Otherwise, Why would you hate her out of love? Ning Qi's lips curled into a mocking smile. Ning Hongtian felt as though he had an endless amount of words to say, but they were instantly stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Ning Qi continued to say with a faint smile, "Since I'm not your son and you're not my father, I won't show any mercy if you attack me again in the future." Ning Hongtian felt as if he could feel a monstrous killing intent spreading around him. He felt a chill in his heart and knew that Ning Qi was not threatening him. Ning Qi smiled and turned to bid farewell to old Master Ning and Ning Hongtian before leaving the residence of Dragon Slayer Marquis. After watching Ning Qi leave, old Master Ning Tian snorted coldly at Ning Hongtian. "You really disappoint me. Someone take this unfilial son and that bitch away." "Yes, master." Expressionlessly, Ning Hongtian and Nan Gongyu were taken away by the servants of old Master Ning. "Old master, you shouldn't have said this." Even Ning Hong sighed. "Now that things have come to this, Ning Qi will know whether I say it or not. You don't understand this brat. He is very vengeful. If I don't say it today, I'm afraid that he will hate me as well. At that time, our champion Marquis mansion will really have no backing." Old Master Ning smiled bitterly. Sigh, if only he was really a descendant of the Ning family, even Ning Hong sighed. Old Master Ning was slightly startled and smiled bitterly. It seems that his bloodline is not simple. Otherwise, how could he have such strength today? If it really was the bloodline of my Ning family, I'm afraid there wouldn't be the Dragon Slayer Marquis of today. Ning Hongdu was slightly stunned when he heard this, but he felt that it made a lot of sense in his heart. It was a matter of cause and effect. After leaving the champion Marquis mansion, Ning Qi felt relaxed. His mind was clear, and he was in a good mood. After returning to the Dragon Slayer Marquis mansion, even Third Master Ning felt that Ning Qi had undergone some indescribable changes. However, since Ning Qi did not say it, he naturally did not dare to ask. "Oh, the spiritual materials for the spirit-raising pill are all gone. The rank 6 Dragon Clan blood essence for the lower profound level spirit-raising pill is also used up. It seems that I have to make a trip to 100 Herb Hall." Just as he returned to the Dragon Slayer Marquis mansion, Ning Qi went out again and came to 100 Herb Hall. It seemed that it had been 1 or 2 years since he last came here. "Little brother, do you?" When Haidafu saw Ning Qi, he wanted to go up and solicit business. However, when he saw Ning Qi's face, he immediately stuttered. "Senior Hai, how long has it been since we last met, and you already don't recognize me?" Ning Qi smiled lightly. I don't deserve to be called a senior," Haidafu hurriedly replied. Although he had not seen Ning Qi for a long time, he would be incomparably shocked each time news of Ning Qi arrived during these 1 to 2 years. Not long ago, Ning Qi had even personally crippled the cultivation of a Do Huang class elder from the Green Mist sect. The current Ning Qi was no longer that rash young man that he had seen back then. Even Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, whom he had arranged for Ning Qi, had now become the famous leaders of the Dragon Knights. Their mounts were 2 rank 6 giant dragons. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, are you here today to look for the young master?" Haidafu asked carefully. The people nearby were slightly startled when they saw the scene. As the shopkeeper of 100 Herb Hall, why would Haidafu be so courteous to a kid? However, when they saw Ning Qi's appearance, they were all stunned and stood rooted to the ground. "Dragon Slayer Marquis. I can't believe I'm so close to the Dragon Slayer Marquis. As the rumors say, his cultivation is unfathomable at such a young age. It is rumored that he has an unusual relationship with the young master of 100 Herb Hall, Lady Lulu. This time, it is all thanks to the Dragon Slayer Marquis that 100 Herb Hall was able to break away from the 100 Herb sect and form its own faction." Everyone looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Because the rumors about Ning Qi were too frightening, they did not dare to step forward and greet him. "Yes, is Lady Lulu here?" Ning Qi smiled. Yes, I will bring you to see her." Hai Dafu smiled and nodded. After which, he brought Ning Chi to the small building that Lulu lived in. "Oh, it's you!" Aunt May suddenly appeared in front of Ning Chi. The gaze that she used to look at Ning Chi carried a trace of surprise. "Aunt May." Ning Chi knew that the other party was Lu's personal guard. Therefore, he smiled and nodded. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, are you here to look for Lulu?" Aunt May's eyes were a little complicated as she asked. Back then, Ning Chi was not even a Douling and was only a small Dadosher. Now he was already at the peak of the Do Huang level. His cultivation far exceeded hers by thousands of times. When she saw Ning Chi again, she could not help but feel emotional. "Mr. Ning, why have you come?" Before Aunt May could reply, Lulu had already appeared in front of Ning Chi with a face full of surprise. "I have coincidentally run out of spiritual herbs, so I came to see if you have any." Ning Chi smiled. "Are these the spiritual herbs for the spirit-raising pill?" Lulu asked in surprise. "Yes." Ning Chi nodded. The corner of Lulu's mouth curled up slightly. "I have been stockpiling them all this time. I knew that I would need them one day. I have a total of 30,000 portions of spiritual herbs for the spirit-raising pill. Do you have the blood essence of a rank 6 dragon?" Ning Chi asked casually. "The blood essence of a rank 6 dragon? I'm afraid we don't have it." Lulu was slightly taken aback, after which she smiled bitterly. With the strength of the 100 herb hall, it was still not enough to stockpile spiritual herbs of this level. Ning Chi nodded. He thought to himself that he would have to go to the White Tiger Empire to obtain the blood essence, after which he used 100 middle spiritual crystals to exchange for 30,000 portions of spiritual herbs for the spirit-raising pill. Chapter 611. Advancement Mission completed. I have the spiritual herb. Now I only need the 6th rank dragon's blood. After leaving the 100 herb hall, Ning Chi pondered for a moment before leaving the capital and flying towards the White Tiger Empire. With little Z's current speed, a round trip to the White Tiger Empire would only take half a month. Before long, he appeared in the capital city of the White Tiger Empire. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the advancement mission. The system notification suddenly sounded when Ning Chi stepped into the White Tiger Empire's capital. It seems that the new dragon ranking is out. Ning Chi smiled. It was almost the new year and the streets were very lively. Ning Chi planned to go back to the Qin Tang Empire to break through again. 9th Princess's Mansion. The unruly princess was looking at the account book of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab suddenly. Deng Sen hurried in with a shocked expression on his face. "Your Highness," Deng Sen said respectfully. "What's the matter?" The unruly princess raised her eyes slightly. "This is the dragon ranking for this issue." Deng Sen handed the dragon ranking to the unruly princess. The unruly princess was slightly startled. There were only a few geniuses in the White Tiger Empire who were ranked below 200, so she had never looked at these lists carefully. She didn't understand why Deng Sen was so cautious this time. After turning a few pages, the unruly princess frowned. "Isn't it the same as before? Those guys' rankings seem to have dropped." "Your Highness, please turn to the first page," Deng Sen said in a low voice. "The first page? The primordial dragon clan?" The unruly princess muttered to herself and turned to the first page. However, what came into her eyes was not the primordial dragon clan she had imagined, but Ning Chi. Ning Chi. The unruly princess showed a trace of shock in her eyes. "Your Highness, do you think he is Master Ning?" Deng Sen said in a low voice. "Impossible. The top 50 on the dragon ranking are all peak emperor fighters who have entered the 9th stage of life and death. There are only a few of such experts in the White Tiger Empire. Even if there are, they are old. How could Ning Chi become the first on the dragon ranking? This person must have the same name as Ning Chi. Haha, when Ning Chi comes back, I will show him this list." He will probably be shocked." The unruly princess shook her head and laughed. "Your Highness, Master Ning has returned." Mai Xinglong suddenly ran to the front of the hall and said loudly, "This guy is finally willing to come back? As the chief of the White Tiger Alchemy Lab, you don't have any self-awareness at all." The unruly princess revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She then glanced at Deng San and immediately hid the look of pleasant surprise. "Bring him in." "Yes." Not long after, Mai Xinglong brought Ning Qi in front of the 9th princess. Ning Qi did not want to cause trouble, so he deliberately suppressed his cultivation. Therefore, Deng San did not realize that Ning Qi was already at the peak of the Do Huang realm. Ning Qi smiled and nodded at him. He then cupped his hands towards the unruly princess and said, "Your Highness." "Humph, are you finally willing to come back?" The unruly princess raised her eyelids in displeasure. "When I was outside, I accidentally found a treasure. I brought it back to give to the princess." Ning Qi laughed. "Baby, what treasure?" A trace of curiosity appeared in the unruly princess' eyes, and she quickly came before Ning Qi. Deng San was also quite curious. Behind Ning Qi, Mai Xinglong stretched his neck to see what treasure Ning Qi had found outside. "This is it." Ning Qi took out a small dagger and handed it to the unruly princess. Other than this dagger, there were 8 lower heaven tier Do weapons in his space bag. "Crystal?" When the unruly princess saw the 2 words on the dagger, she could not help but read it out loud. At this moment, Deng San and Mai Xinglong felt a terrifying aura from the dagger. "Master Ning, what tier is this Do weapon?" Deng San asked. "It should be lower heaven tier." Ning Qi said, "Heaven, lower grade heaven rank?" The 3 of them revealed a trace of shock on their faces. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. There was a trace of doubt in their eyes. The unruly princess asked, "Is this really a lower heaven tier Do weapon?" "Yes." Ning Qi nodded. The unruly princess revealed a trace of ecstasy. Deng San and Mai Xinglong were also very shocked. Ning Qi actually gave a lower heaven tier Do weapon to Her Royal Highness. Wasn't this too generous? If it was them, Deng San's face revealed a trace of shame. If he had obtained a Do weapon of this level, he would definitely not give it to others so easily. After the ecstasy, the unruly princess suddenly remembered why Ning Qi gave her a lower heaven tier Do weapon. Could it be? Thinking of this, the unruly princess's face turned red. She suddenly returned the dagger to Ning Qi and said, "You also need a Do weapon. You can keep it." This girl, the unruly princess's reaction surprised Ning Qi. He then smiled and said, "I still have one for myself." "Your Royal Highness, you don't have to be so polite." "I see. Then I won't be polite." The unruly princess revealed a trace of joy on her face. "I still have to go to the White Tiger Alchemy Lab. I will take my leave first." Ning Qi cupped his hands and turned to leave. "Hey, I haven't told him that the number 1 on the dragon ranking has the same name as him." Seeing Ning Qi quickly disappear from her sight, the unruly princess stamped her feet in annoyance. "Your Royal Highness, you should refine this Do weapon first," Deng San reminded. "Oh, of course. If others know about this, I'm afraid they will have bad intentions. I have to quickly refine it." The unruly princess nodded. White Tiger Empire Palace. Because Ning Qi had the waste token on him, he was able to enter the White Tiger Alchemy Lab's storeroom unimpeded. After entering, he plundered all the rank 6 dragon clan blood essence inside. There were about 3,000 drops. Although Ning Qi's expectations were much lower, it was still better than nothing. After doing all this, he hesitated for a moment and walked towards the sacred concubine's courtyard. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Ning Qi saw Feng Qin and Feng Shu guarding the gate. There seemed to be a quarrel coming from inside the hall. Who dares quarrel with the sacred concubine? Ning Qi's face revealed a trace of curiosity. "Don't go in. The Fang family has a distinguished guest." After seeing Ning Qi, Fang Qin and Fang Shu's expressions changed slightly, and they stepped forward to stop him. At the same time, their eyes swept slightly over Ning Qi. There was a trace of doubt in their eyes. For some reason, Ning Qi gave them a strange feeling. "Oh." Ning Qi nodded and stood at the gate with Fang Qin and Fang Shu. At this time, the sacred concubine's voice came from inside. "Who's here?" "Sacred concubine, it's Ning Qi," Fang Qin whispered. "Let him in." The sacred concubine's voice did not carry a trace of emotion. "The sacred concubine asked you to go in. Go in quickly," Fang Shu said to Ning Qi. Chapter 612. Chapter 612. Humility. In the main hall stood the sage, concubine Cold Sky, with Bai Hao standing behind her. Bai Hao looked at Ning Qi, his eyes flickering with venomous killing intent. Opposite her stood a middle-aged man, and behind him stood a young man. Ning Qi glanced at them and found that the middle-aged man was the same as the saint consort, a one-star dozong. The young man was a peak do Huang who had entered the second stage of life and death. He was 4 or 5 years older than Ning Qi, and was probably one of the top geniuses in the Fang family. At this moment, all 4 eyes were focused on Ning Qi. "What business do you have here?" The saint consort looked at Ning Qi and asked softly. Only Ning Qi could see the gentleness in her eyes. Ning Qi smiled and said, "I have just returned from the 9 States Empire and received a small gift to give to you. But since you have a guest here, I will wait." "Gift? What gift do you have for my sister? Show me." The middle-aged man's mouth revealed a mocking smile as he looked at Ning Qi. "So you are the elder brother of the saint consort. But why do you not like me?" Ning Qi thought to himself. He smiled and said, "It's just a small gift. It's not worth mentioning. I'd better not embarrass myself." "I told you to take it out, so take it out," the middle-aged man said coldly, and the aura of a one-star dozong enveloped Ning Qi. If it were not for the saint consort, Ning Qi could kill a one-star dozong with a few slashes. "Good. If you want to see, then open your eyes wide." Ning Qi smiled coldly. Everyone was slightly stunned, as if they were shocked by Ning Qi's sudden change in attitude. "You want me to open my eyes wide? How arrogant!" A murderous intent flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. The young man behind him also looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. If this kid knew that he was facing the Fang family, one of the 9 great families, would he still dare to be so arrogant? "You are dead. How dare you offend my uncle?" Bai Hao's eyes showed a hint of gloating. At the gate, Fang Qin and Fang Shu frowned and looked at each other. Fang Qin transmitted her voice with dissatisfaction. "This boy is taking advantage of the sacred concubine's favor and is so arrogant. If he implicates the sacred concubine, I won't let him off easily. Let's wait and see. Maybe his gift is really special?" Fang Shu whispered to him. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with different expressions. Ning Qi smiled and took out a long sword. "Ha ha ha, it's just a sword. It should be a Xian class Do weapon, right?" Bai Hao laughed maniacally. Suddenly, he noticed that his mother, uncle, and his cousin with heaven-defying aptitude had strange expressions on their faces. They were all staring blankly at the long sword in Ning Qi's hand. "This is..." Saint Concubine Cold Sky took 2 steps forward and took the sword from Ning Qi's hand. After looking at it for a few breaths, her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of shock. "A heaven-ranked battle tool. Tian class Do weapon? How was this possible?" A look of disbelief appeared in Bai Hao's eyes. He quickly turned to look at Fang Shu and Fang Qin, and his heart sank. Like everyone else, the 2 women were staring at the sword in a daze. "Little sister, is it really a heaven-ranked Do weapon? Let me see." The middle-aged man wanted to take the sword from Saint Concubine Cold Sky's hand, but she was faster. She directly put the sword into her interspatial ring. The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. Then he looked coldly at Ning Chi. "Kid, where did you get this battle tool? Do you have any more? Take it out." Ning Chi ignored him and looked at Saint Concubine Cold Sky. "Saint Concubine, are you satisfied with this gift?" "Yes, thank you." Saint Concubine Cold Sky smiled and nodded. She looked at Ning Chi with a strange light in her eyes. Seeing that Ning Chi was ignoring him, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with anger. He directly attacked Ning Chi. Saint Concubine Cold Sky's eyes flashed coldly. She stepped forward and blocked the middle-aged man's attack for Ning Chi. Ning Chi was a little disappointed. He wanted to use this opportunity to cut down the middle-aged man. However, the young man behind the middle-aged man suddenly attacked Ning Chi. This kid is in danger. Fong Qin and Fong Shu saw this and thought to themselves. However, they didn't stop him. The young man's position in the Fong family was higher than Saint Concubine Cold Sky. If the two of them interfered, it would cause unnecessary trouble for Saint Concubine Cold Sky. Bai Hao didn't interfere. He didn't have the strength to do so. He just looked at Ning Chi with schadenfreude. Saint Concubine Cold Sky wanted to attack, but her brother stopped her. The middle-aged man sneered. "Sister, since this kid has a heaven-class battle tool, he must have some skills. Let Fong Zhong fight with him." Fong Zhong appeared in front of Ning Chi in an instant. He hit Ning Chi's chest with his palm. He wanted to kill Ning Chi. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with coldness. 18 dragon subduing palms. Roar. 6. A silver dragon followed Ning Chi's palm strike and charged towards Fong Zhong in a frenzy. Fong Zhong let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying by Ning Chi's palm strike. He landed heavily on the ground 100 feet away and crashed into a stone pillar. The shattered stone pillar pressed down on Fong Zhong's body. What happened? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Fong Zhong was a Peak Do Huang who had reached the second stage of life and death. Why couldn't he withstand a single blow from the young man? Ning Chi's suppressed cultivation was exposed. The aura of a Peak Do Huang made by House Face Pale. This guy's cultivation is improving so quickly. Fong Qin and Fong Shu were both shocked. Even Saint Concubine Cold Sky looked at Ning Chi in shock. She remembered that the last time she saw Ning Chi, he was only a Peak Do Wang. The middle-aged man went to check on Fong Zhong's injuries. He found that they were serious and quickly fed him a few rejuvenation pills. Then he looked at Ning Chi coldly and said, "How dare you? Even if my sister protects you, you're dead. Ning Chi, leave first. I'll take care of this." Saint Concubine Cold Sky said, "Leave." Humph. The middle-aged man sneered. Suddenly his expression changed. He frowned and looked at Saint Concubine. "What's his name?" "Ning Chi." Saint Concubine Cold Sky looked at the middle-aged man coldly. "Brother, don't be unreasonable. Ning Chi. Could it be?" The way the middle-aged man looked at Ning Chi changed. The next moment, he moved and appeared in front of Ning Chi. He said excitedly, "You just came back from the ancient sacred city?" "Yes." Ning Chi smiled and nodded. "It really is you." The middle-aged man rubbed his hands in excitement. Chapter 613. "Sister, I didn't expect you to know the number 1 on the dragon ranking. Why did you hide this from me?" The middle-aged man said to Saint Concubine Cold Sky, "What number 1 on the dragon ranking?" Cold Sky Saint Concubine's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, unable to react. Fong Qin, Fong Shu, and Bai Hao were the same. They didn't understand what the middle-aged man was talking about had to do with this situation. "You don't know? No wonder." The middle-aged man pointed at Ning Chi and said, "He's the number 1 on the dragon ranking this time. He defeated the ancient owl." "He's the number 1? Uncle, you've got the wrong person." Bai Hao sneered. The middle-aged man glared coldly at Bai Hao, silencing him. At this point, Saint Concubine Cold Sky finally realized what was going on and frowned, a look of confusion in her eyes. You don't believe me? Take a look. The middle-aged man smiled and threw the dragon ranking to the Saint Concubine. The Saint Concubine flipped to the first page and saw Ning Chi's name. There was a detailed description of how Ning Chi defeated the ancient owl. Is that you? The Saint Concubine looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi touched his nose and smiled. It should be me. Impossible. How can he be the number one on the dragon ranking? The Bai Xiao family must have made a mistake. Impossible. Bai Hao shook his head and said in disbelief. Number one on the dragon ranking. Fang Qin and Fang Shu looked at each other in shock. They were from the Fang family and naturally knew what it meant to be number one on the dragon ranking. Even an ordinary expert on the mortal ranking might not be a match for the number one on the dragon ranking. It could be said that the number one on the dragon ranking was for those abnormal geniuses. Why was it said to be abnormal? This was because back then, the first on the dragon ranking, Huang Guli, had once fought 9 dozongs with his own strength. Each of them was a 4-star dozong, and he had easily killed them on the spot. From this battle, everyone could clearly judge the strength of the number one on the dragon ranking. If Ning Chi was really number one on the dragon ranking, didn't that mean his strength has surpassed us? Fang Qin and Fang Shu were even more shocked, as if a huge wave was set off in their hearts. It's really you. Ha ha ha. You've really fought for our human race this time. Those dragons are so angry that they are about to stomp their feet. The middle-aged man laughed out loud. Fang Zhong came to his senses at this moment. Pushing away the rubble on his body, he stared dumbfoundedly at the scene before him. Why was he seriously injured by the other party? Why were they laughing and chatting with the other party? Fang Zhong, you're awake. Come, let me introduce you. This is the person you've been talking about recently, the first on dragon rank, Ning Chi. The middle-aged man stepped forward and pulled Fang Zhong over. As he was too agitated, he momentarily forgot that Fang Zhong was still injured, causing him to grimace in pain. But he did not have time to remind him. He just stared at Ning Chi dumbfoundedly and said in slight disbelief, "First place on dragon rank?" After Fang Zhong repeatedly confirmed Ning Chi's identity, a hint of lingering fear rose in his heart. He had actually attacked the person ranked first on the dragon leaderboard. Fortunately, the other party did not kill him. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse. Sorry for offending you just now. Fang Zhong cupped his hands and bowed. Although Ning Chi was not a disciple of the 9 great clans, his status as the first on the dragon ranking was much higher than that of a normal genius from the Fang clan. It's fine. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Big brother, if there's nothing else, you can go back first. Saint Concubine Cold Sky said. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face showed a hint of hesitation. He glanced at Ning Chi, then nodded to Saint Concubine Cold Sky and said, Sister, since you're not free today, I'll come back later. After that, he bade farewell to Ning Chi and left with Fang Zhong. How are you can leave too? Saint Concubine Cold Sky said faintly. Mother, Bai Hao looked at Saint Concubine Cold Sky with an expression of unwillingness. After a while, he finally lowered his head and left the hall. The door closed automatically. That battle tool of yours, where did you get it from? Saint Concubine Cold Sky looked at Ning Chi and smiled faintly. It's a long story. Ning Chi smiled and only said that the battle tool was from the Bright Moon workshop. He did not tell Saint Concubine Cold Sky the details. Saint Concubine Cold Sky looked at Ning Chi deeply, then suddenly stepped forward and pulled his arm towards the direction of the gauze tent. In the 9th princess's mansion, the unruly princess waited and waited, but Ning Chi did not come back. She asked 3rd Deng to go to the palace and ask, but found out that Ning Chi had already left. This guy, he left without saying goodbye again. The unruly princess pouted, feeling a little unhappy. Wu Maji suddenly appeared behind her and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, I'm afraid he has a lot of things to do recently. No matter how busy he shouldn't be this busy," the unruly princess said unhappily. Wu Maji's eyes narrowed slightly, and she thought to herself, those who are targeted by the White Emperor Pagoda cannot live a peaceful life. Qin Tang Empire, dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion. When Ning Qi returned, he found a scholarly middle-aged man sitting in the guest hall. Third Master Ning, Zhang Long, and Zhao, who were sitting to the side, looking a little afraid. Mu Xingchen. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. He had seen the man once when he went to the Green Mist sect, so he recognized him at a glance. Third Master Ning and the others were obviously relieved to see Ning Qi return. They did not have much confidence sitting next to a dozong, even if they had heaven-rank dough weapons. Dragon Slayer Marquis, I haven't seen you for a few years, but you have grown to such an extent. You are really a god's favored one. Mu Xingchen was still sitting in his seat, smiling at Ning Qi. He had no intention of getting up. However, a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Obviously, it was because of Ning Qi's peak do huang cultivation. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "Sect Leader Mu, are you here for Guat timing?" "Yes." Mu Xingchen nodded and said with a faint smile, although he was in the wrong, Dragon Slayer Marquis, destroyed elder, was decades of hard work. Dragon Slayer Marquis, don't you think it is too much? Mu Xingchen knew that Ning Qi had Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua behind him. He was no match for either of them, but now there was only Ning Qi, so he did not have to worry about Dongfang Haojie and the others. Moreover, Mu Xingchen felt that Ning Qi had indeed gone too far. Even if Dongfang Haojie and Li Feihua were present, he still had to seek justice for Guo Timing. Otherwise, how could the Green Mist sect keep its face? This person took advantage of his seniority and attacked my disciple, wanting to take her dough weapon. Don't tell me that this was taught by the Green Mist sect? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chapter 614. The first stage of life and death. Mu Xingchen was also a little surprised by Ning Qi's attitude. A thread of displeasure flashed across his eyes as he slowly stood up and said, "Although you have a backer, my Green Mist sect is not one to be trifled with. You crippled the cultivation of a Do Huang class elder of my Green Mist sect. Even if you were to bring this matter to the Black Water Dragon tribe, you would not be justified. In this world, the one with the bigger fist is the one in the right." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Sect Leader Mu, don't you understand this?" "Oh, really?" Mu Xingchen was so angry that he laughed and glanced at Ning Qi. "Do you think your fist is bigger than mine? How about this? If Master Mu can take one strike from me, I will naturally apologize and find a way to repair Elder Guo's Dantian. Otherwise, please go back to where you came from." Ning Qi smiled. Arrogant, Mu Xingchen finally became angry. "You are just a peak Emperor Do. Do you think you are a dozong? Well, I will take one strike from you. Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Qi had already attacked. Third Master Ning, Zhang Long and Zhao, who watched in shock as Mu Xingchen was sent flying by Ning Qi and smashed through the back wall of the living room. How could this be? Mu Xingchen climbed up from the ruins and looked at the deep scar on his chest. "This strike won't kill you, but the next strike will take your life. Get out of here," Ning Qi said lightly. Mu Xingchen's eyes showed a trace of fear. He did not even dare to say a word and fled in embarrassment. "Young master, even a dozong is no match for this strike of yours?" Third Master Ning looked at Ning Qi in shock. Zhang Long and Zhao, who were ecstatic. The stronger Ning Qi was, the better their future would be. "I will refine elixirs in seclusion these days. If there are guests, I will not see them." Ning Qi said to them, "Yes." Zhang Long and Zhao, who nodded and said, "It's terrible. I can't even take one strike from a mere peak Emperor Do. How could such a monster appear in the Qin Tang Empire? Mu Xingqian thought with lingering fear as he fled. When he thought that Gua Taiming had almost killed him in the Qin Tang Empire, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. When I return, I must instruct them not to provoke the dragon slayer Marquis. Ning Qi's closed-door cultivation lasted for 7 days, but he had stayed in the low-level training ground for 2 years. There were almost 7,000 low-grade, mystic-class spirit-raising pills in his spatial bag. At the Withered Bones Forbidden Area, according to the price of a bottle of low-grade, mystic-class spirit-raising pills, for 1 god-refining stone, 7,000 pills would be more than 70,000 dragon slayer coins. Before that, let's go to the east of the vast forest to see if there are any clues about the ancient water dragon Holy Land. Ning Qi recalled the quest to find the water dragon Sacred Land. The system had given him 3 hints. East of the vast forest, water dragon sword and Gu Sanduo. Ning Qi guessed that Gu Sanduo was the name of a person. System, I want to advance. Ning Qi said lightly. There seemed to be a popping sound in his body. The dragon slayer's Do Qi suddenly became violent and increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 minutes, his dragon slayer's Do Qi was twice as much as before, and his physical body was also condensed. Is this the first of the 9 trials of life and death? Ning Qi muttered to himself. He could feel that the dragon slayer's Do Qi had changed a lot. Not only was its color darker, but it had also become a little violent. When it flowed through his meridians, there would occasionally be a tingling sensation in his meridians. It was like a normal person suddenly becoming a madman, going berserk and destroying at any time. No wonder some people's chances of going berserk after entering the 9 trials of life and death are dozens or even hundreds of times higher than before. Every step has to be taken carefully. Fortunately, I cultivate the dragon elephant prajna art and the god of war body, which make my meridians more than 10 times tougher than ordinary people. The chances of going berserk are not too high. It's just that I can't level up so fiercely. I have to slow down a little, lest the Do Qi goes berserk. Ning Qi said in his heart. Then he glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Ning Qi level, Peak Emperor Do, first of the 9 trials of life and death experience. 0/100000000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 5. 12537/1000000 God of War Art Level 2. 158/1000 Martial Skill. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms Level 6. 14921/1000000 Mystic Top Grade 5 Tiger Breaking Blade Level 4. 7700/1000000 Horizon Bright Moon Blade Level 5. 18992/1000000 God of War Body Level 3. For 38/10,000 health points. 1493450 Alchemy 5th Tier Alchemist Proficiency 352000000 Dragon Slayer Coins 491300. Other than experience, there were not many changes. Before Ning Qi reached the peak of the Emperor Do Qi level, he only needed 6 million experience to raise 1 star. Now he needed 10 million. It's time to go. Ning Qi found Third Master Ning and left the Dragon Slayer Marquis Mansion. After leaving the capital, Ning Qi released Little Purple from the demon pet space. He sat on Little Purple's back and flew towards the vast forest in a purple light. Along the way, Ning Qi took out 1,000 low-grade mystic class spirit cultivation pills from the space bag and fed them to Little Purple. After eating so many spirit cultivation pills at once, Little Purple had been promoted several times in a row and had become a rank 6 boss-level monster. At this stage, if it wanted to transform into a rank 7 monster, it would depend on luck. Demonic beasts were the same as humans. Humans had the 9 gates of life and death. But demonic beasts also had a chasm. This chasm was hard to explain, but if they wanted to break through it, it would be extremely difficult. It was not something that could be achieved simply by eating spiritual pills. After flying for a month, Ningqi entered the vast forest. Here he put little purple back into the demon pet space and changed to walking. After all, there were 8th tier and even 9th tier monsters hidden in the vast forest. If he was too flamboyant and got swallowed in one bite, it would be a waste of his life. After walking for a few miles, Ningqi was surrounded by a group of monsters. This was a pack of low-grade level 6 snow demonic wolves that were over 3 meters tall. Their entire bodies were snow white, and their eyes were completely red with a trace of evil aura. They didn't attack Ningqi immediately. Instead, they slowly separated. A snow demon wolf that was one size bigger walked to the front of the pack and stared at Ningqi coldly. This was a snow demon wolf king, a rank 6 high-level demonic beast. Human, this is our territory. Without the permission of Lord Wolf Deity, you are not allowed to enter. The snow demon wolf king said slowly. Ningqi was startled to see that it spoke human language and did not attack mindlessly. He then asked curiously, Lord Wolf Deity, is it a 7th tier snow demon wolf? A murderous intent flashed in the snow demon wolf king's eyes. Human, don't ask so much. Take a detour or die. As soon as it finished speaking, Ningqi felt dozens of murderous intents surrounding him. You know that I'm a peak emperor Do, and yet you still dare to threaten me. I want to see what kind of existence this Lord Wolf Deity is. Chapter 615. Cheongchi City, then go to hell. The snow demon wolf king let out a long howl. It and its subordinates suddenly emitted a cold intent. This cold intent caused the surrounding temperature to drop by tens of degrees. Demonic snow. Ningqi discovered that snow was falling from the sky. When these snowflakes landed on his body, they took away 1,000 HP. The snowflakes grew larger and larger, and in a few breaths his HP had been reduced by tens of thousands. This was the innate skill of the snow demon wolf race. It was similar to the snow spirit's innate mystique, but its power was definitely not comparable to the snow spirit. If an expert like Fang Amo were to face this demonic snow, perhaps he would be a little flustered. This was because the snowflakes were not only injurious, but their low and terrifying chill would also cause one's movements to become extremely slow. Unfortunately, Ningqi's Dragon Slayer saber had an ancient snow dragon pearl on it. Let's see if your demonic snow is stronger, or my snow dragon is stronger. Ningqi laughed coldly and swung his saber. Ice Dragon Roar. An ancient ice dragon appeared in front of the wolves and fiercely pounced towards them. As soon as the ancient ice dragon appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. This is the snow demon wolf king's eyes revealed a trace of fear. It howled and turned to flee, not even caring about its underlings. But it had only run a few dozen feet when it discovered that its feet were frozen. The terrifying ice was still spreading on its body. The snow demon wolf king finally turned its head with difficulty and saw that its underlings had all turned into ice sculptures. And Ningqi was smiling at it. Then its head was also frozen, turning into an ice sculpture. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing lower 6th rank demonic beast. Snow Demon Wolf. Obtained 80,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for killing. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to host for killing upper 6th rank demonic beast. Snow Demon Wolf King. Obtained 200,000 experience points. There isn't even a gambling gift bag and the experience is frighteningly low, Ningqi thought to himself. Back in the Withered Bones Forbidden Ground, he had obtained 150,000 EXP from killing an inferior rank 6 demonic bat dragon. However, this snow demonic wolf only gave 80,000 EXP. It seemed that the higher the bloodline, the more EXP it would drop. Fortunately, there were many of them. He killed 33 low-tier rank 6 snow demonic wolves and 1 high-tier rank 6 snow demonic wolf king, gaining a total of 2,840,000 EXP. Ning Qi walked past these ice sculptures and continued forward. However, he only walked for a few hundred meters before he stopped. This was because he sensed an extremely terrifying aura in front of him. Run. That was Ning Qi's first thought. He decisively turned around and fled. Behind him, an earth-shaking howl could be heard. Then, an incomparably powerful aura chased after Ning Qi. Ning Qi had only just escaped to the side of the Snow Demon Wolf King when the aura caught up and heavily smashed into his back. Uft! Ning Qi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball, smashing through hundreds of trees before falling to the ground in a sorry state. The HP bar above his head instantly dropped to an extremely dangerous level. His HP of nearly 1,500,000 was now reduced to a pitiful 100. Rank 10. It must be a rank 10 demonic beast. Ning Qi hurriedly stuffed a few top-grade, earth-level rejuvenation pills into his mouth. For some reason, the aura did not chase after Ning Qi after he landed on the ground. Ning Qi's eyes revealed a hint of relief. The other party had almost killed him with just the aura alone. If he had continued forward for another 10 meters, he would probably be dead by now. Ant, how dare you kill my subordinates? I'll give you a chance. Apologize to me, and I'll spare your life. Just as Ning Qi got up and slowly retreated, a faint figure suddenly condensed in front of him. The figure was about 3 to 4 meters tall, and its facial features could not be seen clearly. However, it seemed to be a half-transformed demonic beast with the head of a wolf and the body of a human. Its chaotic eyes were staring coldly at Ning Qi. Senior, if you could kill me, I would be dead by now, wouldn't I? There was a trace of fear and dread in Ning Qi's eyes, but he suddenly thought of something and smiled mockingly. Ant, are you saying that I can't kill you? The shadow continued to speak coldly. Ning Qi frowned slightly. You should be restricted by something and can't leave a certain range? Am I right? Otherwise, why didn't you do it yourself just now? I would have died without a doubt. Now I can't even reach your aura at the distance between us. So you want to deceive me and then kill me? As if Ning Qi was right, the shadow swayed, obviously extremely furious. It roared at Ning Qi. Ant, I'm going to kill you. I'll tear you into pieces. Come on. What's the use of just talking? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you don't do it, I'll leave. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ah! The shadow was furious. 3 breaths are up. I'm leaving. Bye. Ning Qi waved his hand and turned to leave. He was not in the mood to study what this existence was. He would come back to deal with this guy when he became a Do Emperor. Now he still had to take a detour to the east of the vast forest. Seeing that Ning Qi had disappeared from his sight, the shadow let out a few more roars and gradually disappeared into the ground 100 miles away. A giant, shackled from head to toe, suddenly opened his eyes. His blood-red eyes contained a fury that could incinerate everything. Ning Qi specially bought a map from the dragon-slaying mall to see how big the vast forest was. From the map, it could be seen that the Qin Tang Empire was just a drop in the ocean in the vast forest. Even the western wilderness forest that Ning Qi had been to before was not as big as the vast forest. It was said that there were several demon kingdoms in the depths of the vast forest. These demon kingdoms were formed by those transformed demon beasts. Among them, the largest demon kingdom was called the Celestial Demon Kingdom, which was equivalent to the Jiuzhou Empire. It was located in the east of the vast forest. The specific location was not marked on the map. Ning Qi only heard that more than 10 of the 36 top sects were located in the east of the vast forest, near the Celestial Demon Kingdom. There were also many human kingdoms there, including the Black Tortoise Empire, which was as famous as the White Tiger Empire. The clue only said that it was in the east of the vast forest, but it did not say that it was in the celestial demon kingdom or human kingdom. This is like looking for a needle in a haystack, Ning Chi sighed. However, for the sake of the mission, he still had to make a trip. 2 months later, Ning Chi finally saw an ancient city not far away. 3 words were written on it: Cheongchi City. Countless figures were moving in and out of the city gate. It was very lively. However, although there were humans among them, there were even more demonic beasts that were half transformed. They had human bodies and beast heads. Uncle Wu, are we really going in? This is the celestial demon kingdom. Will those demon beasts eat us? Chapter 616. The Evil Woman, Don't Worry. As long as we enter the city, the demonic beasts will not dare to harm us humans for no reason. After all, they also need us to transport cultivation resources and trade with us. This is the decree of the Sky Demon Emperor himself. Uncle Wu said plainly. Then I can rest assured. The young man heaved a sigh of relief. Then, under Uncle Wu's lead, they walked towards Cheongchi City. When they passed by Ning Chi, Uncle Wu even glanced at him. Seeing this, Ning Chi opened up a distance of about 100 feet and followed behind them, heading towards Cheongchi City. At the city gate, 2 rank 6 demonic beasts with a human body and the head of a bull coldly stared at the crowd. When they saw Uncle Wu and the others, they took a step forward and stopped them with their tridents, which gave off the faint aura of an Earth-rank, low-grade battle tool. If you want to enter the city, each person will have to pay 100 low-grade spiritual crystals, the Minotaur said in a low, rumbling voice. His human language was very unorthodox and carried an extremely strange accent, but it was still understandable. Uncle Wu smiled and nodded. He handed over a dozen mid-grade spiritual crystals. After the bull man kept them, he let the crowd pass. It was the same for Ning Chi. After handing over a mid-grade spiritual crystal, Ning Chi entered Cheongchi City. The number of demonic beasts here was about 10, 1 compared to humans. At a glance, there were all kinds of demonic beasts swaying in front of him. Ning Chi wanted to find clues about the water dragon sword and Gusanduo, so he walked towards an extremely busy restaurant in the distance. Young master, what would you like to eat? Once he entered the restaurant, a waiter came up to him eagerly. Ning Chi glanced around. The restaurant was very busy and filled with people. Uncle Wu and the others were also sitting inside, but there seemed to be only 1 table left. Just give me some of your local specialties, Ning Chi said with a smile, then walked towards the table. When he was about to reach it, a majestic figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure walked to the table in 2 steps and sat down. Then he slammed the table and shouted, "Waiter, serve the wine and the dishes." After which, this tall middle-aged man used a mocking gaze to glance at Ning Chi. The aura on his body was very rich. He was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the 3rd stage of life and death. In Cheongchi City, this kind of thing happened frequently, so everyone was used to it. They just looked at Ning Chi with schadenfreude, especially the demonic beasts. They loved to see the internal strife of the human race. If Ning Chi were to turn around and leave at this moment, he would be met with a burst of laughter. Uncle Wu and the others also turned to look at Ning Chi. It's that person. We met outside the city before, someone said in surprise. In the Celestial Beast Empire, shouldn't we humans help each other? Why did he bully that young master? A woman frowned. Uncle Wu swept a glance at her and said calmly, "Therefore, let me teach you a little more common sense. Don't think that because there are very few humans in the Celestial Demon Empire, you can treat them as if they are from the same hometown. On the contrary, in the Celestial Demon Empire, the ones who harm humans are all humans. Do you understand?" "I see. Uncle Wu, we understand." Everyone nodded in realization and then looked at Ning Chi with some pity. "This seat is mine." Ning Chi looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. "What's yours and mine?" "Scram." Don't disturb me while I'm drinking." The middle-aged man glared at him. "Young master, shall I find another seat for you?" The waiter hurriedly smiled and walked over to Ning Chi's side. "Waiter, ignore him. Hurry up and serve me wine and food. I'm starving." The middle-aged man glared at the waiter. The waiter laughed dryly and stood still. Suddenly he took a few steps back. His meaning was clear. He wanted Ning Chi and the middle-aged man to settle the matter themselves. "Kid, why are you still here? Be careful that my big brother and the others come and chop you in half." When the middle-aged man saw that Ning Chi was still standing in front of him, his eyes bulged and his body emitted a faint killing intent. "Fourth brother, what's the matter?" At this moment, another 3 people walked in. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked somewhat scholarly. He frowned at Ning Chi and then looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man curled his lips and said disdainfully, "This kid is trying to steal our seats. This seat has always been occupied by us, the 4 great guardian deities. Fourth brother, I can't believe that you can't even deal with a kid. Watch me." Behind the scholarly middle-aged man, a middle-aged man with a scar at the corner of his eye walked up to Ning Chi with a sinister smile and reached out to grab Ning Chi's neck. At this moment, there was a flash of saber light. Everyone only saw a flash before their eyes. The middle-aged man's hand fell to the ground and bounced non-stop. Blood gushed out from the severed part of his arm. Second brother. The 3 of them looked shocked and angry. The middle-aged man who was addressed as the 4th brother immediately lunged at Ning Chi. Ning Chi swung his saber again. This time, he chopped off both of his opponent's arms. Then Ning Chi calmly sat down on the seat that the middle-aged man had previously occupied and said to the waiter, "Serve the wine and food." Yes, the waiter turned around and left. Based on his experience, he could tell that the 4 great guardian deities of Cheongchi City were no match for Ning Chi. So strong! Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Ning Chi, who looked so young, to be able to cut off the arms of 2 experts so easily. A few of the young men that Uncle Wu had brought with him looked relieved. They also couldn't stand the middle-aged man's actions. They thought that Ning Chi would suffer at his hands today, but they didn't expect the situation to change so suddenly. "Ah, my arms. Boss, help me kill him. He actually dared to cut off my arms." The 4th brother looked at his 2 severed arms in horror and screamed, glaring at Ning Chi with a venomous expression. The scholarly middle-aged man was the brains of the 4. He could already tell that Ning Chi was not easy to deal with. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Ning Chi, "Sir, you are so vicious. May I know which sect you are from?" "Scram," Ning Chi said indifferently. "Boss, don't be polite with him. Let's attack together. I don't believe that we can't beat him," the 4th brother said angrily. The scholarly middle-aged man glared at the 4th brother and said, "The 3rd brother, pick up their palms and arms. Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and left. The 4th brother and the others were stunned for a moment, but since the boss had already left, it was meaningless for them to stay. They could only leave with their tails between their legs. Ha ha ha! A burst of laughter broke out in the restaurant. Then, after watching the show, they ate their own food. Occasionally, a few people would look at Ning Chi. "Young master, the food and wine are here. Please enjoy." The waiter served the food and wine. As Ning Chi ate, he used his ears to gather information. "Have you heard? Recently, a female devil came to the vast forest. She kills every demonic beast she sees. Those who are hit by her palm will bleed from their 7 orifices and die. I think it's the Holy Lady of the 5 Poisons sect. She has been in the limelight recently. In just over a year, she has broken through from a Douling to a Douhuang. It is said that her position in the ranking list of men is quite high." Chapter 617. Chapter 617. The Same Heart Limacho? She became the holy maiden of the 5 poisons divine sect? Doesn't that mean she is Hua Wushang Senior and Junior? But this girl is really a training maniac. She actually broke through to the Battle Emperor realm in such a short time. Ning Qi thought to himself. Li Macho had been very stubborn about training, but due to her lack of talent, she was only a battle spirit when she was first summoned. Later on, when she could level up by killing monsters, she was even more diligent than Ning Qi. It was normal that she could become a battle emperor now. What did you say? This Li Macho kills every demonic beast she sees? Where is she? A demonic beast with a tiger's head and a human's body walked to the side of the middle-aged men who were talking and growled. Other than it, there were a dozen demonic beasts that were half-transformed looking over coldly. Seeing this, the middle-aged men laughed awkwardly and said, "We only heard rumors and don't know the specifics, but she should be in Cheongchi City now." In Cheongchi City, a look of pity flashed in the eyes of the tiger-headed demonic beast. Because of the Sky Demon Emperor, demonic beasts could not kill any humans in the city. Yes. She should be in Cheongchi City. I saw her a while ago. Another middle-aged man nodded and said, the other humans were already used to seeing them betray their own race so easily and did not express any anger. At this moment, a beautiful purple figure suddenly walked in from outside the restaurant. It's her, Li Macho, someone exclaimed. It's her? The tiger-headed demonic beast slowly walked in front of the figure and looked down at her coldly. I heard that you killed many demonic beasts recently. The other half-transformed demonic beasts also walked over and surrounded Li Macho in the middle. But the humans only sat in their seats and did not even have any intention of getting up. Uncle Wu, do we need help? No need. The 5 Poisons Divine sect has a very bad reputation in the 9 States Empire. As one of the top 36 sects, there is no need for us to get involved in this matter. Uncle Wu said lightly. Yes. Seeing this, the crowd nodded and looked at Li Macho. Because the demonic beasts were all tall and strong, they could only see Li Macho's delicate figure through the gaps, which formed a sharp contrast with the demonic beasts. I have indeed killed many demonic beasts recently. Are there any of your descendants among them? Li Macho calmly looked at the tiger-headed demonic beast without any fear in her eyes. None of my juniors. The tiger-headed man was stunned for a moment. Then why are you blocking my way? Does the Sky Demon Emperor's words not count here? Li Macho said lightly. This, hearing her mention the Sky Demon's Supreme Emperor, the group of demon beasts were shocked. In order to avoid being gossiped about, they had no choice but to step aside unwillingly. Li Macho glanced at the lobby and found that all the tables were already occupied. She was about to turn around and leave when she suddenly saw Ning Qi looking at her with a faint smile. Li Macho was slightly startled and directly walked towards Ning Qi. The holy maiden of the 5 Poisons Divine sect went over there. Does she know that guy? Looking at that guy's strength, he should also be an expert on the dragon ranking. It is not strange that Li Macho knows him. The tiger-headed demonic beast looked coldly at Li Macho sitting opposite Ning Qi. He conveniently remembered Ning Qi's face and sat back in his seat. Long time no see. Ning Qi smiled. Li Macho nodded. I went to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Then what happened later? How did you become the holy maiden of the 5 Poisons Divine sect? Ning Qi asked curiously. Li Macho's lips moved slightly. She directly transmitted her voice and told the whole story. So, you are now the direct disciple of Hua Yu. Do you know this guy, Hua Wushang? Ning Qi smiled. Him. Li Macho's eyes flashed coldly. She nodded and said, Master wants me to marry him. So he has the idea of a child bride. Your master is really smart. Ning Qi sneered. After a pause, Ning Qi said, Then will you marry him? I won't. Hesitation flashed in Li Macho's eyes. She then said decisively. Because of this hesitation, Ning Qi frowned. With Li Macho's character, once she made a decision, she would not hesitate. Do you have any information in Hua Yu's hands? Ning Qi frowned. She has infected my body with the same heartworm. As long as I go against her will, I will be bitten by thousands of worms and die. The only way to solve it is for my cultivation to be higher than her. Li Macho nodded and said, Same heartworm? Ning Qi knew that the 5 Poisons Divine sect was indeed good at using poison. Back then, first Uncle Ning, Xiandong relied on that goo to make him powerless. System, is there anything that can get rid of the same heartworm? Ning Qi asked in his heart. However, the system did not reply for a long time. You don't have to worry about me. I am confident that I will become a Dozun within 5 years. At that time, she will not be able to control me, and I will be able to take over the 5 Poisons Divine sect. Li Macho said, That's fine. If she wants you to marry that retard Hua Wushang in advance, remember to delay the time and inform me. Ning Qi said, Got it. Li Macho nodded. After that, the two of them stopped talking and continued to eat the dishes that the waiter had just brought over. During this time, the tiger-headed, human-bodied demonic beast kept staring at the two of them, as if it wanted to eat them into its stomach. After Ning Qi and Li Macho left the restaurant, it and the other demonic beasts followed behind them. Someone is following us, Li Macho said indifferently. I know. Ning Qi smiled. After that, under Ning Qi's purposely, the two of them came to a small alley with few people. After a few swishing sounds, they were surrounded by demonic beasts. Although the Sky Demon Emperor said that when you humans are in the city, we're not allowed to kill you, he did not say that we can't hit you. You have killed so many demonic beasts. I will collect some interest first. The tiger-headed demonic beast grinned as it approached Ning Qi and Li Macho. It was a rank 7 demonic beast, so it did not put the two of them in its eyes. However, the rest of the demonic beasts were at most rank 6 boss and lower rank 6. I will deal with him, you deal with the others. Ning Qi said. Li Macho nodded. After that, Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the tiger-headed demonic beast. Li Macho had already made her move. Her figure was as fast as lightning. Her hand was wrapped in a layer of faint poisonous fog. She directly hit a demonic beast with her palm. The demonic beast's face turned black and it fell to the ground. After that, she attacked another demonic beast. In the blink of an eye, other than the tiger-headed demonic beast, the rest of the demonic beasts had all lost their ability to fight. Chapter 6:18. Clu's Holy Maiden of the 5 Poisons Divine Sect, Li Macho. Level, for Star Do Huang. Cultivation Method, Heaven Ranked, Low Grade, 5 Poisons Secret Tome. True. Martial Skills, Top Grade Profound, Rank Soul Freezing Silver Needles. Low Grade Heaven, Rank 5 Poison Dragon God Palm. Health Points, 123,000 inch. I remember that the secret book of 5 poisons was a top-grade, profound, rank cultivation technique, right? How did it become low-grade heaven rank? And the 5 poisons divine palm? Why did it become the 5 poisons divine dragon palm? It also became low-grade heaven rank. Ning Qi frowned. At this time, Li Macho looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Ning Qi remembered that he still had an opponent, so he rushed towards the surprised tiger-headed monster. Ning Qi was currently a peak Do Huang who had passed the first life and death barrier. His fighting strength was at least twice as strong as before. The tiger head and human body was merely an ordinary rank 7 low-grade demonic beast. It did not have a powerful bloodline or great talent. However, as it was not from the dragon tribe, Ning Qi was unable to unleash the special properties of his dragon-slaying Do Qi and the dragon-slaying saber. It still took him over 100 moves before he managed to take down his opponent. At this moment, no one could recognize that it was a tiger head. Some might even believe it if he said that it was a pig head. Ants, you're dead. You're dead. The tiger-headed, human-bodied monster hugged its head and squatted on the ground, muttering to itself. Ning Chi kicked him again. If you keep talking, I'll strip you naked and throw you out on the street. Because it was half-transformed, the tiger-headed, human-bodied monster was wearing a robe that was even brighter than Ning Chi's. After hearing this, it trembled visibly and then fell silent. Let's go, said Li Macho indifferently. However, a trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes. She was clearly shocked that Ning Chi had defeated his opponent in 2 or 3 moves. Wait. Ning Chi waved his hand and asked the tiger-headed demon beast, "What's your name?" It shut its mouth and did not speak. I asked you a question, but you didn't answer. I'm still going to strip you naked. Ning Chi said, I'm Hu Yu. The tiger-headed monster said in a low voice, Dupe. Ning Chi was slightly stunned before realizing that the other party should be called Hu Yu. Hu Yu, let me ask you, do you know about the water dragon sword? Ning Chi asked, Water dragon sword? What was that? Isn't this what you humans are best at? We demonic beasts only believe in ourselves. Hu Yu spoke in a rumbling voice, and his tone faintly carried a trace of disdain. Then do you know Gu Sanduo? Ning Chi asked again. When he heard this name, Hu Yu's body visibly trembled. He looked at Ning Chi in shock. Who here doesn't know of Gu Sanduo? Oh, a hint of joy appeared on Ning Chi's face. Then tell me, who is Gu Sanduo and where is he? The corner of Hu Yu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. You want to find it? Unless you were born 100,000 years earlier, that might be possible. Gu Sanduo died a long time ago. An existence from 100,000 years ago? Long dead? Ning Chi frowned slightly. At this moment, Li Macho said, Why are you asking about Gu Sanduo? I know him too. You also know. Ning Chi looked at Li Macho in surprise. Li Macho nodded calmly and said, Gu Sanduo was a 10th-tier demonic beast and one of the founders of the Celestial Beast Empire. However, he died 100,000 years ago. So he was one of the founders of the Celestial Beast Empire. Looks like this lead has come to a dead end again, Ning Chi thought to himself. 100,000 years was enough to erase everything. The only reason he was able to leave behind his name was probably because the Celestial Beast Empire had yet to be destroyed. At this moment, Hu Yu took advantage of Ning Chi's moment of distraction to transform into a white tiger and run away. Ning Chi glanced at it, but had no intention of chasing after it. Instead, he turned to Li Macho and said, Tell me everything you know about Gu Sanduo. A hint of doubt flashed across Li Macho's eyes. She nodded and said, To this day, no one knows what kind of demonic beast Gu Sanduo was. However, before the dragon tribe dominated the world, Gu Sanduo was already one of the famous Yao emperors. He founded the Celestial Beast Empire with a few good friends. However, not long after that, he seemed to have gotten into conflict with the ancient water dragon tribe. Gu Sanduo battled with the water dragon tribe's leader for 3 days and 3 nights before both disappeared from this world. After a pause, Li Macho continued, There are rumors that he went to Western Xian, Northern Xian, or even Southern Xian. However, the Celestial Beast Empire had already sent people to search for him, but they couldn't find any trace of him. The Water Dragon tribe also sent people to search for the tribe leader, but to no avail. In less than 100 years, because the Water Dragon tribe lost their only 10th-tier dragon emperor, they were suppressed by both the human and Yao tribes. Even their sacred ground disappeared from Eastern Xian. After that, no one has ever seen or heard of the Water Dragon tribe. Gu Sanduo really is related to the Water Dragon tribe. Ning Chi's expression turned serious. Then he asked curiously, How do you know so much? The 5 poisons divine order has existed for a long time. I had a fortuitous encounter in the Forbidden Grounds and found an ancient book that happened to record this matter. Li Macho said, I see. Your cultivation method and the 5 poisons dragon's celestial palm also changed because of this fortuitous encounter, right? Ning Qi smiled. Limacho's face finally revealed a hint of shock. How did you know? Ning Qi revealed an enigmatic smile. The Buddha said, don't say. After a pause, Ning Qi continued, what's next? Next? There's no next. Limacho shook her head. Does no one know where the water dragon tribe went? Ning Qi frowned. Perhaps the celestial beast emperor would know. Limacho said, Celestial beast emperor. Ning Qi rolled his eyes. Against an existence of this level, he was swallowed by her underlings before he could even get close. By the way, did you come to Cheongchi City for something? Ning Qi asked doubtfully. Given Limacho's character, she should still be crazily killing monsters. I heard that an entrance to the Forbidden Grounds was found here, and there is also a fragment of the Dragon Continent inside, so I came to have a look. Limacho said, Oh, a continent fragment like the dry bones Forbidden Grounds? Ning Qi thought to himself, then said to Limacho, Let's go, I'll go with you. The two of them left the alley. From Limacho's explanation, Ning Qi learned that a passageway had appeared in the center of Cheongchi City. Demonic beasts and humans had entered it, but experts above the Do Zone level had never come out. Instead, experts below the Do Huang level had escaped and died after saying a few words. The general idea was that there were many training resources and many terrifying experts inside. Moreover, the place where they appeared seemed to be extremely dangerous. Ning Qi was not interested in cultivation resources. What he was interested in were spiritual stones. On the way, Ning Qi saw many humans and demonic beasts, including Uncle Wu's group. It seemed that they also came for the continent fragment that had just appeared. Chapter 619. Ancient Demon Race. Hey, why won't you let us pass? The group of youths next to Uncle Wu were somewhat dissatisfied that their path was blocked. They said to the group of minotaurs blocking their way, Don't go any further, otherwise I'll kill you, said a minotaur coldly. It was much taller than the guards outside the city, and its aura was also very terrifying. Uncle Wu's face revealed a trace of fear. His lips moved slightly, and the group of young men and women around him immediately quietened down. Ning Qi didn't want to stand out. If there was a chance, he would go in. If there wasn't a chance, it didn't matter if he didn't go in. As such, he quietly stood next to Limacho and curiously looked at the Minotaur guards, checking their stats. Level 7 middle grade demon beast, Boulder Bull. After which, Ning Qi glanced at the 10+ people on the other side of the tunnel. Only then did he discover that half of them were demonic beasts that had completely transformed while the other half were humans. Without exception, these 10+ people were all Dozun existences. Do you know the cultivation of the strongest expert in Cheongchi City? Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Limacho's lips moved slightly. The strongest is the city lord of this place, Cheongwu. I heard that he has the bloodline of a descendant of the ancient demon race, Cheongchi. His cultivation should be comparable to a peak Dozun of the human race. The bloodline of the primordial demon race, Ning Qi nodded, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He had seen the power of Niu Dazhuang's ancient titan descendant bloodline. A guy with ancient demon beast bloodline was probably more powerful and terrifying than the dragon clan of the same level. Legend had it that a long, long time ago, demon beasts were just pets kept in captivity by the ancient demon clan. At that time, the monster race bloodline was still very pure. They could transform at birth and were even more terrifying than the dragon race. However, for some reason, almost all of these demon clan members disappeared, and it was difficult to find them. As for the demon beasts they reared, because they followed the demon clan for many years, they obtained some special inheritance. Later on, they gradually evolved, and after tens of thousands of years of evolution, they became what they were today. The general meaning of this legend was that the current demonic beasts regardless of whether they were uncivilized or those that had taken human form and possessed the intelligence of the human race. In ancient times, they were merely pets that the true demon race reared in captivity. Of course, this was only a groundless rumor. No one could verify whether it was true or not, and no demonic beast would admit that this rumor was true. In the eyes of most people, this legend was extremely ridiculous, but Ningqi didn't think so. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan was just food for the Titan Clan. It was not impossible that the monster beasts of today were the real pets of the Demon Clan. Sai, it looks like Cheongwoo is going to seal the passage leading to the fragment. Otherwise, why would his subordinates not allow us to approach it? Is he planning to let his demonic beast clan monopolize it? Not necessarily. The strongest humans in Cheongchi City are clearly discussing with them. Someone gestured with his lips. Uncle Wu, which of those people are humans and which are demonic beasts in human form? How are we supposed to tell? That's right. In the future, if we encounter a fully transformed demon beast outside, it will be very difficult for us to distinguish its true identity. A few young men asked. Uncle Wu said faintly, "Look at their eyes and you will be able to see some clues." An ordinary demonic beast would not have much of a change in their eyes, even if they had completely transformed. There might be purple chi, red shadows, green glows, or golden lines in their eyes. This is the only way you can tell. A Do Zun would be able to tell unless the other party has a special aura concealing technique. After pausing for a moment, Uncle Wu continued, "Of course, there are some demonic beasts that will hide all traces when they completely transform. That way, unless one's cultivation is higher than them, it will be very difficult to distinguish them. The intelligence of a fully transformed demonic beast is not weaker than the human race. It is difficult to distinguish them from their body language." Oh, everyone came to a sudden realization. After listening from the side, Ningqi used his own method to take a closer look at the dozen-plus people near the tunnel. Indeed, he knew that the eyes of a few demonic beasts that had completely transformed were different from an ordinary person. One of them even had pupils that were as small as a cat. Her original form was also a 9-tailed cat demon. At this moment, they seemed to have come up with a plan. They each sent one person over to everyone. Ningqi only saw a 1-star Do Zun from the human race standing above their heads. He faintly said, "We have already discussed with Cheongchi City. We will send 100 humans below the Do Huang class in. However, all of you must hand over 80% of the things that you obtain inside. If you are willing, you can step forward." Hand over 80%? Moreover, the risk was unknown. Those fellows who originally wanted to go in and fight shook their heads at this moment. They stood where they were and did not intend to enter to be cannon fodder. However, Ningqi realized that the demonic beasts had already chosen 100 half-transformed rank 6 demonic beasts. They were already standing in front of the tunnel. This human race, Do Zun, revealed a trace of anger in his eyes when he saw that no one stepped forward. At this moment, the lady who was originally a 9-tailed demon cat flew to the side of the human race Do Zun. The corner of her mouth revealed a faint mocking smile. "Why? Does no one from your human race dare to enter? Hand over 80% and risk your life? Do you think that we humans are fools?" Someone said unhappily, as the Sky Demon Emperor did not allow the demonic beasts to harm humans in the city. They were not afraid of the 9-tailed demon cat, whose cultivation was much higher than theirs. That's right, 80% is really too much. 50% is more like it. The more the human race Do Zun listened, the uglier his expression became. At this moment, a figure broke through the air and arrived a short distance away. It was a middle-aged man who was 8 feet tall. One look at his figure, and it was obvious that he was not a human. When everyone saw the middle-aged man, regardless of whether they were demonic beasts or humans, they all bowed and said, "Greetings to the city lord." This person was the city lord of Cheongchi City, Cheongchi Wuyu, who possessed the bloodline of the ancient demon race Cheongchi. The nine-tailed demon cat moved its lips at Cheongchi Wuyu. Then, Cheongchi Wu swept his gaze across the crowd of humans and extended his hand to point at them one by one. Among them were Ning Chi, Li Macho, Uncle Wu, and the others. Uncle Wu's expression was somewhat ugly. All of you enter and hand over 90% of the resources you obtain. However, if you can obtain a map or useful information, I will reward you. Cheongchi Wu, you said indifferently. Hand over 90%? That was even more ruthless than the previous 80%. Those who had been pointed at revealed, regretful expressions. If they had known this would happen, they would have agreed earlier. At the very least, they would have been left with 20%. City Lord, the Sky Demon Emperor said. Someone wanted to use the Sky Demon Emperor's words to pressure Cheongchi. However, Cheongchi swept a cold glance at that person. The Emperor said that humans are not to be harmed, but he did not say that you are not to be allowed to enter the continental fragment. Everyone's expressions became somewhat uncertain. Cheongchi was right. They had not expected a passageway to suddenly appear in Cheongchi City. In the end, these people were chased to the entrance of the passageway with ugly expressions. They walked into the passageway with the demonic beasts. Follow me closely inside. Ning Chi transmitted to Li Macho. Chapter 620. Chapter 620. A broken leg. Ning Chi and Li Macho walked in the middle of the group. Some cunning humans continuously slowed down in an attempt to fall behind. Gradually, there were not many humans in front of Ning Chi and Li Macho. However, the demonic beasts continued to walk forward with their chests puffed out. After passing through the long tunnel, Ning Chi felt his eyes light up. In front of him was a valley that emitted a faint smell of blood. There were also some demonic beast and human corpses on the ground. These corpses were probably killed by some existence when they were about to escape into the tunnel. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. The demonic beasts that had entered this place cautiously looked all around. Ning Chi was also very cautious. He did not stray too far from the tunnel with Li Macho. If there was danger that he could not stop, he would not hesitate to return the way he had come. Soon, over 100 humans walked out of the tunnel. At this moment, someone cried out in fear, "What's going on with the tunnel?" Everyone turned their heads and saw that the tunnel was collapsing at a frightening speed. It was as if it had turned into fragments and disappeared from the world. Uncle Wu, why has the tunnel disappeared? How can we leave this place? Could it be that Cheong Wu is purposely trying to kill us? There was a commotion among the humans. The demonic beasts that were half transformed stared coldly at them. A moment later, they formed groups of a few and scattered in all directions. They are not surprised at all. Clearly, they know more than we do. Someone pointed at the demonic beasts that had left. Uncle Wu frowned and said in a low voice, "If this place is really a fragment of the continent, we will be automatically sent out of this place after a certain amount of time. Everyone, do not panic." Many people sighed in relief when they heard him say this. "Brother, you should be an elder of the Luminous Pure Sect, right? The Luminous Pure Sect also has a few forbidden grounds. Have you been there?" A middle-aged man cupped his hands toward Uncle Wu and asked. Uncle Wu nodded. "Yes, that's good. However, I do not know how long it will take for this place to send us out. Will it be a month or a year?" The few Dozongs that entered earlier did not manage to escape this place. "This place is too dangerous. Why don't we not split up and move together?" The middle-aged man suggested. This person's name was Chai Jian. He was a famous Do Huang at the peak of the third life and death stage in Cheongchi City. The moment he opened his mouth, countless people would agree with him. However, someone looked at Uncle Wu with fear and said, "From the looks of his aura, he should be a Dozong. Won't we attract the covetous eyes of powerful existences if we are together with him?" Quite a number of people took a couple of steps aside when they heard this. This was because other than Uncle Wu, there were a couple of dozones among the hundreds of humans. Uncle Wu, let's go. Don't worry about them. As long as we are careful, we should be fine. If this place is the same as the forbidden areas in the sect, we will be able to make a huge profit this time. Yeah, the disciples of the luminous pure sect, said one after another. Yes. Uncle Wu nodded and led them away. The remaining dozones used mocking gazes to sweep over everyone before leaving. Clearly, some people thought too highly of themselves. These dozones were even more unwilling to be with them. Seeing this, Chai Jian walked in front of Li Macho and Ning Qi with a smile. He first glanced at Ning Qi before looking at Li Macho. He said with a smile, "The two of you should come with us, especially this lady. She is only a 4-star Do Huang. It is likely that it will be very dangerous here. All of us are peak Do Huangs who have stepped into the third life and death stage. We can definitely protect you." Ning Qi glanced at Chai Jian's attributes. Abandoned disciple of the Joyful Union sect. Chai Jian level. Peak Do Huang, third life and death stage, Qi method. Low earth level sorrowful yin yang book, martial technique. Low earth level water defying blade technique, health points. 15300. Li Macho looked at Ning Qi. After looking at Chai Jian's attributes, Ning Qi already knew why the other party wanted Li Macho to stay. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, "There's no need." After saying this, he turned around and left. Li Macho followed behind him. Seeing this, a trace of anger appeared in Chai Jian's eyes. With a flash, he appeared in front of Ning Qi and blocked their path. "This place is extremely dangerous. If you don't come with us, you will definitely die. Please reconsider." Most of the remaining humans were natives of Cheongchi City. They had some understanding of Chai Jian's Qi method and knew why Chai Jian wanted to keep the two of them. These two fellows, one of them looks like he has stepped into the first life and death stage. The other is only a 4-star Do Huang. It is likely that they will not be able to escape after being targeted by Chai Jian. "Hey, brother, it is fine if they are unwilling to travel with us. Why are you forcing them to stay? These two people are not strong and do not seem to be of much help to us." A young man asked doubtfully. The other party glanced at him, and the corner of his mouth revealed a mocking expression. "You have just arrived at Cheongchi City, right?" "Yes." The young man nodded. "You don't know, but Chai Jian's Qi method requires the assistance of women. Although there were a few women among the group from the Bright Pure sect, there was an existence of a dozone. He did not dare to touch them. There are also women among us, but their cultivation is higher than Chai Jian's. Among so many people, only that woman matches Chai Jian's request. Naturally, he is unwilling to personally let her go. If this was the outside world, he might not be interested in a 4-star Do Huang." That person explained. "I see." The young man came to a sudden realization and looked at Ning Qi and Li Macho with some pity. "I will give you one more chance. Move aside." Ning Qi looked at Chai Jian indifferently. A trace of impatience flashed across Chai Jian's eyes. "If you are unwilling to stay, you can leave by yourself. This lady must stay." He did not know what kind of danger they would meet here. Therefore, he needed to keep Li Macho in case of emergencies. A blade glow flashed. Ning Qi pulled Li Macho around Chai Jian and walked into the distance. Chai Jian, on the other hand, stood blankly on the spot. A few breaths later, his right leg was broken at the knee. Fresh blood spurted out. "My leg!" Chai Jian was shocked and angry. A trace of despair appeared on his face. Although his leg could be reattached, it would take at least 7 or 8 days to recuperate. In such a place, he would most likely be in an extremely dangerous state during these 7 or 8 days. Thinking of this, Chai Jian looked at Ning Qi with extreme hatred. A trace of lingering fear flashed in his eyes. He did not expect Ning Qi's cultivation to be lower than his, but his combat power was so terrifying. He did not even have time to react before his leg was cut off by a blade. This guy kicked an iron plate. Everyone's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. What should we do next? With so many people, we are too big of a target. Let's disperse, someone suggested. Then he formed a small team with 2 or 3 people and walked in the direction that Uncle Wu and the others had left. When everyone saw this, they felt that it made sense, so they followed suit. Soon, there were only a dozen or so people left. Chai Jian was in the middle of putting his broken leg back together. Seeing that almost everyone had left, he hurriedly said, "Take me with you. In 7 or 8 days, my leg will recover." The group of people glanced at him, shook their heads, and left directly. A trace of anger appeared on Chai Jian's face. Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 6:21. Pond Turtle Ningqi and Limacho walked very slowly. Their eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly. They found that there was not even a bird here. It was very quiet. Occasionally, they could hear rustling sounds, which were the footsteps of other demonic beasts or humans. After thinking about it, Ningqi released Little Six from the demon pet space. Limacho's eyes revealed a trace of surprise when she saw this. She curiously sized up Little Six. "Damn you! You're finally willing to let me out." Little Six stared at Ningqi with dissatisfaction. "Don't be long-winded. Look at this place," Ningqi said. Little Six rolled his eyes and flew up. After a while, he flew back to Ningqi's neck and said in surprise, "How did you come to the land of ancient demon clan?" "The land of ancient demon clan?" Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. "Little Six, where is the land of ancient demon clan you mentioned? Do you feel any danger around here?" "I know the land of ancient demon clan," Limacho suddenly said. Little Six glanced at Limacho and said disdainfully, "How could you know?" Limacho didn't mind Little Six. She looked at Ningqi and said, "In that ancient book, there are many records of the antiquity time. Among them, there is a description of the ancient monster tribe. I didn't expect that this passage would lead to that place." After a short pause, Limacho continued, "You should know a legend. Demonic beasts were real pets raised by the demon clan. After the demon clan disappeared, the demonic beast showed up. After the demon clan disappeared, some people suspected that they were exterminated, imprisoned, or suppressed. But some people also suspected that they found a holy place for cultivation. In this holy place, there were many treasures that could help the demon clan improve their cultivation. Later, some people entered this place and were lucky enough to escape. Later, this holy place was called the land of ancient demon clan." "Oh, little girl, you know a lot. Do you know who I am?" Little Six's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Then he said proudly. Limacho glanced at him and shook her head. "I don't know much about rank 2 demonic beasts." Rank 2 demonic beasts. Little Six's face darkened. Ningqi was a little shocked. If this is really the land of the ancient monster clan, those who came here before were probably killed by the ancient monster clan. Just as Ningqi finished speaking, a naked middle-aged man appeared in front of him. He was only wearing a pair of trousers and was staring at them coldly. Such a terrifying aura. Ningqi and Limacho both looked at the middle-aged man with fear. A chill ran down their spines. The aura of this middle-aged man gave Ningqi a feeling that he was at least on the same level as Meng Qingling. Ningqi immediately checked the other party's attributes. Ancient demon race, pond turtle, level, lower 8th level demon race health points. There was very little information. Not even his HP could be seen. However, according to the attributes panel, he was indeed an ancient demon. Moreover, he was only at the 8th step, but his aura was at the 9th step. Blah, blah, blah. Chi Gui roared at Ningqi and Limacho. The two of them couldn't understand what he was saying. It should be an ancient demon language. At this time, Little Six also said something to the Chi tortoise, causing the Chi tortoise to reveal a trace of sluggishness. Little Six, you know the ancient demon language? Ning Chi said in surprise. Little Six said smugly, I already said that as an ancient sky dragon, there's nothing I don't know. What's so strange about knowing the ancient demon language? He glanced at Li Macho and realized that she was also shocked. He felt even more smug. Then what did you say to it? Did you say that we had no ill intentions? Ning Chi asked. Nothing much. I just told it that I'm an ancient sky dragon and told it to kneel and submit. Little Six said. Ning Chi and Li Macho immediately felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, the next moment, the Chi tortoise charged at the two of them in rage. Macho, leave first. Ning Chi pushed Li Macho away and raised his saber to attack the Chi tortoise. However, with just one strike, he was sent flying by the Chi tortoise's punch. A third of his nearly won. 5 million HP was instantly gone. However, this also bought Ning Chi some time. The next moment, the bronze puppet descended from the sky and punched at the Chi tortoise. The bronze puppet could put up a fight even against a peak dozun. The strength of the punch was enough to shatter a mountain. However, the Chi tortoise countered force with force. Its heavy punch collided with the bronze puppet, causing both of them to take 2 to 3 steps back. How dare you? How dare you ignore my existence? Little Six was infuriated. He said a string of words to the Chi tortoise that Ning Chi could not understand. After the Chi tortoise heard it, its skin began to crack and its body constantly expanded. Finally, it turned into a tortoise that stood on 2 legs and was about the same height as the bronze puppet. The tortoise shell on its back had sharp spikes that emitted a bone-piercing chill. Ning Chi did not doubt that the power of these spikes far exceeded ordinary Do weapons. After the transformation, Ning Chi could sense that the other party's aura had increased by more than 30%. Little Six, you bastard! Shut your mouth! Ning Chi chided Little Six, after which he stored it in the demon pet space. This fellow was simply unable to accomplish anything, but was good at spoiling things. The Chi tortoise furiously roared and attacked the bronze puppet. Just as it was about to approach the bronze puppet, its body suddenly curled into a ball and used its incomparably cold spikes to heavily strike the bronze puppet's body. The bronze skin that even the black lotus demon flame, ranked 43rd on the heavenly flame ranking, was unable to burn was directly pierced by the Chi tortoise's spikes. The commotion here was huge and had already attracted the attention of the humans and demonic beasts nearby. They all hurried over. After seeing the bronze puppet and the Chi tortoise, the humans revealed shocked expressions. On the other hand, a chill rose in the hearts of the demonic beasts. They subconsciously took dozens of steps back because they could sense the extremely frightening demon race aura on the Chi tortoise's body. This kind of aura was something they could occasionally sense from Cheongwoo. Uncle Wu, are these 2 demonic beasts? The bright, clear sect disciples were somewhat frightened as they asked. The aura that was emitted from the bronze puppet and the Chi tortoise caused them to be unable to breathe. Perhaps Uncle Wu was also uncertain. He only swept a glance at Ning Chi and Li Macho before focusing all his attention on the bronze puppet and the Chi tortoise. After the Chi tortoise's attack was effective, it did not let the bronze puppet off. Instead, it continued to roar angrily as a frightening, demonic Chi emanated from its body and enveloped the bronze puppet. Ding! Warning! The host's bronze puppet is suffering destructive damage. The system's notification sounded. Chapter 6:22. Terrifying radiation. Where's the giant? Why did it disappear? Was it melted by the demonic aura? Everyone's face revealed a trace of shock. Is it a demonic beast from this place? It looks terrifying. Let's escape first. Someone looked at the Chi turtle and transmitted his voice to the people around him. None of them were strong, and they had already sensed the terrifying aura of the Chi tortoise. Therefore, They all nodded and fled while the Chi tortoise was not paying attention to them. The demonic beasts did the same, but they did not run far. Instead, they ran to a hidden corner a few miles away and looked at Ning Chi. At this moment, Chai Jian also noticed the commotion and limped over. When he saw that Ning Chi was facing a terrifying existence, his face revealed a gloating expression. "Looks like I don't have to do it myself. You will die here," Chai Jian thought excitedly. Li Macho suddenly stepped in front of Ning Chi. "You leave first. I don't know how long I can hold it back." The Chi turtle was already less than 10 feet away from the two of them. Its face revealed a sinister expression as it looked at Ning Chi and Li Macho like a cat playing with a mouse. Its eyes seemed to be searching for something. It should be looking for the whereabouts of Little Six. At this moment, Ning Chi suddenly placed his palm on Li Macho's shoulder. "Why aren't you leaving?" Li Macho frowned. The opponent was so powerful. If one of them could escape, it would not be worth it if both of them died here. "I still have one move. Let's see if it can succeed," Ning Chi said. Li Macho was slightly startled. She took a step back and saw 2 pineapple-like things in Ning Chi's hand. "Chi turtle, have a taste of my world-extinguishing dragon-slaying bullet." Ning Chi smiled and threw them at the Chi turtle. The Chi turtle had never seen this kind of dragon-slaying bullet. It was not a battle tool, so it would not emit such a terrifying aura. Hence, the Chi turtle directly ignored the 2 world-extinguishing dragon-slaying bullets. After Ning Chi threw them, he quickly pulled Li Macho and fled. The world-extinguishing dragon-slaying bullet landed heavily at the Chi turtle's feet. However, it did not explode. A trace of disdain flashed in the Chi turtle's eyes. Then it lifted its foot and stepped on it. Boom! A mushroom cloud instantly rose up and the ground shook. Even the people several miles away could feel it. They stared in Ning Chi's direction, dumbfounded. What happened? How could there be such a terrifying attack? When the smoke dissipated, an incomparably large and deep pit could be seen where Chi Gui was standing. This pit had a diameter of over 1,000 feet. In the center of the deep pit, the pond tortoise lay on the ground covered in wounds. Large patches of red flesh could be seen on its skin. The red flesh was spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. "He's not dead?" Ning Chi and Li Macho stopped in the distance. However, it seems like the radiation of the world annihilation dragon-slaying bullet has some effect. Ning Chi thought to himself. At this time, he glanced at Pool Turtle's attributes and could finally see his HP. Even after taking 2 dragon annihilation bullets head-on, he still has over 3 million HP left. This ancient fiend's HP is even higher than the dragon race's. Ning Chi sighed. "Roar!" Chi Gui let out an angry roar and slowly climbed out of the deep pit. At this moment, it once again revealed its true body. However, several of the turtle thorns on its back had been broken. Obviously, it was caused by the terrifying shockwave from the explosion just now. Chi Gui took a step forward, but its body was a little wobbly, as if it was a drunk person. That guy seems to be seriously injured. This monster's grade must be very high. If we can kill it and obtain the essence in its body, it is very likely to improve our cultivation. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, some greedy guys risked their lives and approached Chi Gui. On the other side, a half-transformed monster with 2 horns on its head and a face and body no different from a human looked greedily at Chi Gui and said, "Did you guys notice? The ancient bloodline aura on its body is even thicker than that of the poor city lord. If we can absorb the bloodline essence in its body, then—" Before he could finish his words, a half-transformed demon beast had already rushed towards the pond turtle. Chi Gui had just climbed out of the pit with great difficulty when it discovered that it was surrounded by ants. An angry expression immediately appeared on its face. After muttering a bunch of nonsense, it stomped a Peak Do Huang who had entered the third life and death test into minced meat. Don't engage in close combat with it. Exhaust it. Someone shouted loudly. With a flip of his hand, a long rainbow swept across Qi Gui's body. One of the turtle thorns on its back, which was about to be carbonized, was instantly broken. This scene caused all the humans and monsters to feel excited. On the other hand, Qi Gui gradually descended into a berserk state. Uncle Wu, should we also go over and get a share? Yes, only a few dozongs have entered this time. If you go over, you will definitely be able to successfully kill this monster, a disciple of the bright, clear sect said. Uncle Wu's face revealed a trace of hesitation. Seeing that the other dozongs were also charging toward Qi Gui, he clenched his teeth and said, "All of you stay here. I will go." Saying this, he directly broke through the air and flew toward Qi Gui. With his addition, everyone found that Qi Gui's movements were becoming slower and slower. They thought that their attacks were effective. In reality, the Qi Gui's physique just happened to be unable to withstand the radiation of the world annihilation dragon-slaying bullet. Its life points were rapidly decreasing. The two things you used just now had such power. What were they? Limacho said in surprise. That was the world annihilation dragon-slaying bullet developed by an old man. It was originally intended to be used to blow up the dragon clan. In the end, this ancient demon clan delivered itself to us. Ning Qi smiled faintly. In fact, he was also somewhat glad in his heart. The power of the world annihilation dragon-slaying bullet was not enough to kill Qi Gui. In fact, it could even cause very little damage to Qi Gui. However, he did not expect that Qi Gui had no resistance to radiation at all. It was as if it had been poisoned, and its life points rapidly decreased. I don't think it can hold on for much longer. When do we attack? Limacho said. She also relied on killing monsters to level up. Therefore, she had already experienced killing people countless times. She seemed to be very experienced in this aspect. Coincidentally, Ning Qi's dragon-slaying Do Qi was not stable enough and could easily go berserk. He wanted to fight steadily and give half of the experience to Limacho so that she could quickly advance to a Dozun. It was also good to get rid of the heart goo. Therefore, when he checked that Qi Gui's life points were only left with 100,000, he nodded at Limacho and the two of them flew toward Qi Gui. World's edge bright moon saber, so close yet so far. Ning Qi's dragon-slaying saber directly swung toward Qi Gui's head. 5 poison dragon god palm. Limacho's hands glowed with black light and similarly slapped toward Qi Gui's head. Boom! Chapter 6, 23. Ancient Demon Language Chapter 6, 23. Ding! Congratulations to host for successfully killing the ancient demon race pool turtle. You have obtained 1 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations to host for obtaining the gambling gift pack. Please open it within 24 hours. The experience points seem to be a little. It should have been divided by this group of people. The dragon-slaying bullet that caused the greatest damage to the pool turtle was not included. Ning Qi quietly thought. At this moment, Limacho's body was already covered by a layer of faint white light. In the next moment, her aura became much stronger. She had successfully advanced to a 5-star Do Huang. Limacho's face revealed a trace of happiness. This demonic beast is ours. The demonic beasts frantically surrounded the corpse of the pool turtle and roared at the group of humans with ferocious expressions. Why is it yours? It was clearly killed by everyone together. Uncle Wu frowned. Don't think that we will be afraid of you just because you are a dozong. There are at least 3 dozongs that have died in my hands. The demonic beast with 2 horns on its head that had almost completely transformed coldly looked at Uncle Wu. A trace of fear flashed across Uncle Wu's eyes. This demonic beast was called Jiao Manlu. He was one of the 4 geniuses under Cheong Wuyu. Although he had yet to advance to rank 7, His fighting strength had already far surpassed an ordinary one-star dozong. Jiao Manlu, you cannot be so overbearing. This demonic beast was killed by us together. At the very least, you should give half of it to us humans. That's right, that's right. Otherwise, we will have a big battle. At that time, if another demonic beast like this comes, we will all die together. Hearing this, Jiao Manlu's face turned green. He coldly stared at the humans as if he would attack at any moment. Let's go. Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Li Macho. The two of them quietly left this place. The group of humans and demonic beasts did not notice them due to the ownership of the pool turtle's corpse. After leaving a few kilometers, Ning Qi directly opened the gambling gift pack. Ning Qi was looking forward to the gambling gift pack that was dropped by a rank 8 demonic beast. A virtual roulette appeared in front of Ning Qi. There were a total of 8 options on it. Middle Earth rank dough tool, pool tortoise shell. After wearing it, it can increase one's HP by 100,000 points. Middle grade Earth class elixir, ancient bloodline elixir. When consumed by demonic beasts, they can revert to their ancestry and obtain the bloodline of the ancient demonic beasts. Earth rank superior grade martial skill, demon clan shapeshifting art. The essence of the Chi turtle's bloodline. One of the ancient puppet 4 great beauties, Foxy. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. Thank you for participating. There are a total of 5 things, 4 of which are related to demons. The pool turtle shell can increase 100,000 HP, which is a good thing. Little Purple and the others can use the ancient bloodline pill. Little Purple and the others can also use the demon clan's shape-shifting technique, which is probably more advanced than the shape-shifting technique of the demon beasts. I wonder what Little Purple will become after cultivating it. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth lifted slightly. The needle quickly spun on the wheel. Li Macho looked at Ning Qi with some confusion. She knew that Ning Qi was different from ordinary people, so she waited patiently. After a while, the needle swept past the pool tortoise shell and the ancient bloodline pill before finally stopping on the earth, rank high, grade, martial skill. The demon clan transformation tactic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the high-grade Earth tier martial technique. Demon clan transformation technique. The system beep rang out. On the other side, Jiao Manlu, Uncle Wu, and the others were still discussing the ownership of the pool turtle's corpse. However, they were shocked to find that the pool turtle's corpse had turned into a faint blue light and disappeared from the world. Not even a single hair was left on the ground. What is going on? Jiao Manlu roared angrily. You demonic beasts must have done something to it. You want to keep it for yourself. Quickly hand it over, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Someone angrily looked at Jiao Manlu and the other demonic beasts. His hand was already on his weapon, as though he was ready to attack at any time. Wait, this matter is quite strange. The battle just now might have attracted the demonic beast's clansmen or subordinates. Let's leave this place first, then we can discuss in detail. Uncle Wu stood in the middle of the two sides and frowned. Humph. If it does not give us a satisfactory answer today, this matter will not end. Jiao Manlu, did you do something? Do you really want to keep it for yourself? A demonic beast transmitted a message to Jiao Manlu. Jiao Manlu's face turned ashen. Let's leave this place first. As for where the corpse went, I will definitely find out. In the next 10 days, Ning Qi and Li Macho did not encounter any lone ancient demon clan members. However, they found a place that seemed to be inhabited by many ancient demon clan members. It looked like a small village, and the place they were previously at seemed to be the back mountain of this small village. At this moment, there were a few children playing at the entrance of the village. They seemed to be playing a beating game. You hit me, I hit you. However, the strength of every hit made Ning Qi and Limacho's eyebrows twitch unconsciously. The strength of these children was probably not weaker than theirs. It is indeed the land of the ancient demon tribe. These should be the ancient demon tribe. If they were in Dongxian, all of them would be number 1 on the dragon ranking. Shock flashed across Ningqi's eyes. The lower rank 8 demon tribe, the Qi tortoise, had the aura of a dosheng. It had easily destroyed the bronze puppet. On the other hand, these children were only rank 6 demons. From their attributes, they were from the same tribe as the Qi tortoise. Their strength far surpassed the heaven's prides on the dragon ranking in Dongxian. Should we go back? This place is too dangerous. Limacho frowned. Wait. Ningqi was about to nod when he suddenly saw a demon child take out a stone and smash it heavily on the head of another child. The stone immediately shattered into pieces and turned into dust. This is an inferior grade spiritual stone. There really is an inferior grade spiritual stone here. Ningqi's eyes flashed with surprise. At this time, a woman walked to the door, grabbed the children, and gave them a good beating. Then she muttered something and brought them back to the village, leaving only one child of the demon clan to play at the door. Ningqi immediately searched the dragon slaying mall. Ancient demon language. Price: 10,000 dragon slayer coins. Purchase. Afterwards, Ningqi's dragon slayer coins were deducted a total of 10,000. Mysterious memories appeared in his mind, and he subconsciously spat out a string of gibberish, leaving Limacho dumbfounded. Yu Limacho was shocked. She realized that Ningqi's language was similar to that of the ancient demon. Why do you want to learn? I'll teach you when we get back. Chapter 6:24. The ancient monster. Tribe. The child glanced at Ningqi vigilantly. He realized that Ningqi and Limacho's auras were weaker than his, so he asked, "Who are you?" "Oh, I'm just passing by." "Kid, I think the stones in your hands are pretty. How about I trade them with you?" Ningqi smiled and took out a low-grade, mystic class spirit enhancing pill. He wasn't confident and didn't know if it would be attractive to the child. "This is an elixir. You're a monster refinement master?" The child was pleasantly surprised and immediately snatched the low-grade, mystic class spirit enhancing pill. He didn't care if it was poisonous or not and swallowed it. After a while, he smiled in satisfaction and said happily, "Do you have any more elixirs? I'll trade stones with you." Then he took out 3 to 4 low-grade spirit stones from his pocket and gave them to Ningqi. Ningqi's eyes flashed with joy. It was different from the dry bones, forbidden ground. Low-grade spirit stones were probably the same as ordinary stones in the ancient monster tribe. In the dry bones, forbidden ground, low-grade spirit stones were called god refining stones. They were at least the currency. Ningqi gave the kid another 5 low-grade mystic spirit cultivation pills and put the low-grade spirit god stones into his spatial bag without batting an eyelid. Limacho was a little confused. She didn't know what Ningqi was talking about, but she saw Ningqi exchange pills for a few ordinary stones. These stones were at most ornamental, but they didn't give off any aura, so they weren't spirit crystals. She thought Ningqi was using this opportunity to get information from the child. In the blink of an eye, the child swallowed another 5 low-grade mystic tear spirit raising pills and shouted excitedly, "The demon refinement master has come to our pond turtle village." The voice was like a wave of air sweeping across the village. Before Ningqi could react, several figures appeared in front of him. Among them was the woman who had just beaten the child and an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s. They all looked at Ningqi suspiciously. The woman stepped forward and said, "Are you a monster refinement master?" Monster refinement master? It should be referring to the alchemist. Ningqi secretly guessed in his heart, but on the surface he showed an indifferent smile and nodded. These people in front of him were all rank 7 lower pond turtles. It seemed that the pond turtle that died in the mountain before should be an expert of this village. Seventh aunt, he really is a demon refinement master. He just gave me a few medicinal pills. They are very delicious, and I feel that the demonic energy in my body seems to have increased a little. The child said. The woman immediately beamed with joy. She passionately pulled on Ningqi and said, I didn't expect a beast refiner to come to our pond, Turtle Village. Master, are you planning to sell pills? Come, come, come. I'll bring you to see the village chief and let him discuss with you. Village chief? Ningqi winked at Limacho and followed the woman into the village with a smile. Limacho had to follow him. Although Ningqi didn't seem to be afraid at all, he was very vigilant. He had already bought 2 medium-grade, profound stage invisibility talismans. If something went wrong, he would use them to escape first. On the way, through talking with the woman, Ningqi learned that this was a remote mountain village belonging to goddess NWA City, with a population of about 100. Mountain villages like this were everywhere in goddess NWA City, and there were even bigger villages. For example, the Cheongchi village, which was only 10,000 miles away from the Pond Turtle Village, was much bigger than the Pond Turtle Village. Every year, the Cheongchi village would send people to the Pond Turtle Village to collect tributes and then send them to the bigger villages. Those villages would then send the tributes to goddess NWA City as tribute to the most powerful goddess NWA City, who ruled over tens of thousands of villages. Ningqi felt something was wrong when he heard the words goddess and Vaiwa. It was the same as when he saw the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram last time. Why did the legend on Earth appear here? Could it be that this place was really inextricably linked to Earth? At the same time, he was also shocked by the power of the ancient demon clan. There were tens of thousands of villages like the Pond Turtle Village in just one city. There were simply too many experts among them. Those stronger villages might have the existence of a rank 9 demon clan, which was equivalent to a human dosheng. If not 1,000, there would be at least a few hundred. In Dongxian, there were 9 great clans, 36 top sects, the 9 provinces empire, the Sky Demon Empire, the Divine Kingdom of the East, and other big countries. There were probably less than 500 doshengs. However, there were more than 500 doshengs in this city, not to mention that there was definitely more than one city. Is this the foundation of the ancient demon clan? They should have an existence that far exceeds a Dodi, just like the eye in the dry bones forbidden land. Ningqi still felt a chill in his heart when he thought of the huge eye that had suddenly appeared in the sky. At this moment, the woman brought Ningqi to the front of a courtyard that was built with huge rocks. In the distance, he could see a tree that was over 100 feet tall. There were fruits on it, and there was a faint aura of spiritual medicine coming from it. Behind Ningqi, there were already dozens of members of the Pond Turtle clan following. They curiously observed Ningqi and Limacho and asked each other about them. When they learned that Ningqi was a demon refinement master, there was no need to mention how excited they were. Ningqi already knew that the alchemy skills of the ancient demon clan were still at the level of the past. There were very few demon refinement masters who knew how to refine pills. In hundreds of villages, there might only be one demon refinement master. Therefore, in the past, they would bring the spiritual herbs that they collected to NWA City or a village with a demon refinement master and ask the demon refinement master to refine them into pills at a high price. The door of the courtyard slowly opened and an old man holding a walking stick walked out. Everyone hurriedly greeted him as the village chief. This old man glanced at Ningqi and Limacho indifferently. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Which clan are you from? Why can't I see it? There were no humans in the ancient demon clan's land for a long time. Thus, the old man didn't think that Ningqi and Limacho were from the human clan. He was thinking about the demon clan's villages that he knew. However, none of them matched Ningqi and Limacho's aura. While Ningqi was thinking about how to lie, the woman hurriedly said, "Village chief, he's a demon refinement master. He wants to sell pills in our Pond Turtle Village." What, demon refinement master? The old man was surprised. He didn't care what race Ning Chi and Li Macho were. He hurriedly said, "Come, come, come. Come in and talk with me." He dragged Ning Chi into the courtyard as if he was afraid that Ning Chi would run away. Ning Chi was a little reluctant at first. However, when he saw the broken rocks on the roots of the big tree in the courtyard, he was ecstatic. Chapter 6:25. Spiritual Godstone obtaining, Chi glanced at the old man's attributes and found that he was a rank 8 middle-class monster race. He should be the strongest in the village. After pulling Ning Chi into the small courtyard, the village head of Chi Turtle Village took out a few square stones and attentively placed them under Ning Chi and Limacho's buttocks. The group of villagers stood at the side expectantly, looking at the village head and Ning Chi. The Chi Turtle Village chief smiled at Ning Chi and said, "Little brother, what kind of pills are you selling?" Ning Chi smiled and took out a low-grade, mystic-class spirit-raising pill. The Chi Turtle Village chief glanced at it and frowned. From the aura of the pill, it seemed to be beneficial to their cultivation. However, the aura was too weak. It was more suitable for children to eat. In order to confirm, the Chi Turtle Village chief smiled and asked, "Little brother, I wonder what pill this is? Can this old man try one?" "This is a mystic, low-class, spirit-raising pill. Chief, if you want to eat one, then eat one." "Oh, everyone eat one." Seeing that the villagers were staring at the pills like tigers eyeing their prey, Ning Chi generously gave one to each of them, and they couldn't wait to swallow it. After a while, many people looked disappointed. Only the children ate it with relish. Ning Chi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that this mystic low-class spirit-raising pill didn't enter their eyes. Sure enough, the village chief of Pool Turtle Village smiled faintly after feeling the increase of the demonic chi in his body. "Little brother, this medicinal pill is very ordinary. I wonder if you have a better medicinal pill. Don't worry, we have collected many spirit herbs and materials. We can exchange them with you." Ning Chi looked at the dragon slaughtering maul without batting an eyelid. Inside a middle-grade profound-level spirit-raising pill was 500 dragon slaughtering coins. High grade was 2,000 dragon slaughtering coins, and top grade was 5,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Ning Chi didn't consider high grade and top grade, but 100 high-grade, profound-level spirit-raising pills would be 200,000 dragon slaughtering coins. Thus, Ning Chi bought a middle-grade, profound-level spirit-raising pill and gave it to the Chi Turtle Village chief. "Chief, try this." The aura is much stronger." The Chi Turtle Village chief's eyes lit up, and he took it and sized it up before directly swallowing it. After a while, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Little brother, this is a profound, rank spirit-raising pill, right? Our Pond Turtle Village has more than 100 people. How about this? Give us 10,000 pills, and we'll use spirit herbs and spirit materials to exchange." 10,000. Ning Chi secretly rolled his eyes in his heart and said with a smile, "This kind of pill is extremely difficult to refine. I only have 100. But I have quite a lot of the low-grade, profound stage spirit-raising pills you ate before, about 1,000. How about this? 100 it is. Sell me 1,000 low-grade, profound spirit-raising pills as well. The kids in our village can eat them." The village chief of Pool Turtle Village said immediately with a sly look in his eyes. Only then did Ning Chi realize that this old man was quite narrow-minded. He was definitely testing him just now. After testing out the number of medicinal pills, he decisively wanted to buy them all. Thinking about this, Ning Chi smiled faintly and shook his head. "I'm afraid this can't satisfy the village chief's request. I'll use some of these spirit-raising pills myself, and I'll go to other villages to take a look. Perhaps they'll need it more than you guys." What he meant was that the villages that were bigger than Pond Turtle Village would offer a higher price. Ning Chi believed that this old man understood. The village chief of Pool Turtle Village said immediately, "Little brother, you haven't seen our Pond Turtle Village's price yet." Then he turned to the other villagers and said, "Go, Quickly take out the spirit materials and spirit herbs you've kept in your houses for little brother to see." The villagers turned and left. Not long after, they appeared before Ning Chi again with a large pile of spirit materials and spirit herbs. Ning Chi glanced at them and realized that many of them were things he had never seen before. They had been lost in Dongxian. Dark nether grass grows in the land of the ancient demon clan. It matures after 100 years and is completely black. It can be used to refine the demon condensation pill to increase the demon's chances of breaking through. Blood scab flower grows in the land of the ancient demon clan. It matures after 100 years and is like a demonic flower formed from solidified blood scabs. Directly consuming it can increase one's chi and blood. It can be used to refine the demon essence pill to increase the demon's stamina and vitality. There were many other types of spirit herbs that were basically used to refine medicinal pills for the demons. "Little brother, look at these spirit materials and spirit herbs. How about we exchange them for 100 middle-grade, mystic-class spirit-raising pills and 1,000 inferior-grade, mystic-class spirit-raising pills?" The chief of Chi Turtle Village said with a smile. According to the effects of Ning Chi's medicinal pills, they definitely surpassed these ordinary spirit materials and spirit herbs. If Ning Chi was willing to exchange with him, the Pond Turtle Village would make a huge profit. Ning Chi sized up the old man with a smile and shook his head. Not enough. There was a hint of hesitation on the village chief's face, just as he was thinking about whether or not to take out a spirit herb that he had collected for many years to exchange. Ning Chi pointed to the big tree in his yard and said, "With this, it should be enough." What do you want this Bodhi tree for? It's everywhere in Niwa City." The Chi Turtle Village chief was stunned for a moment. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Then he immediately walked in front of his Bodhi tree and carefully examined it. He used his divine sense to scan it. He discovered that it was just a Bodhi tree, and there was nothing special about it. The village chief turned his head and looked at Ning Chi. "Do you really want this Bodhi tree? I wonder if the village chief is willing to part with it." Ning Chi said with a faint smile. Seeing that Ning Chi didn't seem to be in a hurry, the village chief had to suppress his doubts and asked again, "Can I find another one for you?" "Then there's nothing more to say." Ning Chi's face showed a proud expression. He stood up and walked out. Seeing this, Limacho hurriedly followed him. At this moment, the Chi Turtle Village chief remembered that Ning Chi was a demonic refinement master and had a noble status. He seemed to have spoken too much, so he quickly moved to block Ning Chi and said with a fawning smile, "Yes, yes." "Are you sure?" Ning Chi said with a faint smile. "Yes." The village chief nodded. "All right." Ning Chi directly walked towards the Bodhi tree. The Dragon Slayer saber appeared in his hand, and he dug up the Bodhi tree along with its roots. Of course, he didn't miss out on the low-grade spiritual god stones piled up on the roots. He also glanced at the village chief from the corner of his eyes. Seeing that the village chief's expression didn't change much, Ning Chi was even more certain that the village chief didn't know the use of the low-grade spiritual godstones. Then Ning Chi put the entire Bodhi tree into his spatial bag. After that, Ning Chi took away the spirit herbs in the hands of the villagers. Then he took out 100 mystic middle-grade spirit cultivation pills and 1,000 mystic low-grade spirit cultivation pills and gave them to the village chief. "The ones you tasted earlier, take it as a gift from me." "Thank you, thank you." The village chief's eyes showed a trace of surprise. He was especially happy to get a small benefit. Village chief. Ning Chi wanted to ask about the origin of the low-grade spiritual godstones. Suddenly, a strong man flew above everyone and let out a loud laughter. "Ha ha ha! Is your Pond Turtle Village's tribute ready? The people from Cheongchi Village are here." Chapter 6:26. Chapter 6:26. A challenge from a Yao refinement master above everyone. there was a muscular man standing in the air. When the village chief of Chi Turtle Village saw him, he hurriedly stood in front of Ning Chi and cupped his hands. "Chief Cheong, the tributes are ready. Please come down and take a look." Ning Chi felt that this old man didn't want him to be seen, but he was in the sky, and no matter how the old man tried to block, he could still see him. "Little brother, this is Cheong Chi's guard team leader. He has a bad temper. Don't make a sound and let me send him away." The village chief's voice sounded in Ning Chi's ears. Ning Chi's expression changed slightly, and he nodded. The Bodhi tree in your yard is gone." Cheong Ba slowly landed on the ground and glanced at the big hole and asked curiously. The village chief quickly laughed. "Chief Cheong, I am preparing to plant some other trees. Come, let's not talk about this. Chief Cheong, come take a look at the tributes." Then someone hurried to get the tributes. When Cheong Ba arrived, not long later, the tributes were delivered. Ning Chi saw countless spirit herbs and all kinds of metals. Cheong Ba glanced and nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and put them into the bone bracelet on his wrist. Ning Chi suspected that this was the Chien Kuan ring of the ancient monster land. Seeing that Cheong Ba was satisfied, the villagers heaved a sigh of relief. The village chief looked at Cheong Ba as if waiting for him to leave. But Cheong Ba suddenly looked at Ning Chi and Li Macho. "You are." Cheong Ba frowned. Ning Chi and Li Macho gave him a weird feeling. He actually couldn't tell which race they were from. "He is a Yao refinement master," a kid suddenly shouted. The parent beside him wanted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. The village chief's face was filled with anger, and he glanced at the kid. "Yao refinement master." Cheong Ba's eyes were filled with surprise, and he walked up to Ning Chi. "Little brother, are you really a Yao refinement master?" "This guy doesn't seem to be as cruel as the old man said. He's quite polite, huh?" Ning Chi couldn't help but wonder what the village chief's intentions were. He revealed a faint smile and nodded at the Cheong Ba. "I am indeed a beast refiner. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that I would meet a demon refinement master on this trip to Pond Turtle Village? Old Turtle, you purposely didn't introduce him because you were afraid that I would invite this demon refinement master to Cheongchi Village as a guest?" Cheong Ba laughed out loud before looking at the chief of Chi Turtle Village. The village head of Pond Turtle Village jumped in fright and quickly laughed dryly. "Look at this old man's memory. I forgot. Cheong Ba glared at him and ignored him. Instead, he smiled at Ning Chi and said, "Mr. Demon Refinement Master, you must be here to sell pills, right? Come, let's be guests at my Cheongchi village. We have many times more spirit materials and herbs than Pond Turtle Village." Ning Chi glanced at Cheong Ba and found that he was a rank 8 high-level demon. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, "Senior, please lead the way." "Haha, don't call me senior. I, Cheong Ba, have always respected demon refinement masters. You can just call me by my name. Mr. Demon Refinement Master, please come this way." Cheong Ba laughed loudly and then flew into the air, making a gesture of invitation. Ning Chi and Li Macho looked at each other and bade farewell to the chief of Pond Turtle Village before flying to Cheong Ba's side. The three of them directly flew into the distance. Seeing that Ning Chi had disappeared from his sight, the chief of Pond Turtle Village directly went up and grabbed the brat who was talking nonsense. He took off his pants and fiercely slapped his butt. "Pa, Pa, who asked you to talk too much? Who asked you to talk too much? It wasn't easy for a demon refinement master to come, and I wanted to keep him in our village to refine pills. You sent him away just like that. Whoa, Chief, don't hit me." "I was wrong," the kid wailed loudly. After leaving Pond Turtle Village, Ning Chi and Li Macho followed behind Cheong Ba and flew for tens of thousands of li. Finally, they saw a village. There were many demons there, and it was clearly much more lively than Pond Turtle Village. "Mr. Demon Refinement Master, our Cheongchi village is in front. It's much bigger than Pond Turtle Village, right? Cheong Ba smiled proudly. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. It's indeed much bigger. Perhaps we can find another batch of inferior grade spiritual godstones here. This was the true reason why Ning Chi and Cheong Ba came to Cheong Chi village. Ning Chi, isn't this too risky? Li Macho could sense that the demons in Cheong Chi village all had extremely terrifying auras. There seemed to be an extremely terrifying power hidden in their bodies. She could not help but send a voice transmission. Don't worry. I reckon that in a few days, this mainland fragment will automatically send us back to Cheong Chi City. Ning Chi replied. Li Macho nodded slightly. Not long after, the three of them landed in Cheong Chi village. Mr. Demon, Refinement Master, let me bring you to meet our chief. Cheong Ba smiled. All right. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Chief Cheong. Who are these two? I can't even tell which race they are from. On the way, the burly men they met all stared curiously at Ning Chi and Li Macho. Cheong Ba greeted them with a smile. Suddenly his footsteps stopped. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man who was about the same height as Ning Chi and had shifty-eyed eyes. Behind the middle-aged man stood 4 tall, burly men, all of whom were low-level 8th-order demons. When Cheong Ba saw the shifty-eyed middle-aged man, Ning Chi noticed that his expression had clearly changed. Chief Cheong, where did you bring these 2 little fellows back from? Is that woman planning to warm your bed? The shifty-eyed man said in an eccentric manner. A trace of anger flashed across Li Macho's face. Cheong Ba berated. Shu Yi, speak properly. This little brother is a demon refinement master. Shu Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He then glanced at Ning Chi and sneered. Demon refinement master? A demon refinement master with such a low cultivation? I'm afraid he can only refine some dregs. Ha ha ha. Cheong Ba, where did you find him from? You want him to restrain me? What a joke. Ha ha ha. The 4 burly men behind Shu Yi laughed along. Cheong Ba glanced at them coldly and looked at Shu Yi. Whatever you say. Get out of the way. I'm taking him to see the chief. Impossible. I'm afraid you've found a swindler. Shu Yi said coldly. I know all the demon refinement masters in Yua City, but I've never seen this kid before. Hearing that, Cheong Ba looked at Ning Chi with a trace of uneasiness in his eyes. Chapter 6:27. Life and Death Pill Arrogant. I'm a liar? Shu Yi stared coldly at Ning Chi. A strange flame suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he threw a few spiritual herbs onto it. In the blink of an eye, he had refined a pill. All right, as expected of Master Shu Yi. He refined a top-grade yellow-rank demon origin pill in such a short time. Master Shu Yi is the leader of all the demon refinement masters in the nearby hundreds of villages. Cheers came from all around. They looked at Shu Yi with admiration. Ning Chi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Shu Yi's alchemy skills had at most reached the level of an alchemy grandmaster. Compared to him, an elixir king, he was still 2 levels below. Kid, can you do it? A look of pride flashed across Shu Yi's eyes as he looked at Ning Chi. It's none of your business whether or not I can do it, Ning Chi said lightly. Hearing this, Shu Yi was infuriated. The burly man behind him seemed to want to grab Ning Chi, but Cheong Ba glared at him. He stood there fearfully, but his eyes seemed to want to kill Ning Chi as he stared at him. Cheong Ba said to Ning Chi, Mr. Demon Refinement Master, why don't you show off your skills and convince this guy? In fact, after listening to Shu Yi's words, he began to have some doubts about Ning Chi. When he thought about how he had not seen Ning Chi refine pills with his own eyes in Pond Turtle Village, he felt a little uneasy. If Ning Chi was really just a liar or a very weak demon refinement master, then he would lose all his face in front of Shu Yi today. Sigh, if I had known earlier, I would have tested his alchemy skills. A trace of regret flashed in Cheongba's heart. Show off? I'm afraid he doesn't have the right to see it. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Too arrogant, too arrogant. The anger in Shu Yi's eyes ignited, and he gloomily stared at Ning Chi. At this moment, Ning Chi continued to speak to Cheongba. This fellow is a demon refinement master from your Cheongchi village? Is he the only demon refinement master in your Cheongchi village? Does he have a high status? Cheongba nodded his head. He is indeed the demon refinement master that our Cheongchi village worships. Among the hundreds of villages nearby, only our Cheongchi village has a demon refinement master. All right then. Ning Chi smirked and looked at Shu Yi coldly. I want to compete with you in alchemy. The loser has to get out of Cheongchi village. So you wanted to seize my position as a venerated elder. Ha ha ha. Poor tyrant, is this your goal? Shu Yi laughed coldly. Oh, Cheongba's original intention was to have Ning Chi come to Cheongchi village to restrain Shu Yi. However, after hearing Ning Chi's idea, he had a flash of inspiration. If Ning Chi really defeated Shu Yi, then Shu Yi naturally wouldn't have the face to stay in Cheongchi village anymore. Then he wouldn't have to see this annoying guy anymore. Thinking up to this point, Cheongba only hesitated for a moment before decisively saying, Shu Yi, didn't you doubt the strength of this demon refinement master? If you lose, you can scram. So that's what Chief Poor is planning. You can't blame him. Master Shu Yi has been targeting Chief Poor all these years, because Chief Poor wouldn't let him have a spirit herb that Master Shu Yi wanted. But is this guy that Chief Poor found really more powerful than Master Shu Yi? If he loses, how will Chief Poor face Master Shu Yi in the future? Let's not care about this. Let's just watch the show. Fine Popper. I'll have a match with him. If I lose, I'll leave Cheongchi village. But if I win, I'll have to ask you to personally kill him and leave the girl to me. A light flashed through Shu Yi's eyes as he let out a sinister laugh. Li Macho's expression turned ugly when she suddenly became the wager. Ning Chi sneered. If you win, I'll die, and my friend will be handed over to you. If you lose, you'll only have to leave Cheongchi village. Is there such a good thing in this world? Since you want to make such a big bet, then I'll play with you. If I lose, we'll do as you say, but if I win, you'll have to die. That's right. The wager must be fair. Cheongba immediately said. Shu Yi stared coldly at Ning Chi. After a while, he smiled and said, Fine, we'll do as you say. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and had seen countless beast refinement masters. Apart from the big clans, there was basically no one who was stronger than him, let alone a weak beast like Ning Chi. In terms of alchemy, Ning Chi could never surpass him. Since that's the case, let's ask the village chief to be a witness. Cheongba said. He now had a lot more confidence in Ning Chi. At the very least, he could confirm that Ning Chi was a real beast refinement master. Otherwise, he would never have made such a big bet with Shu Yi. The crowd clustered around Ning Chi and the others as they walked towards the center of Cheongchi village. Not long after, Ning Chi saw the village chief of Cheongchi village. He was a middle-aged man with a physique that was even more majestic than Cheongba. His muscles were filled with explosive power. Ning Chi glanced at his attributes. This village chief of Cheongchi village was a rank 8 boss beast. When Cheong Gu found out that Ning Chi was also a beast refinement master, his face was filled with joy. However, when he found out that Ning Chi was going to compete with Shu Yi for the life and death pill, he tried to persuade the two of them to stay and become his alchemists. However, both Shu Yi and Ning Chi refused. They wanted to determine a winner. Since that's the case, I won't force you two beast refinement masters. You two decide the winner here. Cheong Gu sighed and said. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the nearby clansmen were swept up by a gust of wind. They were pushed back dozens of steps, creating an empty space. Shu Yi looked at Ning Qi with a cold smile. You said that you're a beast refinement master. What kind of pills do you know? Aren't you good at beast essence pills? Let's compete on beast essence pills. The winner will be the speed and quality of the pills. Ning Qi smiled faintly. A hint of complacency flashed in Shu Yi's eyes. He was indeed good at refining demon essence elixirs. Among the hundreds of villages, the other demon refinement masters were no match for him in terms of demon essence elixirs. Even among the demon refinement masters in Nuwa City, only a few were better than him in terms of demon essence elixirs. Ning Qi's choice was completely suicidal. At this moment, Cheongba brought over 200 portions of beast essence pills. Ning Qi and Shu Yi each took one portion. Shu Yi looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile, waiting for Cheong Zhangu's order. Begin. The exotic flame in Shu Yi's hand instantly appeared. He was making beast essence pills at the speed of one pill every 3 seconds. Of course, there were occasional failures, but he could make at least 7 out of 10 pills. Such a success rate was enough to make Shu Yi proud. However, Ning Qi hadn't started yet. Li Macho's eyes flashed with a trace of nervousness. She knew Ning Qi's background. It was his first time in the land of the ancient demon clan. How could he make pills here? So did he have a backup plan? Chapter 628. Overwhelming strength. Why hasn't he started yet? Is he really a liar? Cheongba anxiously looked at Ning Qi, his face filled with anxiety. Shu Yi glanced at Ning Qi as he refined. When he realized that Ning Qi had not started yet, he couldn't help but smirk. He was finally sure that Ning Qi was a liar. After 60 breaths, Shu Yi already had 16 yellow-grade demon essence pills in front of him. He would win in another 200 breaths. Could the demon refinement master that Cheongba found be a liar? Cheong Zhangu's eyes were filled with suspicion. At this time, the villagers of Cheongchi village all had different expressions. Some looked at Cheongba with pity, while others were gloating. However, the guys in the guard team were nervous for Cheongba. If Cheongba lost face this time, then even the guard team would not be able to raise their heads in front of Rat Town. Just when everyone was feeling suspicious, Ning Qi finally made his move. The dragon-devouring fire appeared in his hand. He threw a spiritual material into it and instantly melted it into a liquid. Then, in less than a breath's time, the pill was formed. A strange fragrance was instantly emitted from the demonic essence pill of the lower grade of the profound stage. That's right. Cheongba and the others rubbed their eyes and then looked at the pill in Ning Qi's hand in shock. This is a low-grade demon essence pill? I think so. Looks like the demon refinement master that Chief Cheong brought back is very powerful. Cheong Zhengu's eyes were filled with shock, which was then followed by ecstasy. Ning Qi was a few dozen breaths slower just now. He was looking for the alchemy technique of the low-grade, profound, rank demon essence Dan in the dragon-slaying mall. He directly spent 10,000 dragon-slaying coins to buy it, and then digested it in his mind. Fortunately, he successfully refined the first one and did not embarrass himself. Coupled with the Elixir King's manual, his speed of refining the low-grade demon essence pill was even faster than Shu Yi's. At this time, Shu Yi heard the whispers of the crowd and smelled a strange fragrance that was even stronger than that of his top-grade, yellow-level demon essence elixir. He couldn't help but look in Ning Qi's direction. What he saw made his eyes almost pop out of their sockets. How is this possible? How could he possibly refine a low-grade, mystic-level demonic essence pill? No, no, no. Shu Yi roared in his heart. The pill in his hand that was about to form instantly turned into dregs because of his emotions. Ning Qi looked at Shu Yi with a faint smile as he refined low-grade mystic essence pills one by one. Occasionally he would fail, but once he got used to it, his success rate would increase to 100%. It wasn't long before over 90 low-grade, profound rank demon essence pills appeared before him. In front of Shu Yi, there were only over 30 low-grade, yellow-level monster essence pills and about 50 sets of spirit herbs that hadn't been used up yet. At this moment, it was clear who was superior. We won. I won. Popper was extremely excited. From his point of view, this bet was between him and Shu Yi, so if Ningqi won, then he would win. Shu Yi's face was a bit pale. He suddenly flew up and turned into a palm-sized black rat. He tore through the air so quickly that it was difficult for anyone to react. "Don't run!" Cheong Ba roared angrily and turned into a beam of light, chasing after Shu Yi. Cheong Jingu quickly took 2 steps forward and held Ning Chi's hand passionately. "Mr. Yao Refinement Master, may I know your name?" Ning Chi thought about it. In the future, his real name wouldn't be useful in Dongxian. After all, being the number 1 on the dragon leaderboard would attract too much hatred. If some old dragon shamelessly killed him, then there would be no one to reason with. Therefore, he had to give himself a fake name. "Chief, my name is Ning Beixian." Ning Chi smiled. He gave himself this fake name to remind himself that one day he would go to Dongxian, beat Yuan Yi up, and save Xueling. "Master Ning, don't worry. Popper will definitely capture Shu Yi." Cheong Jingu laughed and patted Ning Chi's shoulder. Ning Chi's knee sank into the ground after being patted by a 6-meter-tall giant. Cheong Jingu reacted and smiled awkwardly. "I forgot that Master Ning's cultivation isn't high enough, so I was too heavy-handed. Please forgive me, Master Ning." "Not at all, not at all." Ning Chi pulled his leg out of the ground with a humble smile. Then everyone waited where they were. 2 hours later, Popper flew back with a livid face. He looked at Ning Chi in shame and said, "Mr. Yao Refinement Master, I let that Shu Yi guy escape. I only broke its tail." Popper was holding a black tail in his hand. "Escaped?" Ning Chi frowned. Popper quickly said, "Don't worry, Cheongchi Village will issue a kill order for him in the future. We will capture or kill this untrustworthy guy." When Ning Chi heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Thank you for your trouble." Cheong Jingu was very satisfied with Ning Beixian, who could refine low-grade, mystic level Fey essence pills. He ordered a banquet to celebrate Ning Chi's promotion to Cheongchi Village's beast refiner. Damn it, Cheongchi Village, Popper, and that kid. Just you wait. One day, I, Shu Yi, will take revenge for this broken tail. Thousands of miles away from Cheongchi Village, Shu Yi stood in the dark and roared. Then, he continued to fly toward Nuwa City. Ning Chi stayed in Cheongchi Village for a few days. Every day, people would come to him with spirit herbs to ask him to refine pills. Ning Chi didn't refuse. The villagers of Cheongchi Village found that Ning Chi didn't have the arrogance of Shu Yi. So in just a few days, Ning Chi's position in their hearts had far surpassed Shu Yi. Every villager was very respectful when they saw Ning Chi. Ning Chi would also wander around with a low-grade spirit stone in his hand during his free time. Sometimes he would even walk back and forth in front of Cheong Jingu, which made them feel strange. However, they did not have any reaction to the inferior-grade spiritual godstone in Ning Chi's hand. Ning Chi had searched the entire Cheongchi village, but he did not find any inferior-grade spiritual godstone. This made Ning Chi a little disappointed. Finally, when Cheong Ba came looking for him with the spiritual herb, he asked him directly, "Brother Popper, have you seen this stone before?" Ning Chi took out a thumb-sized low-grade spirit stone and gave it to Popper. The poor tyrant gently pinched it with his fingertips, curiously sizing it up. He said, "This is a very ordinary stone. Grandmaster Ning, you've been tossing this stone around recently. Is there some special meaning behind it?" "Actually, there's no special meaning. Brother Popper, if you see a stone like this in the future, please help me keep it." Ning Chi smiled. Popper didn't think much about Ning Chi's strange request. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll definitely keep it for you when I see it. After that, Ningqi helped him refine all the spirit herbs into low-grade mystic essence pills. Popper turned around and left with a smile. Limacho walked to Ningqi and whispered, "It's almost time, right?" Chapter 6, 29. Buying a bloodline apart from Ningqi and Limacho. The rest of the people appeared one after another. However, the 100 humans that had entered were now only 30-odd people. Of the 100 demonic beasts, only 40-odd remained. When their enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. If Cheong Wuyu had not been present, they would have already started fighting. A pair of venomous eyes glared at Ningqi. The owner of these eyes was Chai Jian, whose leg Ningqi had chopped off. "City Lord, please capture this group of humans. They didn't follow the rules. This time they actually dared to attack us from inside." Jiao Manlu said angrily to Cheong Wuyu, "City Lord Cheong, they were the ones who did not follow the rules first. This time, we encountered a very powerful demonic beast. We only managed to kill it after we attacked it with all our might. However, your subordinates took the corpse of the demonic beast for themselves." Uncle Wu said coldly. A few of the luminous pure sect disciples were missing from his side. The remaining disciples all had indignant expressions on their faces as they glared viciously at the group of demonic beasts. Both sides had more or less some injuries. Could it be that after I opened the gift bag, the corpse of the demonic beast disappeared, causing them to fight inside for an entire month? Ningqi thought gloatingly. Cheong Wuyu scanned the crowd coldly. "What did you obtain inside? What did you discover?" Everyone exchanged glances when they heard this. They realized that besides fighting inside for a period of time, they had not discovered anything. Jiao Manlu's eyes flickered slightly as he transmitted his voice to Cheong Wuyu. "City Lord, I suspect that there are traces of the demonic race inside." "You mean the demonic race and not the demonic beasts?" Cheong Wuyu's expression changed slightly as he stared deeply at Jiao Manlu. Jiao Manlu nodded and hesitated for a moment. "That is because I sensed an even thicker ancient demonic bloodline from the demonic beast than from the city lord." "Thicker than mine? Then it might really be the demonic race. Damn it, you actually wasted so much time inside. I wonder when this passageway will appear again." Cheong Wuyu's eyes flashed with anger. Jiao Manlu awkwardly lowered his head. In truth, he was also very wronged. The human race said that he had taken the pond turtle's corpse for himself, but he had only thought about it and did not do it. Who knew where the corpse went? "Seal this place off. Humans are not allowed to take a single step closer." Cheong Wuyu said coldly. "Yes, City Lord." The beasts hollered out and started chasing the humans away. Seeing this, Uncle Wu and the rest could only turn around and leave. They knew that Cheong Wuyu would definitely not uphold justice for them. "Wait, hand over all your universe rings. I want to see if you have obtained anything from them." Cheong Wuyu suddenly shouted. Everyone was slightly startled. After hesitating for a while, they handed over their universe rings. After Cheong Wuyu looked through them one by one, his expression turned increasingly unsightly. When he came to Ningqi's side, he saw Ningqi spread his hands and said, "City Governor, I don't have an interspatial ring. No universe ring?" Cheong Wuyu glanced at Ningqi coldly. Indeed, he did not detect the aura of an interspatial ring on him. After checking Limacho's interspatial ring, he impatiently waved his hand and said, "Scram!" Many of the humans looked at Ningqi strangely. A peak Do Huang who had just entered the first stage of life and death did not have an interspatial ring. Was this guy really that poor? Ningqi did not care how they looked at him. He pulled Limacho along and found an inn in Cheongchi City to stay. He stood by the window and looked around. After confirming that no one was following him and Limacho, Ningqi bought a low-level training ground for a day. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the room. Mountain Peak, Stone Pavilion. Ning Qi stood in the middle of the stone pavilion and slowly closed his eyes. System: how many Dragon Slayer coins are these spiritual god stones worth? Ning Qi previously had 490,000 dragon slaughtering coins. After purchasing 100 mystic mid-grade spirit-raising pills, mystic low-grade demonic essence pills, and 2 mystic mid-grade invisibility talismans, he still had about 420,000 dragon slaughtering coins left. 540,000 Dragon Slayer coins. A total of 960,000 Dragon Slayer coins. He was still 40,000 Dragon Slayer coins away from 1,000,000. Ning Qi thought about it and sold the spiritual god stones in the bronze puppet. He barely got 1,000,000 Dragon Slayer coins. As for the bronze puppet, he could only find another opportunity to repair it next time. I thought it would take a lot of time to collect 1,000,000 Dragon Slayer coins. I didn't expect to make a fortune in the land of the ancient monster tribe. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. Even if he did not find any clues about the Water Dragon Holy Land, he was in a very good mood now. Later, Ning Qi entered the Dragon Slayer Mall and found an option. This option was filled with all kinds of bloodlines. There were more than 300 types of dragon bloodlines, thousands of types of demonic beast bloodlines, and hundreds of types of demonic bloodlines. Some were from the ancient era, some were from the medieval era, and some were from the current era. When all kinds of bloodlines were added together, it was dazzling. System: help me filter out the bloodline of the Titan descendant. Ning Qi had to ask the system for help. Not long after, there were more than 100 options in front of him. Titan descendant bloodline, primary, price 350,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Adamantine Titan descendant bloodline, primary, price 400,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Void Titan descendant bloodline, primary, price 450,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Flame Titan descendant bloodline, primary, price 500,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Demon Sky Titan descendant bloodline, primary, price 550,000 Dragon Slayer coins. Armageddon Titan descendant bloodline, primary, price 1,000,000 Dragon Slayer coins. After that, there were even more expensive Titan descendant bloodlines. However, Ning Qi only glanced at them curiously before focusing his attention on the Titan Destroyer descendant bloodline. This was the best bloodline he could buy right now. Titan descendant bloodline is the bloodline of Niu Dezhuang. Ning Qi found that there was a picture behind the bloodline. He looked at it curiously. It was a giant that was at least hundreds of feet tall. It was bronze in color, and its arms were unusually strong. It looked a bit like a gorilla with a human face. There was also a line of explanation behind it. Titan descendant, one of the top races in ancient times. It has the power to overturn mountains and seas, and can shatter stars with one punch. Shatter stars? What kind of power was that? Or was the explanation exaggerated? Ning Qi had a deep doubt in his heart. Then Ning Qi looked at the picture of the Titan descendant bloodline. The giant inside was obviously bigger than the Titan descendant bloodline, reaching a height of 150 feet. Its body was well proportioned, no different from a human, but the only characteristic was that there were 9 pupils in its eyes. The demonic eyes gave Ning Qi goosebumps. Titan descendant, one of the top races in ancient times. Its eyes have the power to destroy the world. The explanation was shorter than the Titan descendant bloodline, but Ning Qi knew that it was definitely much stronger than the former. This is it. System: I want to buy the Titan descendant bloodline. In the next moment, Ning Qi's Dragon Slayer coins were completely deducted, and the balance was 0. Chapter 630. Return to the origin. This feeling is so strange. Ning Qi first felt very comfortable, and an intoxicated look appeared on his face. But in the next moment, Ning Qi's expression suddenly became incomparably conflicted. Every corner of his body, every inch of his body, came bursts of intense pain, as if someone was using a saw to cut his bones and flesh. A short moment later, A layer of cold sweat covered Ning Qi's forehead. Meanwhile, his HP rapidly decreased. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 in less than 10 minutes. Ning Qi's health points, which were close to 5 million, were all gone. This caused Ning Qi to enter a weakened state. He didn't even have the strength to reach for the Earth-class rejuvenation pill. Could it be that I am going to die? Seeing that his HP was about to fall below the 100 mark, Ning Qi revealed a self-deprecating smile. Under the double blow of pain and weakness, Ning Qi gradually fell into a coma. Am I in an inn? Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes and found that he had left the low-level cultivation training field and appeared in the inn, which meant that he had been in a coma for more than a month. Thank goodness he's not dead. Ning Qi felt that his body was filled with explosive power. He jumped up and began to check the changes in his body. First, Ning Qi found that he was much taller than before because his clothes had been torn apart and hung on his body like rags. Although Ning Qi wasn't short in the past, he was at most 8 meters. Now he felt that he was almost 2 meters tall. His physique had also become stronger, and his body was full of perfect muscles, as if they were cut according to the golden ratio. Ning Qi gently clenched his fist, and once again discovered that his strength had at least doubled. The dragon-elephant prajna art that he practiced originally increased his strength. His true third Duan war god body also increased his strength. His strength was more than 10 times that of an ordinary peak do huang. Now that his strength had doubled, he was more than 30 times that of an ordinary peak do huang. Such an increase was extremely terrifying. After that, Ning Qi immediately checked his own attributes. Host Ning Qi. Level Peak of the Do Huang. First of the 9 stages of life and death experience. 280000/1000. Cultivation method. Dragon Elephant Prajna Art Level 5. 12537/1000 God of War Technique Level 2. 158/1000. Martial Skill. 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. Level 6. 14921/10000000. The 4th layer of the top grade 5 Tigers. Breaking the Gate Blade. 7700/100000. Horizon Bright Moon Blade Level 5. 18992/10000000. War God Body Level 3. For 38/10,000 health points. 1493450 Alchemy. 5th Tier Alchemist. Proficiency 45200/10000000. Bloodline. Primary bloodline of the world Annihilation Titan Descendant. 1 chance to revert to the source once a month and transform into the true body of the world Annihilation Titan Descendant. Dragon Slayer coins. 0 inch, there's an additional bloodline in the attribute panel. Reverse the source to form the true body. I don't know how long it can last and how much combat power it can increase, but there's only 1 chance a month. Looks like I have to find an opportunity to give it a try. There was a hint of joy in Ning Qi's eyes. His original intention was to cultivate the god of war technique and war god body faster after obtaining the Titan Descendant's bloodline. He did not expect the bloodline to give him an additional skill. This way, he would have 1 more option to fight against enemies in the future, 1 more trump card. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ning Qi went to open the door. When Li Macho saw Ning Qi, she immediately took a step back vigilantly. It's me. Ning Qi smiled. Seeing that Ning Qi's body had undergone a huge change, Li Macho's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. You? Come in and talk. Ning Qi pulled Li Macho into the room and closed the door. He briefly explained the changes in his body. After knowing that Ning Qi suddenly had such a change because of his Qi method, Li Macho came to a sudden realization. Li Macho said, I just discovered a group of peak do huangs who have entered the 3rd to 4th stage of life and death, wandering around the inn. Among them I saw Chai Jian. They should be coming for us. They don't dare to make a move in the city. But once we leave the city, they won't have any scruples. Should we hide? Oh, that's good. There's no need to hide. Let's leave the city now. Ning Qi narrowed his eyes and smiled. All right. Li Macho nodded. After that, Li Macho went out to find a suitable set of clothes for Ning Qi. After putting it on, Ning Qi and Li Macho left Cheongchi City together. Behind them, another dozen or so fellows appeared. Chai Jian, do you think that the two of them really obtained treasures inside? If they dare to lie to us, don't blame us for not giving them face. The two of them definitely have treasures on them. When we were fighting with the demonic beasts inside, the two of them did not participate. After such a long time, I really don't believe that they didn't obtain anything. Chai Jian looked at the backs of Ning Qi and Li Macho and laughed coldly. All right, then let's follow them. Everyone exchanged glances and chose to believe Chai Jian. They directly chased in the direction that Ning Qi and Li Macho had disappeared in. Uncle Wu, should we also follow them to take a look? The Bright Pure Sect disciples looked at the backs of Chai Jian's group and asked Uncle Wu, We have lost a few disciples this time. If we don't bring something back, we will really lose face. Thinking of this, Uncle Wu nodded and said, Let's also follow them. Xiao Manlu, what about us? That man and woman do not have the slightest injury on them. Moreover, the man's body suddenly changed so much. How is it possible that he didn't obtain any treasures inside? A few half-transformed demonic beasts stood beside Jiao Manlu and looked at the backs of Uncle Wu and the others. One of them softly asked, Let's also follow and take a look. Jiao Manlu nodded and said, They have already walked for 100 li. They should be out by now. Ning Qi's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he slowly looked behind him. Li Macho looked around with a vigilant gaze. At this moment, Chai Jian and the others finally walked out from their hiding place and surrounded Ning Qi and Li Macho. Brat, you want to leave Cheongchi City so easily after offending me, Chai Jian? You must be dreaming. Previously, you broke my leg. Today, I will take your head back and use it as a chamber pot. Chai Jian looked at Ning Qi with a sinister smile. Chai Jian, so you have a personal grudge against him. You are using us? The faces of the people who came with Chai Jian immediately turned ashen. Although I have a personal grudge against him, what does this have to do with you? I dare to say that they definitely have treasures on them from that place. Chai Jian sneered. Hearing this, everyone felt that it was reasonable. The two did not conflict. At this moment, Li Macho was ready to attack. However, she was stopped by Ning Qi. He smiled and said, You just need to protect yourself. I will deal with them. After saying this, Ning Qi looked at Chai Jian indifferently and said, You just said that you want to cut off my head and use it as a chamber pot? Then come, I will stand here. You are still so stubborn even at death's door. Everyone attack. Chai Jian sneered. However, he knew that Ning Qi's saber technique was extremely fast. Therefore, he was careful and did not rush towards Ning Qi first. As for the people he brought, their eyes were already blinded by greed. Seeing that Ning Qi's cultivation was not high, they directly rushed towards Ning Qi. Return to the source and transform. Chapter 631. Demonic Pupils, What's Going On? Everyone's footsteps stopped as they looked at Ning Qi in fear. Chai Jian stared dumbfoundedly at Ning Qi's body that had suddenly doubled in size, becoming a 10 feet tall giant. The clothes on his body were torn apart with a ripping sound, revealing his bulging muscles. What was most demonic was that in Ning Qi's eyes there were two pupils like 2 points of stars. This power is so strong. Ning Qi felt the surging power in his body, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. He realized that his life points had increased by 1 million after the transformation. It had reached a terrifying level of 2.5 million. Moreover, his dragon Slangdo energy had increased by 3 to 4 times with the transformation. A strange light flashed in Limacho's eyes. She stared blankly at Ning Qi's inhuman body. A trace of curiosity arose in her heart. What kind of cultivation method did Ning Qi cultivate to have such a terrifying power? You want to use my head as a chamber pot? Is that thing of yours so big? Ning Qi laughed wildly. He took a step forward and suddenly appeared beside a peak Do Huang who had entered the 3rd stage of life and death. 18 dragons subduing palms. Roar! A dragon roar sounded, and 6 silver dragons that were several times thicker than before broke out of his body and bombarded the guy who was still in shock. Puff! That guy originally had over 200,000 life points. Under this palm, his life points were completely depleted, after which he was torn into pieces and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Instant kill. The power of the 18 dragons subduing palms has increased by 2 times. Ning Qi was delighted, after which Ning Qi was like a demon god that rampaged through a group of rabbits. None of them could withstand a single palm from him. They were all killed in one hit. Chai Jian felt that something was wrong and screamed as he turned around to escape. However, how could Ning Qi let him escape so easily? He caught up with Chai Jian in a few strides. His incomparably huge palm grabbed Chai Jian's neck and lifted him up. Chai Jian felt that he was being restrained by a huge force and was completely unable to resist. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I will give you everything in my Qian Kuan ring. Please spare my worthless life. Chai Jian begged for mercy with a terrified expression. He only glanced at Ning Qi's eyes once before hurriedly averting his gaze. This was because he felt that Ning Qi's gaze seemed to be sucking him into the void, and he didn't dare to look directly at him. At this time, Uncle Wu and the others also caught up. After seeing Ning Qi transform into an incomparably terrifying devil god, they all stopped, not daring to rashly advance. Behind them were Jiao Manlu and the other demonic beasts. Everyone looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Uncle Wu, could it be that we misjudged him? Is he also a demonic beast? It's impossible for a human to have such a huge body. Looking at Ning Qi, who was more than 10 feet tall, the luminous pure sect disciples revealed looks of horror. I don't know. Don't go any further. Let's play it by ear, Uncle Wu whispered. On the other side, Jiao Manlu and the other demonic beasts also suspected that Ning Qi was not human. Their gazes toward Ning Qi became much gentler. Should we go and help him? There's no need. Those people aren't a match for this fella. Although my cultivation is higher than his aura is terrifying. I'm afraid that even I might not be able to defeat him. Jiao Manlu said calmly. When the remaining demonic beasts heard this, they were somewhat shocked. Didn't you want to chop off my head and use it as a chamber pot? Ning Qi smiled faintly. At this moment, in his eyes, Chai Jian was like an insignificant ant. Ning Qi finally understood why the dragon race and the other demonic beasts looked to humans as if they were ants. No matter how strong a human was, in their eyes he was just an ant. He could also experience this feeling now. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I am a disciple of the Joyful Union sect. If you let me go, my master will definitely be very grateful. Chai Jian tried to mention his backing. As one of the top 36 sects, the Joyful Union sect could indeed make many people fearful. However, this did not include Ning Qi. Furthermore, Chai Jian was an abandoned disciple. He thought that Ning Qi did not know, but in reality, the moment Ning Qi saw him, his true identity had already been revealed in his attributes. If the Joyful Union sect wants to seek revenge on me for an abandoned disciple, I will warmly welcome them. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Chai Jian's eyes revealed a trace of despair. At the same time, he was somewhat shocked. How did the other party know that he was an abandoned disciple of the Joyful Union sect? He had always concealed this information and did not leak it because he wanted to use the Joyful Union sect as a backer at special times. But now, the other party seemed to have completely seen through him. Ning Qi wanted to snap Chai Jian's neck, but he suddenly thought of the explanation of his Armageddon Titan descendant bloodline. It said that his eyes could destroy the world. So, Ning Qi's expression changed slightly as he stared coldly at Chai Jian. At that moment, Ning Qi felt a mysterious power flow out of his temples and into his eyes. The next moment, Chai Jian's face revealed an expression of extreme fear as he let out a miserable howl. A ball of black flames emitted from his body and burned Chai Jian to ashes almost instantly. However, it was not over yet. This was because Chai Jian's soul was still being burned. It howled and twisted in front of Ning Qi, letting out roars of despair and indignation. Finally, it turned into a wisp of green smoke. What extraordinary flame is this? The Radiant Pure Sect disciple revealed a dazed expression. No, that's not an extraordinary flame. How can an extraordinary flame burn a soul? Uncle Wu frowned slightly. Jiao Manlu, can you tell what kind of technique that is? Is it an innate ability? Which race of demonic beasts does this guy belong to? A demonic beast that was half-transformed asked with a face full of doubt. Jiao Manlu shook his head. I can't tell either. After burning Chai Jian to death, Ning Qi was very satisfied with this move. Just by looking at someone, he could burn them to death. Such an unexpected move was definitely very effective when used against people. Then Ning Qi's gaze swept towards the direction where Uncle Wu, Jiao Manlu, and the others were hiding. This caused them to jump in fright and quickly hide, afraid that they would end up like Chai Jian. Ning Qi sneered, and his body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once again, he turned into a burly man that was nearly 2 meters tall. Li Macho glanced at him and blushed slightly. She threw a set of clothes from her universe ring to Ning Qi. Ning Qi subconsciously looked down and revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He had not noticed before, but his capital seemed to have doubled. After quickly putting on the clothes, Ning Qi and Li Macho left the place. Chapter 632. Chapter 632. Water Dragon Sword Ning Qi had gained some understanding of the true form of the World Annihilation Titan after this reverse origin. First was the issue of duration. It could only last for about 10 minutes. During that time, Ning Qi's blood qi would be continuously consumed. Therefore, as long as Ning Qi's blood qi continued to increase, the duration of the true form would also increase. Next was the HP. Just the elementary bloodline could increase his HP by 1 million. In the future, intermediate bloodlines and advanced bloodlines would also provide a considerable amount of HP. The biggest improvement was Ning Qi's melee combat ability. The Titan race was almost invincible in melee combat, which was why the power of his 18 subduing dragon palms had increased so many times. The only drawback was that he could only have the chance to trace his origins once a month. Ning Qi guessed that if he bought a mid-grade or even a high-grade bloodline in the future, he might be able to maintain the true form of the Armageddon Titan species at all times. Next, Ning Qi and Li Macho killed all the demonic beasts they saw in the vast forest. Occasionally, they would meet 1 or 2 dragons, which were killed by the two. With Ning Qi's help, Li Macho's experience increased rapidly. From a 5-star Do Huang, she once again soared to a 6-star Do Huang. Ning Qi's experience also rose to 7 or 8 million. The demonic beasts that died in their hands numbered in the hundreds. 1 month later, wait, something's wrong in front. Li Macho suddenly stopped and looked ahead, cautiously. Ning Qi's eyes focused and looked in the direction Li Macho pointed. He saw a few human corpses lying on the ground 1,000 feet ahead. They were as thin as firewood, as if all the blood essence in their bodies had been sucked dry. This is Ning Qi recalled that this was probably the place where he had met the snow demon wolf. These human corpses should have been killed by that shadow. Let's take a detour, Ning Qi said cautiously. This was the first time Li Macho had seen Ning Qi so cautious. She nodded, and the two prepared to take a detour. At this moment, a shadow condensed in front of them. Li Macho looked at the shadow warily when she saw it, ready to attack at any time. It's you. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth revealed a faint mocking smile. The shadow did not attack immediately after seeing Ning Qi this time. Instead, it said slowly, "Kid, let's make a deal." Deal? Ning Qi sneered. What kind of deal can there be between us? I killed your subordinate, the Snow Demon Wolf King, and you want to tear me to pieces. Now you want to trick me into getting close to you so you can kill me, right? Your range of activity is 5 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles. The illusionary figure was silent for a while. Then he said again, "If you make a deal with me, not only will I not kill you, but I will also reward you with an endless supply of elixirs and fighting weapons. Don't you humans like these the most? Demonic king? Besides, I don't lack these things. You should keep them for yourself. Let's go." Ning Qi pulled Li Macho and left. The blurry face of the illusory figure immediately showed anger. He growled at Ning Qi. "Human, don't you want to know where the treasures of the former demon emperor of the celestial demon empire, Gusanduo, are hidden?" Ning Qi's footsteps paused slightly. He turned around and looked at the phantom. "You know." His face did not change, but his mind was racing. He was not interested in Gu Sandwa's treasure, but Gusanduo was one of the key clues to find the water dragon, Holy Land. "Of course I know." The shadow sneered. Seeing Ning Qi's interest, his eyes flashed with pride. "I still don't believe you. Why do you want to make a deal with me? You don't want to make a deal with the humans? And kill them?" Ning Qi sneered. "This is because I did not discover that you have an ancient bloodline hidden within your body. To me, those humans are of no use other than increasing my essence blood. However, you are different. Even though I cannot clearly see which ancient bloodline is within your body, as long as you have an ancient bloodline, you have the qualification to make a deal with me. You should think carefully. If you obtain Gu Sandwa's hidden treasure, I guarantee that you'll be able to advance to the Do-Shin class within 30 years. It would not be strange for you to advance to the Do-D class within 100 years. The shadow said faintly, "Become a Do-Shin within 30 years? Becoming a Do-D within 100 years? This speed might already be frighteningly fast to others." However, it did not attract Ning Qi at all. He was confident that he would at least be able to become a Do-Shin within 10 years. As for a Do-D, it was likely that 20 years would be sufficient. If his luck was better during this period, his speed might even double. "Tell me what you want me to do first, and I will think about it," Ning Qi said faintly. The shadow was silent for a moment before saying, "What I want you to do is very simple. As long as you go to the Sky Demon Empire's Sky Demon City and help me retrieve something, I will tell you the whereabouts of Gu Sandwa's treasure." "What is it?" Ning Qi asked. "A sword. The current owner of the sword should be the third son of the Sky Demon Emperor. Of course, this sword is not an extraordinary Do weapon, so he will not pay much attention to it. As long as you use your brain and steal the sword for me, you will obtain a treasure that even a Do-D would covet. You're the only one who can do this, because that sword can only be picked up by someone with an ancient bloodline." The shadow said slowly, "The third son of the Sky Demon Emperor? That must be a rank 9 demonic beast, a Do-Shin. Please forgive me for not being able to help." Ning Qi shook his head and pulled Li Macho away. The shadow was a little anxious, and hurriedly said to Ning Qi's back, "Little brother, wait a moment. As long as you help me retrieve the water dragon sword, I can give you a chance to directly help you break through to the Do Zone level. What do you think? According to you humans, Such a young dozong is enough to rank in the top 200 of the man ranking, right? Water Dragon Sword Ning Chi turned around and stared straight at the shadow. Did you just say the Water Dragon Sword? Little brother, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I hope you will treasure it. The shadow continued to tempt Ning Chi. All right, I promise you. However, after I obtain the Water Dragon Sword, you must first tell me the whereabouts of Gu Sandwa's treasure. Only then will I give it to you. Ning Chi said. Of course. Seeing that Ning Chi had agreed, the shadow's body trembled involuntarily. It was obvious that he was very excited. Then it's a deal. Ning Chi turned around and left, and Limacho hurriedly followed. The mysterious man looked at the backs of the two of them and chuckled. Then his body suddenly disappeared from the world. Then, somewhere deep underground, a strong man who was chained up from head to toe let out a sky-shaking wild laugh.